shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Brilliant shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Brilliant shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome to Grace Road, day 2 of this county championship match in Division 2. It's the leaders, Leicestershire, entertaining Middlesex. A little bit of a wobble at the start of the season for Middlesex, including the defeat at Lords by the Foxes, who had their tails up this season. But in this game, Middlesex 3-3-6 for 5, having been put in by Leicestershire yesterday morning. Ben Geddes is there overnight on 37. The night watch with him is Navya Sharma. A century for Sam Robson, opening up the innings yesterday for Middlesex. His first of the summer. That set the tone for the day. We've had 96 balls, 12 with this second new Kookaburra, which is a big talking point this season. Here's Green. He has 2 slips in place, and he has Geddes, the right-hander, on strike. The 2 slips go down and the right arm is over the wicket. He bowls full straight and he's clipped through mid-wicket for a single, which will give Sharma the strike first thing this morning. I'm Kevin Handcheck, Rothesay, alongside me first thing this morning, and Dermot Reeve will be with us in a little while. Richard Ray as well. We're blessed this morning, and not just by the sunshine. Good morning, Jake.
Good morning, Kevin. Yeah, it's a joy to be here. Days like this when you're out watching a bit of cricket, is nothing better, really, is there?
Absolutely. It's the biggest difficulty we have today is just trying to keep this commentary box cool somehow. But we've got a fan. Got the front window open, we're keeping the door open as well. As here's Green over the wicket, he bowls, and forward goes Sharma defending. Quite a gentle pace about that one from Green, in position very early, the night watch Sharma. But yeah, I think that's going to be the conundrum for the players as well. It's Scorchio in Leicester.
I wasn't here yesterday. All I've been told about and people keep saying is the Budinger catch was as good as people have told me.
It really was, and funnily enough, just score a couple of the media guys for Leicester as well, and they're trying to find an angle somehow of that catch. As Green's past the umpire, he bowls a length ball, which Sharma patiently defends as well. And this is a steady start from Green. He's hitting the top of off stump, but he is not bending his back in this heat, which is really interesting. He seems to be slightly pace off at the moment, but yeah, they said they're going to try and find out a way to see if they can find an angle of that catch. It wasn't picked up on the stream yesterday.
I think I saw a pretty good one on their Twitter feed this morning, to be fair. I think they've managed to dig one out.
Yeah, it's one of those too good not to be picked up. As Green's in, full straight, clip to mid-wicket. It's a 6-3 field, so mid-wicket and mid-on combine and prevent the single. And Sharma's out there at the moment. I mean, it's a clear instruction for him. Put some overs into the legs of these bowlers in this heat. And it is hot as well. But yeah, I mean, it's one of those. Let's hope they have. I'll have to have a look on the Leicester social media then. See if I can find it. So here's Green turning again, 20th over of the innings. He bowls it short and ducking underneath it, Sharma, and just swaying ever so slightly inside. Plays it well. I was just thinking the same thing I think that you just thought. How are we doing for time-wise? I've got an update for BBC Radio Leicester coming up in a moment.
They should be coming in any second, you would like to think.
I'm experienced enough as to know when to drop deadly silent immediately if need be, or to accept a kick if that's also required. Here's Green in bowls, just full of a length, and this is eased into the offside. No run.
Yeah, plays just got started here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Middlesex continuing to bat, starting the day on 336 for 5. It was Roman Walker and Ben Green, the men to take the wickets yesterday. One of Green's coming thanks to a wonder catch from Sol Budinger. The Foxes will be hoping for a repeat of day 2 in their match with Glamorgan this time last week, when they were able to remove the visitors' bottom order in no time at all before putting on a stellar show with the bat themselves. The night watchman Sharma still there for Middlesex at the minute. They're continuing currently on 337 for 5.
And you can hear ball-by-ball commentary on the BBC Sport website.
Thank you for that.
I mean,
Kevin?
that was almost as though we practiced that. Eased into the offside and no run.
The timing's perfect. As Van Beek will continue things here from the Bennett end, and just having a little word with his fielders. Couple of slips in play as he comes in now, as I say, from the Bennett end towards Geddes, who just drives it to the man at cover. He has a little roll over as he fields, making sure it doesn't run past him.
Geddes is Going to be a really interesting one this morning. He's prodding away at that green surface right now, isn't he, out there? And I said the last of the recognised batters. That's not really true. Middlesex bat a long way down. Got Cracknell to come, who could be in the side as a batter alone. He's the keeper for this one. Zaffa go high. They do have a little bit of a tail thereafter, with Helm coming in at 9.
Yeah, Van Beek once again. This time it's left by. Is collected by the wicket keeper, and it's been a similar story for Leicestershire this season. It's felt very nice knowing how deep the batting lineup is. There's been occasions sort of in both formats where if a couple of people are off their game, it's sort of not really mattered, which is a luxury that Leicestershire fans will tell you hasn't been the case in recent years. As Van Beek comes in once again, third of the over, right arm over, and this time it's cut away towards the boundary. It is stopped by the man out there on the offside, and just a single taken for Middlesex. 338 for 5.
I can actually see Dermot Reeve on the far side of the ground, and he's talking through some shots. Can you see him through the trees over there? If you look through the trees just to the right of the Bennett Indoor School, you'll see his chap playing a few shadow shots in conversation. But I was hanging around, loitering with intent at that end of the ground as well, having a natter with Middlesex types. He's doing it with Leicestershire types at the moment. You must have been worried for a moment, thinking, where's Dermot and Kev? We were both over the wrong end.
I know the casual nature of cricket folk. I knew we'd be absolutely fine.
Meandering around. That one just a little dabble from Sharma as it goes through, but wide enough outside the off stump.
I did the sort of casual wandering around the balcony, seeing if I could see people walking with intent in this direction, and thankfully I saw you with your BBC lanyard making your way up. I thought we're all good. We've got plenty of time.
Bossing it across the outfield.
As Van Beek comes in, 5th of the over. Again, this one, attempted shot from Sharma, but makes its way all the way through.
Well, I was nattering away with the Middlesex lot on the far end, and then they started to make their way across the outfield back to the pavilion end here from the Bennett end. And I realised, I've left a couple of things in the car that I need to get. So then I went back to the car to get them. And then thought, that's all right, I can go across the outfield, they're still there. And then I forgot, I realised I didn't have the lanyards, as you say. Then it was back to the car again.
Van Beek, final ball of the over to Sharma, who drives this one straight back up the other end, collected by a fielder, and that will be the end of the over. 338, just the one taken from that over.
Morning's a good time to have a chat with people as well. The angst of the day is still to come. You know, they've forgotten yesterday, they've moved on, everybody's a little bit alright again the next morning. You wake up, it's a new day.
I very much enjoyed, I was here last week for the Glamorgan game, and sort of odd overs commentary, so therefore the majority of my day, there's a butterfly comes flying straight at me through the window. Sort of being able to wander about and sit in various parts of the ground and get the different opinions, it's always fun.
Green bowls and forward goes. Geddes pushing up to mid-on, and there's no run. At the close of play, generally, unless it's been a fantastic day, you try and kind of stay out of people's way, just in case, you know. But first thing in the morning practice, you're all right. Hang around, have a natter with them. Everybody's in a reasonably good mood at that point.
When I was around last week, I think we'd had 2 full sessions without a wicket. I'm sure we'll discuss the Kookaburra ball and the impact it's having, but so it was nice to be out there when that wicket was finally taken after 2.5 sessions.
Greens in, bowls, and this ball's dabbed into the onside. Quick single for Geddes. He moves to 40. 339 for 5. I mean, not wanting to cross sports, but you do see it occasionally in football when, you know, there'll be a ball that is too light and they hit the shot from outside the area and it's fizzing around like one of those.
Is it the Jabulani?
One of those plastic balls you used to get a Happy Shopper.
Yeah, I feel like I think it was called the Jabulani at, was it the 2010 World Cup when all the goalkeepers were moaning, but all the fans watching were absolutely loving it. Like you said, it was one of those beach balls.
But even recently, there's been one where the players, the outfield players have moaned as Sharma's forward eases into the offside and cover collects. There's no run. You know, you release the shot right foot, you think, oh yeah, and then all of a sudden it's hitting the corner flag. You know, what on earth? But then there are other ones where the ball bounces too much. I've had those ones as well in football recently, haven't we? But yeah, in cricket at the moment, Kookaburra, you couldn't have a sport more, other than changing the shape of the football itself. You couldn't have a sport more than cricket, really, that the change in ball would make such a difference. And Big difference it's made. Midway through the 99th over, here's Green, he's in, bowls to Sharma, eased off his pads down to long leg for a single, 340 for 5. That's Sharma off the mark with 19 balls faced, and honestly right now, no matter what runs total he ends up with, total number of balls faced for Sharma could be so crucial just to really slow down Leicestershire, but also put even more overs onto the life of this Kookaburra ball, which is 14 overs old now. Held it back a few overs. I thought they might hold it back a little bit more just so it was a little bit fresher this morning. Green, medium length run up, he's in, bowls and forward goes the right-handed Geddes, pushing into the onside, there's no run. In fact, it's a relatively short run up from Green for somebody of his usual pace. I'd say he's slightly down on pace today, and it might be don't break your back with the Kookaburra, which again, you know, the whole theory that the Kookaburra is going to help to promote 90 mile an hour bowling, it's doing the exact opposite. Everybody's bowling well within themselves, and yeah, it's like nightmare for that 90 mile an hour theory. As here's Green bowls, wraps Geddes on the pad. I wonder was there a little inside tickle on it. Green was about to set off to try and take the looping ball on the onside. They went up behind the stumps, but Green had nothing to do with it. The ball dying safely in front of mid-on, 340 for 5. And well, biggest talking point of the morning, I have to say, and it's almost alarming it's taken us this long to come to it, and remiss of both of us, we're matching.
Oh, this is lovely, isn't it?
Both in green shorts, both in white tops.
Even both with the trainer socks.
White trainers, and white trainer socks. We won't compare pants now, let's leave it there, come on, that's enough.
The trainer socks that are entirely convenient, and I was told the other day apparently are now officially uncool.
Are they uncool?
Where they're officially uncool apparently for the kids. As Van Beek comes in, this one just knocked away from Sharma. Yeah, I sort of...
So what are we supposed to do instead of trainer socks?
We're supposed to
cool.
apparently still wear thick white socks pulled up, which,
No,
you
stop
know,
it.
I'm not opposed to that look. However, when it's, what, the hottest day of the year...
Your ankles are going to be a little hot, aren't they?
I mean, I considered coming in sliders, but those stairs up to the press box are a bit treacherous, so I thought it was better wearing trainers. As Van Beek comes in once again from the Bennett end, this time left by Sharma.
Now, there's only a couple or 3 grey hairs in your beard, so you're a little bit younger than me. Are sliders flip-flops?
They are, yes, the sort of flip-flops with the thing that goes all the way across.
Or for our New Zealand our New Zealand listeners, thongs. Remember Ian O'Brien, who of course was of this parish before he moved to Middlesex, saying, yeah, I might come in a thong tomorrow.
As Van Beek comes in once again from the Bennett end to Sharma. This time, attempt at a drive but missed and collected by wicketkeeper Cox.
I have to message him now, tell him he's just got a mention on BBC Radio Leicester and his thongs.
For his thongs.
He was the first man to introduce me to the concept of New Zealand thongs.
What a sight.
The most memorable part of our match-up over the years.
Yeah, you do have to think about these things though. When it's so hot, as Van Beek comes in once again, little flick of the pad, a question to the umpire who is completely unmoved.
Yeah, leg side I think, but there was an element of him stepping across to that one and playing all around it.
It's clothing I've had to think about today more than I normally would for coming to the cricket. I've got my sun cream and I brought a couple of refreshments.
Oh good, what?
Just a can of...
I mean, that is the way you enjoy yourself, well done. Oh, I see.
Just a can of Pepsi Max, unfortunately, but my thinking was it'd be a bit better than a cup of tea in this heat, as Sharma just defends that one. He's still on the single run, 24 balls faced now.
We're not going to be able to avoid the heat, are we? It is scorching. I've never quite understood the theory of drinking... Well, I do understand the theory, but it's never quite worked, of drinking tea to cool your body.
I know.
I find it has completely the opposite. All of a sudden. But I think the theory is that at surface you feel hotter, don't you? Your forehead feels hotter, but internally your body's cooling down.
But when it's already this hot as that one is just down the leg side from Van Beek. Little flick of the bat from Sharma, but no contact as it's collected by Cox, and that'll be the end of the over. 340 for 5 Middlesex remain on.
Well, it's so far so good up here this morning, but it's when the sun comes around in front of the pavilion. We're going to be tested this afternoon, this evening, but then you'll be off. You'll be away by then. Richard's back. Where are you headed after this?
I'm just heading back to Radio Leicester HQ.
Ah.
Bit of
prep.
Sports news work. Bit of yeah, a bit of organisation we've got a couple of the lads going down to Wimbledon tomorrow to support Katie Bolter for game night on BBC Radio Leicester.
It's green in bowls, and this is up onto the pad of Geddes, and there's no run. Forgive me, my tennis knowledge is not good enough. So you've got a Leicester local.
So Katie
who's
Bolter,
hopeful.
British number 2, is she now? I should
Yeah.
know this. She was British number 1 until very recently. One of our own from Woodhouse Eaves. So it's become a bit of an annual pilgrimage down to Wimbledon for our show game night, which is between 6 and 7 tomorrow evening. So make sure you join Chance Litchfield for that.
It's green, turning again. 2 slips crouching down, and this ball's eased away into the offside, down to deep third, and there's no run. 340 for 5 it is. Geddes on 41, Sharma on 1. It's an absolutely scored. Again, going back to the heat very briefly, Dermot's got 2 big pints of water with him, quite rightly so, with ice in them. But one of the difficulties is, if we need anything, or we need to do anything, we have to go down a long flight of stairs and then come back up those flight of stairs. Here's green in bowls. A welcome bit of cloud cover comes over the ground as this is eased down to deep third. Sharma doubles his tally with the single. 26 balls faced by Sharma now. But yeah, it's you've got to weigh it up really, haven't you? You've got it right. I want a drink of water, but I'm going to have to get back up all of those flights of stairs in this heat. If I do, I did see there's a wrench down there, isn't there? Actually, maybe it could be a pulley system and get us back up.
I think we could make that work. Oh, get us up as opposed to get the drinks back up.
Well, exactly. Yeah.
I thought, carry us specifically.
Here's green in bowls, and forward goes Geddes, and driving away through the covers mid-off with a dive to his left. There's a sweeper in the deep who comes around and collects 2 more to the total. Geddes on to 43, and it is genuinely for Middlesex a case of stay out there for as long as you can today. One more big partnership, I think, is their feel, or just one more partnership. Another 100 stand here, and Middlesex, their position in the game will probably be unassailable if they do manage to do that time-wise. Barring a huge collapse in the second innings for Middlesex, it's very difficult then to overturn, 500 score, 550 scorers. Here's green in bowls, and a little inside edge from Geddes onto the body. It falls away into the offside. But sorry, back to Wimbledon very quickly. So yeah, you've got and you're sending down 2 reporters to Wimbledon.
Well, Chance Litchfield and Adam Whitty will both be there, as I say, for the 6 till 7 show. I've been the last couple of years.
And will they broadcast from the media centre at Lords, or are they going to be in a?
Yes.
Are they going to be in a hotel across the road?
No, the famous balcony at Wimbledon. We have our little table that's sort of hidden away from the main TV cameras.
It's green in bowls, and this is left alone outside the off stump through to the keeper. Probably the BBC London port, is it? Are you in the second port of BBC London at Wimbledon?
They give us our own space and everything. It's always been very. They've always been very welcoming at Wimbledon. It feels like one of these events where you might sort of think, would they want the little guys coming in and taking up space? But actually, they're always very welcoming. And we've sort of... There was definitely a case the first year of feeling like Tiny Tim at Christmas with the big turkey, sort of, feeling like small town boys have come to the big city. But actually, like I said, they were very welcoming and sort of know what we're doing a lot more now. And it's been good fun whenever we've been. So those lads will be down there tomorrow. Hopefully Katie Bolter, not actually seeing the draw yet as Van Beek comes in. Bouncer from him, Cox having to reach to...
Oh, that's got to be tight for a wide, that one.
Collect.
They had one yesterday, the signal, which I thought was really harsh on Van Beek and on Cox. But that one seemed to really balloon over the batter.
Yeah, I should look up really when Katie's been drawn.
And what ranking is she? British ranking?
Again, she was very recently British number 1, so she's in action today as Van Beek comes in once again. This time, bit of turn as Sharma again attempts to get a bit of contact on that. It's no appeal of any touch of any kind.
That's going to be the key, isn't it? Whether it seems off the surface today, whether there is a bit of swing. We've talked about reverse swing later in the piece. Well, that's an awful long way away, and let's sure hope that they're not having to find out if there is reverse swing for this ball later. They'll hope they'll have had this innings done, but if there is any movement, any seam movement.
Yeah, Van Beek once again, this time clipped away nicely by Sharma. Actually, it's out to a gap on the onside, and man, at mid-on, just having to make his way over to that side of the boundary, which means they are able to run through for... Is it 3 that they got there?
They got back for a third. As you say, that ball before had a bit of shape on it, didn't it? Just it looked as though it shaped away from Sharma, but whether that was a lower order bat making a ball look better than it was, but it certainly seemed as though there was some shape away from the right-hander. Can he shape one back in?
Van Beek once again has just nudged away to the offside this time and collected by the fielder at point. And come on, Kev.
Geddes is going slowly about this, isn't he? So just that is just a nudge into the offside for a single. There's a big gap in between point and mid-off, so I mean that's an ocean of room to drop a single for someone like Geddes. But Geddes goes so powerfully at the ball, and we saw him put down at mid-off by Green yesterday evening, going hard at a drive.
I think, like you said earlier, as Van Beek comes in once again, this time just defended away from Sharma. With the Kookaburra, these batters and Middlesex in this first innings, you almost sort of have to go for it planning-wise, in the hope that if you have to bat again, you've not got an awful lot to do. You almost want to put yourself out of sight to sort of bank the draw, and then see if there is the possibility of adding a bit extra to take it all the way to the winners. Van Beek comes in, final one of the over. Again, Sharma, a little movement of the bat towards the ball. It goes straight through. They're collected by the wicket keeper, and they'll end the 102nd over on 348 for 5.
Yeah, he's nearly turned him around twice there, the batter, hasn't he? He's nearly been turned sideways, but again, because he's a lower order batter, it's hard to judge. If that was a top order batter who'd been turned like that, you said, oh, there's a bit of movement out there, but it's hard to tell whether that was movement off the surface or just a lower order batter struggling with a good line and length from Van Beek. So 3-4-8 for 5. Geddes on 44 and on strike. 2 slips. Green's setting off just down below us. Glorious sunshine at Grace Road. And Green's in. Bowls. Geddes on the back foot. Dropping a single again into the onside. 3-4-9 for 5. Geddes is usually so positive, even from the off, that it almost suggests out there at the moment that Geddes is setting up to bat the entire session here and saying, I am going to be there a long time today. And that for both him personally, obviously fantastic, but for the side, I think in this heat, every single one of the bowlers will be wishing Geddes on and go slow out there today. I mean, there's an element of go slow, but there is as the bonus points you mentioned there as well. As Green's in, bowls, and Sharma leaves alone outside of the off stump. They are one shy of their third bonus point, Middlesex, at 349, so 350 is the third, 400 is the fourth, and then 450 is the fifth, quite controversially. We all think it should be a little bit lower than that. Back to the older, they'd usually be on the verge of the fourth batting point now and the fifth at 400, but they've all been pushed back by 50, those bonus points, which we don't think is quite right. We're in the 103rd over of the innings, so bonus points are still in play for another 7 overs after this, as Green's in, bowls, and forward goes Sharma defending into the offside. So Leicestershire have 7.4 overs to take one more wicket for a second bowling point. Their maximum bowling points will be achieved at 9, so that's a fair way off and pretty unlikely, you'd have to say, but they'll be deadly keen to get this, especially with the night watch out there. They'll think in 7 overs time, come on, one more at least to make sure we get 2 bowling points.
Yeah, all the talk last week was about, if we're going to draw, let's get the maximum bonus points, which they did.
Yeah. Green's in, bowls, and Sharma just about gets a little inside edge on that. He didn't really get forward. He got across and he got in behind it, but he didn't get forward, but an inside edge saves him.
Yeah, when you're sort of at the top of the table and wanting to, you can sort of be a bit more defensive in a way, fend off the other teams, and in the end, a draw and maximum bonus points extended their lead at the top by 2 points. So it was, they'd have liked to have won, but it was a successful round of games.
Green in, bowls, forward goes Sharma, pushing back, there's no run. Still that greenish tinge out there, and that's the big talking point. There was a lot of grass, so there was a little bit of seam movement yesterday. The bounce was interesting yesterday. Will it continue that way? Will that grass burn through across today, which would actually be in Leicestershire's favour if some of that grass covering comes off this morning, and they get out there at some point late this afternoon, this evening, and the batting as his Green bowls, and this is run away down to deep third for a single. In an ideal world for Middlesex, they would still be batting very close to tea, which would have taken some serious overs out of the day's play. That is the the third batting point. Old habits die hard. It's 350 for 3 batting points now, 350 for 5. Sharma's on to 6 from 36 balls faced, which will be hugely frustrating for Leicestershire. Geddes has 75. No, he doesn't. He has 45 from 70. And we've had 103 overs, so 7 overs to take 1 wicket for a second bowling point for Leicestershire.
As Van Beek comes in from the Bennett end to try and do just that, although it's going to be a boundary conceded from Sharma. It was a nice little sort of half pull, half drive, you have to say, onto the up towards past the man at
it was a punch, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was a punch. Mid on, slightly wide, so on the front foot. It was a punchy on drive from Sharma, because it was in the air for a while, and you thought, is he going to dolly it up? But he had more of it than you thought.
It was a perfectly positioned shot, wasn't it, to just get past the, as you say, the fielder at mid on. As Van Beek comes in once again, this time
Edged
away. Luckily there is a fielder down at deep third man.
Yeah, just a single. But
Prevent the boundary.
Also, the 2 slips both looked away to their right. A 4th slip maybe. But I'd suggest that even Van Beek feels like he's bowling within himself at the moment. Scorching temperatures, Kookaburra ball, English conditions. This isn't a day to put in 95, 100% as a bowler. I'd suggest you're operating somewhere between 80 and 90%.
I think, to be honest, even just commentating on 80 to 90% in this heat. As Van Beek comes in once again, ball number 3 of the over, and again, Geddes able to just clip it away onto the leg side and collected by the fielder. Just the single this time, as Sharma back on strike.
Yeah, single ball moves him to 46. And it almost feels as though they've been given a very clear instruction: stay out there for as long as you can. This is going to be really hard work for Leicestershire, and Sharma as a bowler will know that himself.
You feel as well as this one is defended by Sharma. With everything in life, the hotter you are, the more hot and bothered you get, the more frustrated you get. If Middlesex can keep in, as you say, for, and particularly if it's just these 2 for a session, if they go past the point where Leicestershire will have got that second bowling bonus point, the frustrations are just going to increase for Leicestershire's bowlers. They'll feel maybe a bit more tired, a bit more heavy-legged. As Van Beek comes in once again, and
Little dabble, he's beaten him, hasn't he? Little dabble on that one. End of the over, we'll bring in Dermot Reeve for the first time today. There's one more to come. I'll finish it off if you want. Up to you. I'll finish off the over, but Geddes 46, 356 for 5. Sharma has 11. But yeah, if you were to say to Sharma right now, young, quick bowler, he obviously knows one end of the bat from the other, and more than that, 11 from 40, batting quite nicely. If you were to say to him, would you prefer to be batting or bowling right now? There's no doubt he'd prefer to be batting. So in comes Van Beek, bowls to him. It's pushed back up the track by Sharma, and there's no run. Sharma has 11. Geddes has 46, 356 for 5. And on BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio London, live on the BBC Sport website and app, I have Dermot Reeve alongside me. Good morning, Dermot. How are you?
Good morning, Kevin. Well, decidedly warm.
Yes.
It's
you've done well with the 2 pints of iced water. We almost need a fountain up here, don't we?
Yeah, we do, and we need to get a bit of milk up for the little fridge we've got in our.
Oh, are we short on milk?
There's
Which
no
is
milk in there.
you see.
Yeah.
There you go. There's a job for Jake. He can't hear us through the glass. Go and get the milk. Call for the milk.
Yeah.
Don't
want to be drinking yesterday's milk today.
Well, that's it. Coffee and tea. I'm not sure. How do you sit on that? Well, you've worked in India, where at the IPL, where one of the theories is you drink tea to cool down.
Well, I'm a coffee man, so I like to have a
Does it work the same way
couple
with
of coffees to wake my brain up. First thing in the morning.
Yeah, well, I've had mine.
Anything, I've got to have a cup of coffee.
That reminds. I was going to say mine will be going cold, but it'll probably be getting warmer in this heat right now. It's right behind us.
And we got a bit of spin for the first time today.
Well, I felt Green was bowling well within himself there, and possibly Van Beek as well.
Yeah.
Green did
Green
not
was
seem...
nibbling it. He was nibbling it a bit. It looked like he was going to...
Well, maybe it was
an
that.
LB.
Yeah.
Anyway, Travaskis on.
He's left arm around the wicket, he bowls, lots of flights, a low full toss, and it's bumped back by Geddes, and there's no run. But it felt as though he was a long way down on pace to me, Green, this morning. And whether that's the conditions, a conscious decision, look, you're going to absolutely cook yourselves on this. You might have a lot of bowling to do today as Travaskis bowls, forward goes Geddes. Middlesex is, it's turned to the onside and there's no run. Middlesex's mantra this morning will be keep them out there for as long as you can, for so many reasons, including their own bowlers will not want to be out there bowling in this right now. As here's Travaskis bowls, Geddes drives to the onside once more. There's a long on back and a long off, but a tumbling straight mid-wicket. There's a lot of time to go in the game. Middlesex have an awful lot to gain by being out there for a session and a half still. As here's Travaskis bowls and forward goes Geddes pushing back a dot ball, but also it really protects the bowlers. You would not want to be out there in this heat as a fielder, as a bowler.
But you know, at some point you have to. So whenever that time comes, it's about...
Travaskis bowls. This is turned to square leg and there's no run. But Geddes himself, it feels like Geddes is playing well within himself. I said to you, I think I said to you anyway. He's a player who likes to feel bat on ball. He goes hard at the ball, and he was put down at mid-off, wasn't he, early in his innings yesterday, driving at Van Beek. As here's Travaskis bowls and Geddes backs away. That was a bit of a long hop, and given the treatment, there's a sweeper back at deep cover, so it'll just be the one. Geddes is on to 47, but it feels like in all the innings I've seen of Ben Geddes so far, this is and I know we've only had 31 minutes, but he is a punchy player from the off.
Right.
So, you know, having seen what I've seen of him this season, which is a lot in every single game, his first year, every game he goes out there and there's shots early on. There have been no shots this morning from Geddes whatsoever, and I'd imagine that is a case of the team have decided, come on, there's an awful lot to gain in this morning session. There's an awful lot to lose as well.
It could be maturing too as a batsman.
Yes.
And you know, he knows he's got tired bowlers out there from yesterday. But, you know, you give yourself a bit of time. It's only been half an hour. Get used to the conditions again. Get used to the pace of the wicket.
Van Beek.
Van Beek continuing to Geddes, who lets that go outside off stunt. Nice delivery, moving away. But just noticeable in Travaskis over that, you know, to Geddes, he had long off and long on in place, you know, as well as the offside sweep and deep square leg. So what they're trying to do is just be a bit more defensive, a bit more careful against Geddes, so he doesn't get away, and then attack a bit more against Sharma. But at the moment he's relishing his night watchman job, 11 off 41, as Van Beek comes in. Geddes plays it off the back foot to mid-on for another dot.
Just going back to Geddes for a moment, if I would say to you, you know, an England top-order batter of recent years who likes to get out there and get on top of the bowlers early on. He likes to feel bat on ball. He doesn't like using his pads. He says he's got a bat in his hand for a reason. Who would you think of as an England top order player of recent years? If I said that to you,
Brooke.
Yeah, and before him, Peterson as well. He's in that mould, Geddes.
Yeah, I think a lot of cricket
in terms of the way he goes about his business, you know.
Yeah, but it's one thing thinking, well, I've got to play my natural game. But also it's having the ability to understand that the game happens one ball at a time. So someone like A.B. de Villiers bats for over a day for 25 because South Africa needed him to.
Yeah.
So all he did every ball was go, I'm not going to get out. Oh, that's a good ball, late block. If he's playing, he's a 360 player who's probably the best 2020 batsman there's ever been. As Van Beek comes in and is driven. And I think that's Green at mid-off has been nutmegged. The ball's hit the end of the square, and then it's shot low. He's expecting it to bounce up. And it's gone straight to his legs for 4, and that is a half century to Geddes. Very fine innings, 51 from 81 balls.
That's his first boundary of the morning as well, isn't it? Thank you very much. I mean, Green is certainly on Geddes' Christmas list now. That's a dolly put down at mid-off, and now one through the legs to bring up your 50.
There's your 50.
And he's a fabulous player, Green, and I'd imagine a pretty good fielder as well, but we've not seen it so far in this game. Strong all-rounder.
And Van Beek is in, and bowls now, and Geddes on the back foot, and blocks that out to deep cover for a single. And plenty of singles on offer because as a medium-fast bowler or fast-medium, Van Beek is going to bowl line and length most of the time. And if there's a mid-off and a backward point, if you imagine you're facing up to that in the field, and an offside sweeper, there's a huge gap between backward point and mid-off just to block it into that area for a single. You know, in my time, you'd worry that you'd have a Derek Randall or a Paul Parker there at cover who was going to swoop in and run you out. But easy singles here. Sharma is on strike, and there's another single. This one rolling past short leg to wide mid-on.
That had struck me that the singles were perhaps a little too easy to come by when, in particular, Geddes is playing within himself, it would appear right now. That Geddes is setting up for the day. What would he...
Well, would he be more likely to miscue a drive and get caught in the covers than caught at deep cover?
And equally, would he be more likely to be caught at slip trying to force it through the covers because there's a cover in place, whereas at the moment he's got a comfortable forward defence and pick up a single into the cover. Minimal effort. Yeah, I think we're saying the same thing. They're better off blocking off cover at the moment. No,
well, the other thing. No, I agree. And what I'm saying with Geddes is, if they're giving you easy singles without you having to be punching and go for it, then just take the easy singles.
And on a day like today as well, even for the batter, it's economy of effort.
Which is smart batting.
Jaraskis left arm around, bowls to Sharma, who pushes to mid-on, and there's no run. Sharma's on to 12 now, 12 from 43. Well, yeah, it is. I mean, even for the batter, you know, if you think about it, all you've got to do is drop the bat down and angle it slightly, and all of a sudden you've got a single either side, rather than the big lusty blows we're accustomed to from Geddes. This is a quicker ball, darted down the leg side. Sharma attempts the sweep. He looks like a pretty competent batter, Sharma, and I said they've got a long tail without Roland Jones and Helm in this one, but Cornwell has already proved, indeed, against Ben Green, that he knows one end of the bat from the other. Here's Travaskis bowls, and forward goes Sharma, pushing away into the offside, and there's no run. But Tom Helm coming in at 9 is a very, very good batter, and even though I said it's a longer tail with Helm at 9, Helm is about as good as a number 11 as you can imagine, which is where he was last week. So he'll have a job that he'll want to do coming in today, as Sharma opens up and goes down the ground with a huge slap back over the bowler's head, and that's hit the sight screen for 6. Well, Sharma's on to 18, 369 for 5, and as good a shot as it was, though, I'd imagine a few will be saying, Navia, that wasn't in the script. Get your head down, son. We don't keep them out there. As Travaskis comes in once more, bowls, and Sharma drives him to cover, and he's gone. And you kind of felt that was going to come next ball, didn't you? I mean, cricket's a funny old game, and he lifts a drive straight to cover, and he's gone for 18, 369 for 6.
He would have been better off playing the same shot, going right through with it and hitting it over mid-off, because mid-off was up. Yeah. But in the end, he's just done a bit of sort of a half drive.
I didn't see, but you almost needed Geddes to go down and have a chat with him after the 6 and say, brilliant shot. Now, it was almost like, you know, as we were saying yesterday, I think we were having a conversation off air, weren't we? What follows a 6? 1. Unless it's a T20. But it's in cricket, you hit a 6. The next thing you do, if you're a good batter, is you nudge a single. And Sharma, as you say, he was caught in two minds there, wasn't he? And I think well bowled Travaskis as well. He kind of floated it up and said, do it again.
We were talking about T20 cricket where, you know, after a 6, I did hear a coach once just say, well, just take a single. Yeah. And, you know, I don't agree with that. I think it's T20 cricket, if you got to go and keep going. There again, you go again. But
speaking of T20 cricket, Joe Cracknell comes out at number 8. He's 1 down because that was the night watch. Navia Sharma, who, again, I was saying to Jake, our colleague this morning from BBC Radio Leicester, that Sharma's 18 will be judged as much on as many balls as he faced, and he must have faced nigh on 50 deliveries for that 18, which has done a big job. He's put 38 minutes into Leicestershire in the field this morning, and obviously last night as well. It prevented the loss of a further top order batter.
And it is a position, if you get the chance to do it, of night watchman. Yeah. That can give, you know, a young aspiring all-rounder that opportunity. So I got my first 100 in first-class cricket as a night watchman.
Did you really?
Yeah, against Surrey at Guildford by going in at number 3. You know, we'd bowl all day, but then we had to bat the last hour. And
who are you batting with?
I can't remember.
You must be able to. It's your first century.
can't remember who I was with, but day 2,
Yeah.
I was basically going in there at number 3.
Was that Warwickshire or Sussex?
Sussex. So,
John
I had
Barkley,
been
would he have been done by
had
him?
been batting down at 9 and 10. So
Yeah.
to get that chance to go in and show them, look, I believe I can bat. I always opened the batting at school, for example, and in club cricket.
Here's Travaskis to Cracknell, maiden first-class century in the last game. Forward he goes, pushing into the offside, and there's no run. Was John Barkley still going when you were down? You two must have got on well. I'm usually tentative.
Yeah,
I'm usually tentative on saying, "Oh, you two must have been mates," because that's not the way the world works. But John Barkley's such a lovely man. There's no way you two didn't get on.
Well, at my second marriage celebration, Johnny came and gave a speech.
Well, there you go. I'm a judge. I'm a good judge of character, then, aren't I?
Yeah, and he relayed the story of this sort of young, fair-haired 20-year-old running onto the field at Hove and just coming up to me and going, Hi Johnny, my name's Dermot. Nice to meet you. I'm really looking forward to the day. That was like, first time I met him was at the start of the game. We were playing Somerset, but, I was full of enthusiasm for the match and, but I just try and treat everybody the same as we've got the bowling change. We have Wright coming in now from, what's that end called?
The Bennett end. The Bennett end, yeah.
The Bennett end.
Bennett Indoor School, so the Bennett end, yeah. Single down to deep third for Geddes. Yeah, John Barkley. There are a few skippers though that you can imagine he'd gone up to like that, and they thought, right, we've got an enthusiastic, wet behind the ears youngster here. This is going to be a little bit of fun today. But John Barkley would be the kind of guy that would take that enthusiasm and run with it.
Yeah, he would. Jonathan Robert Troutbeck Barkley, full name, but he was. He was a lovely guy. He absolutely loved the game.
Yeah, I met him a couple of times.
Very deep thinking, top order batsman, opening batsman, off spinner.
Well, that was what I was saying. Could it have been Barkley that you were batting with?
That's right, comes in, and I can't remember now if Johnny was injured and Ian Gould. Johnny had a bit of trouble with a finger injury, so Ian Gould took over the captaincy for quite a while. I've got lots of lovely Johnny stories. One was here at Leicester where Andy Roberts pulled up injured at the start of the match, ran into the bowl and got injured, and all the boys were jumping up and down in the dressing room. Johnny said, challenger's gone out of it now for me. As Wright comes in and bowls another line and length ball from the Bennett end, which is defended by Cracknell.
Yeah, you'll struggle to find anybody to say a bad word about Barkley, won't you?
Yeah, so he was upset that Andy Roberts had got injured because he was wanting to go out and face him, and the other boys were going, phew, we haven't got to face Andy Roberts.
Yeah, which was absolutely the right mentality to have from Barkley as well, though, because had he been fit, he'd obviously geared himself up to face that.
Right, sun on him, comes in, bowls a good line and length. That's just a dot ball. He might be a little bit down on pace as well.
Yeah.
But also the ball now will be getting softer.
Well, what a job by Sharma. He's taken
9 overs of his own.
Yeah.
He's faced 9 overs worth of balls.
Yeah. I was waving up there. He must have taken nearly 20 overs out of that. 23 overs on the Kookaburra now. Potentially the night watch in that partnership has added 20 overs to the life of it.
Right, comes in and bowls. That's full outside off, and Cracknell is not interested in it.
Yeah, I met John Barkley a couple of times. One of the times was at Arundel in the nets, and he was coaching me. And the enthusiasm, but the belief and the confidence that he gives to you as a youngster. He's filling you with confidence.
But he was always
some very kind.
Johnny was always this is a great game, and we're lucky to have this as a job. And for me, what he infused in the changing room was that passion for the game and that energy as Wright comes in and is cut and very well stopped. Bollinger at backward point with his floppy hat on, got a hand on that.
You could almost imagine John playing Doctor Who, couldn't you? Being one of those really positive, enthusiastic doctors.
Yeah.
For their occasional. Sometimes you had the grumpy doctor, didn't you?
Touch of,
eccentric.
Being eccentric, and eccentricity. But a great guy, and I learned a lot in my time at Sussex from Johnny, but I also learned from other players what if I ever got the chance to captain or get control of a cricket environment, what I wouldn't allow.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because there was a lot of
well, that's what I mean.
senior and junior in those days, and you were treated as a young fella coming in the side. You weren't treated very nicely because players thought, "Oh, this guy's a threat to my job."
Yeah. And that'll still go on today, won't it? It's just that almost human nature thing for some, isn't it? Travaskis is left arm around. He bowls to Cracknell, who defends back up the track and no run. Cracknell 1 from 6, 3-7-1 for 6. So when you joined Warwickshire then from Sussex, how old were you when you went across?
25.
So you had about 5 years down at Sussex then.
Yeah,
Forward goes
5 years.
Cracknell pushing into the offside and there's no run. I don't remember that, those 5 years. I only remember you already from Warwickshire.
What I was finding at Hove was the wicket was abrasive. I didn't understand reverse swing.
Yeah.
And it wasn't shining up normal, which is what I needed as a swing bowler.
Travaskis bowl, wasn't he? He's pushed back up the track. No run. But how was Edgbaston in those days? Because Edgbaston in recent years has been...
When I played there in the second team at Edgbaston, being a test match ground, it was very manicured outfield. It was beautiful and green.
Yeah.
So the shine stayed on the ball, while Hove was barren.
Here's a bit of flight again from Travaskis. And over the top of it, yes, is the call from Cracknell, and they're through for the single, just fine of cover, 372 for 6.
But I had 2 seasons for Sussex where I averaged, on Hove, on my home ground, I averaged 42 with the ball, and the other season 38. But away from Hove, I was averaging less than 20.
Yep.
So I thought, I need to move to help my cricket.
Forward goes Geddes pushing into the offside in the zone. A bit like Murtagh then. He used to average 2 at Lords and 102 away from Lords. No, joking. Sorry, Tim. He's down below. I'll be looking for an interview later, so can't say that. Here's Travaskis again. Pushing back up the track and there's no run. Karina Murtagh will be tuned in though. That'll have made her chuckle at least. Mrs. Murtagh. 372 for 6. Geddes 53 and Cracknell 2. Poor old Mertz. He used to do so much of the heavy lifting for Middlesex. We need a wicket. Come on, Mertz, you've got to come back for another spell. Wherever they were, home or away. And replacing him's a tough one. That's what they're doing at the moment. But a couple of youngsters in who've got a big chance. Sharma and Cornwell. Seamers in for this match, left arm and right arm.
But you're saying there's a bit of a tail to come.
Well, there is, but then Sharma's come in now. So Helm's now going to drop down to 10.
Right.
And actually, Helm at 10 is, as I said, he's an you couldn't wish for a better number 11. He's a very good number 10 as well.
That's right. Comes in and bowls, and that's a bit pacier, but down the leg side, and Cracknell just, sensibly leaves it, because you do see batsmen, you get a ball short or even full, but outside leg stump, and they decide to, I'll flick that to fine leg, and they get a little tickle to the keeper. Well, it can be dangerous. So when it gets a little bit, in that area, it is best just to let it go, which is what Cracknell did on that occasion. All right, is in, and that one's a better line and length. Hits the bat hard, hits the splice. He's a real, hard-working, professional seamer. Right, he's been around a few clubs and always been a good performer and someone who will charge in for you all day.
Well, Cracknell, in terms of the length of the tail, he's the wicket keeper in this game.
As he's to face right, that's another dot ball, blocked defensively back to the bowler.
But Middlesex have had a long queue waiting to replace John Simpson for a long, long time. And Simpson, of course, down at Hove now, and skipper down at Sussex as well. But both Cracknell and Davies could both get in the side as batters. So they've got a battle for the gloves, but they, on runs alone, the pair of them could make it very difficult for the selectors, and that's kind of the challenge for both Cracknell and Davies now, I'd suggest, is that weight of runs
might get you in, as right. Bowls and it's edged. Cracknell went for a little sort of a dab down to third man, but it got the top edge, went over second slip. 4 runs a result, but the luck going the way of the wicketkeeper batsman, or batsman wicketkeeper.
Sad as I am, I was somehow watching YouTube last night, and Paul Rifle, a young Paul Rifle, was bowling to Viv Richards. And Viv played that shot deliberately to him. That wasn't deliberate from Cracknell at all. But Viv basically uppercut, you know.
Yeah.
What would that have been? 1979, maybe 80. You know, a little bit later. Cracknell for
Yeah.
a rifle, wouldn't it? 85, maybe.
As right is in, and that's down the leg side, and it will tickle down a fine leg. It might be leg bites. Coming back for 2, and they will get there. Because, ooh, just working out who that fielder is.
Let's have a look. Down below.
Fine leg, Walker.
Go on, turn around. Yeah, it's Walker, isn't
Walker,
it? But yeah, it was. I think it flashed up on YouTube, and you can tell what I spend my hours doing.
Yeah, I was going to say,
watching cricket.
after watching cricket all day, you go home and...
But I think it was a young rifle versus an old Viv, and of course Viv came out on top, didn't he? But rifle was pretty sharp, 20-year-old running in.
As we got right bowling at the moment, running in, and that's short, and attempted to force off the back foot by Cracknell, but he just picks out the fielder, and it's a dot ball to end the over. So Wright has now bowled 16 overs, 1 maiden. He's gone for 53, but unfortunately it's 0 for him in the wickets column.
So Viv uppercut him like that. Well, similar to as Cracknell did there, but Cracknell's was an edge, as you say, over second slip. But Viv quite deliberately went back and uppercuts him down to deep third, and the commentator remarked, well, you can tell just how quick rifle is because that's only bounced once on the way to the boundary rope. Now, of course, nowadays you uppercut, that's a 6 straight away, isn't it? But then bat technology as well comes into that, as is. A length ball from around the wicket by Travaskis. It's eased away into the offside by Geddes. No run. 378 for 6. Off again goes Travaskis. Balls and down the track. Oh, comes Geddes, and he edges it just out of reach of Slip. Slip will be disappointed, I think, not to have got there. But I don't think Hanscom went a long way at Slip to take that. I think he reactively threw a hand, didn't he?
Well, he was very nearly stumped because he used his feet, and the ball did turn a little.
It wasn't given as pies, was it? It was that was an edge.
Was an edge, yeah. An edge past first slip. But
so I was wondering for a moment, was it the glove of the keeper that edged it past the? Because like you, I thought he was about to be stumped. He used his feet, and I thought he was in trouble. Geddes. He's on to 57. Travaskis around the wicket from the pavilion end here at Grace Road. He bowls and Geddes back and across, defends into the offside. First real bit of excitement from a Leicestershire bowling perspective. Of course, they did pick up Sharma, but it was a bit of a gimme by the youngster. Carried away with his 6th ball before. As here's Travaskis, sunglasses on, bowls and takes the length right back on this one. Get his rocks back early and turns to mid-wicket. And again, there was an element even in that one, as short and as straight as that ball was. You can imagine Geddes later in the innings giving that a bit of treatment. There's no square leg, there's only a deep mid-wicket. There's a backward square leg in place as Geddes is forward, dropping a single through point. And he moves to 58, 383 for 6. It's funny how one moment all very quickly in cricket just sharpens you again to the action. A little use of the feet, as you said, Dermot, by Geddes.
Yeah.
Edge. Hanscom, I think he'll be disappointed he didn't get closer to that, you know, because he was unmoved, but for throwing out a right hand.
Well, it was points to the bowler for finding that little bit of turn.
Well, good for all of us as well. And Middlesex and Zafar Gohar as Cracknell backs up and pushes this back down the track. There's no run. Cracknell has 8, Geddes has 58, and 383 for 6. And just how much this deteriorates on the final day could be decisive as to whether we have a result in this game or not. If the cracks open up in the heat, there's 1 or 2 lines, I'm told, out there, but Middlesex couldn't quite work out if they were cracks or not, if that makes sense. You know, there's a few lines. Are they cracks, or you know, are they going to open up? Are they?
Well, if they are cracks, if it is slightly cracked, which most pitches, you do have those sort of hairline cracks that can open up under the sun as Wright comes in and bowls it short, and Geddes goes for a pull shot, doesn't find the middle of the bat, but he'll find just the 1. He was looking for 2 and charging down the wicket, as you should do as a young, fit young man. But decides on the cautious side, we'll just take the single, which means Cracknell will have the strike again. He hasn't looked totally comfortable during his initial 17 balls faced, but you can see that there is ability there and a decent technique as he faces up to Wright, who bowls that on a good line and length, and that was well timed by Cracknell, but picked out the fielder at backward point.
Well, let me give you a little bit of background on Cracknell as well. We just started on that, didn't we, when we got distracted by the cricket itself. But Cracknell burst into the side at Middlesex in the T20s, and Middlesex have, unfortunately, a pretty poor T20 record, but for winning it in 2008, they've, even with winning it in 2008, I think they've got the worst T20 record in the country.
And it's right to continue, and that's a good line of length. Defended on the back foot for a dot.
And one of the problems for me over the years, it's not the problem right now, over the years the problem has been explosive batters. You just see batters taking the game away, going at strike rates that as a top order unit Middlesex aren't capable of. They've got the odd one every now and again. Paul Sterling was always the great big hope for so long, and then Morgan had dropped back in as well. You know, there were players around. The first player, and the only player I think probably still to this day that Middlesex have produced through their academy who's got that explosive talent as a T20 batter is Cracknell, and that was how he burst in, and Owen Morgan called him up as a wild card for the 100 the following year. So that was the impression that he'd made in that in those first couple of years.
And he's on strike, and he pulls it away. It was a bouncer, short. It was actually above his head, but he controlled it.
Bit of tennis there,
And
wasn't
he's
it?
getting himself 3 runs out to, it was a bit of a tennis.
First day at Wimbledon.
Smash.
Strawberries and cream would be nice now, wouldn't they, Dermot?
Oh, yeah.
Hint, hint, Leicestershire County Cricket Club.
Some milk for the coffee would be
Well,
good.
that as well. We just don't want to go up and down the stairs for that.
So he's a London boy?
Cracknell, yeah,
Middlesex
yep,
Academy?
Middlesex Academy, Middlesex production line, and only in for his first start of the season last week, and he got his maiden first-class ton in doing so. So, he's made a point. He got the gloves off Jack Davies for the last round, and off the
got
back of the
100.
maiden ton, he keeps them now. But as I say, both of them could be in as batters.
It's right to Getters, who defends solidly to mid-off for a dot.
Jack Davies, who's Joe's replaced for this, he opened the innings against Hampshire a couple of years back at Lord's 21, I think it was, COVID times. Barker and co went in and opened, and his debut was down at Canterbury under leaden skies with Middlesex in all sorts of trouble. And he only got about, off the top of my head, and forgive me if it was more, Jack, if he's tuned in, but I think he got about 20 or so.
Getters on strike to right, and there's an easy single to mid-wicket because there's no fielder there.
But he batted for just over an hour under leaden skies with Middlesex in deep trouble, and Robbie White at the other end, who funnily enough was another of the keepers, queuing up to take John Simpson's place. He got 99 that day, I remember. It's one of those days you remember a batter getting 99 because he didn't have a century to his name at that point, but he dug in, got 99, and young Davis, and he was very young then, came in and got a nuggety 20 or so for an hour and a bit of play, and it just held up Kent when they were about to go through Middlesex, and these two youngsters at, I don't know, let's say 6 and 7 or whatever, all of a sudden just slowed things down a bit and rescued the situation for Middlesex. Here's Travaskis starting the new over. He's left arm around, bowls to Geddes, who bumps the ball back to him, and that went into the ground, but bumped so high, so quickly. Hold on a minute, I thought it was coming down here almost, the trajectory, as it hung in the air in front of the batter. It fooled me for a moment as forward goes Geddes, pushing back at no run. This is the 113th over of the innings. We kind of put bonus points to bed a few overs ago in our mind as much as anything, because neither were anywhere near the next bonus point as Travaskis bowls, and this is tickled by Geddes into the onside, and there's no run. But yeah, for Cracknell and Davies, I think the pair of them are battling for the gloves, but it's almost a case, and this is a very strong Middlesex top order, by the way, at the moment, as strong as there's been for quite some time, including the title year, I'd suggest. As here's Travaskis, a bit of flight and a forward defence from Geddes, and there's no run.
Sharma's wicket gave Leicestershire the second bowling point.
Yeah,
So
that was it. Yeah,
you're quite right. Geddes should have gone down to him and said, just,
slow down.
slow down, just make sure you're still there after 110 overs.
Yeah, forward goes Geddes, pushing back, and there's no run. 3-8-8 for 6. But next to come, we got onto Cracknell because you were asking about the Middlesex tail. So next to come after Cracknell, Zafar Gohar, very fine all-rounder. He's a bowling all-rounder. Yep, he's a bowling all-rounder who left arm spin and left-handed batter as this ball's punched away out to deep cover. They're thinking 2, but there should only be a single. There is just the one.
Oh, wild throw though.
Oh, massive throw, yeah. Everybody's looked around. That's Wood out there, isn't it? Walker's down below as Wood sweeping up at cover.
As well backed up. Wild throw way over the wicket keeper.
Yeah, I have to admit, I'd stopped looking at the throw. I was just looking at how hard they'd run the first, when it almost felt like it was inevitably only ever going to be a one. But they'd sprinted so hard the first, put the pressure on the fielder clearly. 3, 8, 9 for 6. So yeah, Zafar, he hit a magnificent 6 to win the game against Kent with only an over remaining of the game at Lords a little while back. Gohar, and he batted so calmly throughout. So calculated, he was just calmly pushing it back. And Middlesex needed runs. They were up against it on a bit of a turner. Parkinson and co bowling.
As we've got Wright to Getters and another quick single to mid-on, and because they both went straight away on the call, comfortably home.
390.
So how many did he end up with?
Zafar, when he hit the 6,
yeah,
I'm going to say he was on about 30 or so, and they would have won the game. But the thing was, it was 2 wickets for a Kent win. Middlesex won by 2 wickets, and there was only an over left after that 6.
Good game.
Yeah, and Toby Rowland-Jones, magnificent batter. May well be tuned in at the hotel at the moment, Toby. I know, did he come to the grounds? I can't remember. He was unwell for this game, Toby, so he had to pull out yesterday morning. The skipper.
As we've got Wright continues, and that's a good line of length, and they're taking another quick single. They're running well between the wickets, these two. Another quick single to mid-off.
I did see Toby this morning. I said, see, you had to watch the stream. He was isolating in his room yesterday. He had a virus, so he's missed this game and had to pull out in the morning of the match with that virus. But so he stayed away from the team all day yesterday, and I said, you had to watch the stream all day from the hotel room. Yeah, I did. Yeah. Sound turned down, Toby? Of course, Kev. Thanks, Toby.
Wright comes in, past the stumps, bowls now, and is driven to mid-on for a dot by Getters, who's looking unrushed and unfazed by anything that's being bowled at him at the moment. And he does look like a batsman who's got the power, has the shots, and he's just being on the watchful side, but looking in no trouble at all. He's moved to 62 now. Taps his bat, stands with his bat raised, and that one's got past his defence and hit him on the pad. But the good job that Sharma did was that, for the 50-odd balls he faced, it was a newish ball. So he's seen off a bit more of the hardness and the shine on this Kookaburra.
Well, he's given Cracknell every chance here, hasn't he, to come in. I mean, Cracknell couldn't have asked for a better lead up from the night watch.
Into his 18th over, right, and that's an inside edge. And that's hurt Getters. It's inside edge onto his left knee.
Ouch.
And that occasionally happens. There might not be some protection sort of around that side. If you haven't got your pads on tight, you can get an inside edge in.
Just made the little hand signal there that nipped back into him, Getters, didn't he?
Yeah,
I mean,
the odd one still is, and
yeah.
I thought Green nipped quite a lot this morning, back in and was honing in on an LBW, but couldn't get through. Getters stands, bat raised, drives, mistimes it. Tried to hit it a bit too early and a bit too hard, and as a result didn't find the middle.
I agree with what you're saying there on Green. I do think he was bowling within himself. I think he almost just said, right, I'm just going to put it up there, right up there, look for the nibbler.
Well, you can't bowl. I mean, some bowlers can, but you can't run in and bowl an absolute 100% effort ball like every ball.
Yeah.
Particularly if you've bowled 20 overs the day before. Yeah. The body's sore. You've got lactic acid still there in your muscles, and you're aching a little bit. You can feel the tiredness. So, what Green did was he decided, I'm going to bowl accurately. Bowl slightly within myself, but at least I'll be.
It was almost a Tim
on the
Merton.
spot.
It was almost a Tim Merton performance this morning from Green, as here's Travaskis around the wicket, slipping a short leg in place and on the back foot. Cracknell pushes away into the onside, and there's no. And with all due respect to Tim Merton, particularly from me, that's almost the kind of bowler they're trying to get rid of with Kookaburra. That they want quicker bowlers to be drawn in, but what you're finding is all of the bowlers are slowing down and bowling shorter spells because the Kookaburra is it's having the complete opposite effect to what they're hoping the Kookaburra would do. So I do hope they end this experiment very, very quickly as Travaskis bowls. And on the back foot, that's punched down to long off for a single. Geddes moves to 63, 393 for 6. I mean, they're not going to do it mid-season. There's still another round to come of it, and unfortunately they won't end it.
What always stands out for me when I analyse say a batsman's innings at the end of his game, you know, he's got like 150. Well, let's have a look at the pitch map of
Travaskis bowls, forward defence from
what he's faced. And oh, look at that, he's faced 200 deliveries and he hasn't faced one Yorker. So we're bowling him in T20s, we bowl him at the end in one-day cricket, but you know, a good fast Yorker in four-day cricket is important.
Travaskis bowls, forward goes and Cracknell and drops a single through point.
And that's what you need to do with the Kookaburra. You need to think about your bowling more, and you can't just run up and get a little bit of movement because it's a duke on a line and length. That's all I need to do. You've got to go, oh, okay, I've got to set a batsman up. I've got to bowl, a bit like Green. I'm going to bowl at 85% effort for an over and a half, and then I'm going to bowl 100% one ball.
On the back foot.
And that's going to be a Yorker, and that's what I'm setting him up for. I'm setting him up for a Yorker in an over and a half time by varying your pace and you know, thinking outside the box, not just bowling the same pace every ball, which batsmen get used to.
Here's Travaskis bowls and forward goes Geddes, tickling through the onside for a single. 395 for 6. Well, one bowler immediately springs to mind from a Middlesex perspective as soon as you say that, and that's Tom Helm for me. Right. Helm, who's Middlesex's go-to death bowler. He's a fantastic death bowler in T20. So he's got the skills, the Yorkers, the wide Yorkers, the slower balls in particular from Helm. He really does them for pace, in the mix-up of pace. So he's the kind of bowler that you'd look at on this pitch. He tried it at Wantage Road last week. It didn't work for him. It didn't work for anybody.
Sometimes it's also that the quality of the batsman. I think of myself, if I'm bowling at Graham Hick and it's a flat wicket, I've got to be changing my pace all the time. I've got to be going wide of the crease and
because he's just going to hit you off a length.
Maybe an odd bouncer, slower balls, defensive fields, and you know, Yorkers with sweepers back. Oh, because he is going to hit me off a length, and that was what Geddes attempted to do there to right, and it went through to the keeper, but it was a play and miss. Good delivery, a little bit of bounce.
I was going to say,
a little bit of movement away. I mean,
we haven't seen so much of the bounce today, but that was.
You get the odd ball like that, and you would go, "Oh, this is doing a bit."
Well, we saw a lot of that yesterday morning, that kind of bounce, and that may have played into why Leicestershire weren't quite on the spot as regularly as they needed to be yesterday, because they might have got a little bit carried away with that bounce.
As he's in again, right, and a similar delivery. This one, Geddes manages to get a bat on, and. But it does go off to backward point on the angle, but yeah, I mean...
So even up here, we got a little bit excited, Richard and I, watching it. Oh, we didn't expect this kind of bounce. You know, this looks good. This is livelier than we thought. And then, of course, we went off at lunch, and, you know, you get the whispers from Leicestershire and Middlesex that Leicestershire perhaps didn't bowl as well as they could have done and maybe missed a bit of a trick yesterday, but maybe they got a bit excited with the little bit more pace that was out there, and particularly the bounce.
Right, is in work, and they've... You know, the important thing is making contact with the ball, bringing your bat through nice and straight, meeting it late, but there was no push off the front foot to get back across onto off stump and play that one from Geddes. He was very flat-footed and attempted back foot drive that brought him no runs. He stands with his bat raised and then he brings his bat down, a bit like, you know, Harry Brook's the one for me that, you know, you see with his technique. And if I want to give a batsman more time, who needs more time, that's what I coach them to do. To have your bat just up, your hands behind you, and the bat raised, you know, and you're just waiting. And then after the ball's bowled, all you do is come down. So you haven't got to worry about an up, down, and a bat swing. It makes batting so much easier, in my point of view. Might not make it as aesthetically pleasing. So Geddes is there, bat raised, bat comes down, and it is a beauty from right that beats the outside edge, goes through to the keeper at a decent pace, taken just above waist height.
in some ways, Middlesex should be pleased to see the couple of deliveries that have excited us in this over, that one and the one that lifted, because it's suggesting there's still enough out there. And Middlesex's feeling was yesterday there's a bit out there.
And you've got through it, absolutely. Well, it's quite green, isn't it? I mean, from when we look from up here at the wicket, it's not as green as yesterday, but, and Alfonso Thomas told me they had left a lot of grass on it. As rights in and is driven off the back foot by Geddes, but finds the fielder. But I think that might be. Oh, I'm going to get mixed up now because there's more floppies today. Because.
Are you going for the cover? Who the cover is?
Yeah.
I think it's Patel.
Patel, yeah, that's Patel. So I think Bodinger's gone into slip.
Let's have a look. Hanscom at slip. Where's Bollinger gone?
He might have gone off for a rest then.
Let's have a look. That's going to be Van Beek out at deep cover.
Yeah, it was Bollinger at backward point and a floppy yesterday.
Yeah.
Took that amazing catch. And this one has got through, and man with the floppy at extra cover. Patel. And out to the offside sweeper, and they run a 2. Geddes moves on to, I think it'll be 66. And there it is. The scoreboard just a little bit slow on that occasion. But another productive over for Middlesex, who are 1 run short of 400. So absolutely, you're 399 for 6. If you're watching in the change room and you're the coach or the captain, you want to see the occasional ball misbehave and turn or. And
we've seen exactly Travaskis. We've seen get that turner to take the edge this morning of.
Yeah, so
Geddes.
At 399 for 6, Middlesex absolutely are in the pound seats at the moment, but they'll want more. They'll want, if they can, they'll want to get another 100.
Dermot Reeve alongside myself, Kevin Hand, here on BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio London, and here is Travaskis left arm around, bowls a low full toss, which is pushed back by Crackland's no run. You mentioned Hick there. That was the name that sprung to mind when we were talking about a batter hitting you off your length and how you have to mix up your pace. Was he the worst? You know, you're Warwickshire captain. You're coming up against Worcestershire. Hicks in the opposing side. Here's Travaskis. A lot of flying. This ball's tickled. Just fine a mid-wicket for a single. There's the 400 up. 400 for 6. Cracknell's on to 50.
If there wasn't any swing, and the wicket was, Hick could just drive you on the up, but he timed the ball so well and met it so late that he'd drive you through the covers for 4.
Yeah.
So you're thinking, well, I better put out an offside sweeper. Yeah. Then that'll only be a 1. But he was such a good batsman, and he just, your line and length was so small.
Here's a bit of flight on this, and edged again from Geddes, looking to drive. He was searching for it slightly, wasn't he? He wasn't a long way forward to it. The bat was, the foot wasn't. And they've got 2, well wide of slip on this occasion. He'd have needed a second to have a grab at that one, but another bit of turn, another bit of excitement for Leicestershire and Travaskis with the ball in hand. 402 for 6.
Well, it's one thing that Geddes does occasionally, is when he wants to hit the ball or drive the ball, he gets out in front of his pad. So he just plays the ball a bit too early. He'd be better off to let the ball come to him a bit more.
A lot of flight on this one, and that one he does wait on and strokes a single.
If you're batting in the indoor school, that's going to be fine. Oh, yeah, that's coming on nicely. But suddenly you get on a wicket which is maybe too paced or a bit on the slow side, and you think, oh, that's a nice one. Probably I'll drive that. Oh, it's gone in the air. So in your practice, to meet the ball late, meet it under your eyes, so important.
Travaskis around the wicket, he bowls a flatter one, and this ball's eased for a single, 3 points. Cracknell moves to 16, 404 for 6. Well, they're 2 batters where if they do get in, I mean, what have we got? 45 minutes to lunch now. Geddes is obviously in, but further into today, if these 2 are still there, coming out after lunch, Leicestershire could be in for a real battle this afternoon, because if these 2 get in, they will score quickly and they will hit big shots. Travaskis to Geddes on 69, a lot of flight, and this is tickled to square leg where there's no run, just bringing the bat down gently on that one. Geddes, and perhaps, as you say, learning his lesson from earlier in the over. He goes at it hard, doesn't he? And I do wonder how much he's played at Guildford over the years, coming from Surrey as he did in the winter. He didn't get too many chances, I'd imagine, at the Oval, but I think Epsom, he's an Epsom boy. But those Surrey tracks, they are renowned, aren't they, all of them, as being good bat index, shall we say. The runs get racked up. 404 for 6 it is here. Geddes has 69, Cracknell has 16. I think there's a big difference in batting at the Oval and batting at Lord's. And indeed, batting at the Surrey outgrounds and the Middlesex outgrounds, Guildford is renowned as being a batter's paradise. At Radlett and Merchant Taylor School, you got your work cut out a little bit more. And Mercer, of course, similarly went from Surrey to Middlesex, and of course it worked in his favour as a bowler, going the other way. From Surrey to Middlesex, found a lot more joy. Lord's was very much his home in so many ways, wasn't it? Who's this? Walker. Walker's into the attack.
Walker replacing Wright. One to Cracknell, and that's tickled down a fine leg. Ooh! And they get back for two because they pushed the fielder who lost his footing. Travascus down at fine leg and didn't pick up the ball cleanly.
One of the greatest challenges will be for the fielders today as well, won't it, in this heat, is trying to keep concentrated, trying to keep switched on. You have your quiet moments in the fields, but...
Well, when you get really tired,
Yeah.
I remember myself fielding for a day and a half against Surrey at Warwickshire. I ended up dropping a catch at the easiest catch ever of left-arm spinner Paul Booth. You know, and my coordination just had gone slightly. As Walker's in, and that's another full toss on leg stump or outside leg, and that one is picked up cleanly this time by Travascus, keeps it to a single.
Yeah, that's the thing, you know, with that misfield down there. It's a bobbly surface as well, parched out there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Parched, so
But
it's
you
gonna
do
bobble
get
on you.
tired, you know, if you've been
Yeah.
out there, you've been in the field all day yesterday, you're out there again today, so, you know, the mechanics needed just to run in, attack a ball, watch it, pick it up cleanly. You know, you're not feeling as athletic as you were at the beginning of day one. So you do get a few fumbles. And at the moment, we've got a few half volleys and full tosses from Walker. That one's a leg stump half volley, which is hit out to the leg side sweeper, and it's another two. So he hasn't started well here. You know, he bowled well yesterday. He bowled a lot yesterday, and then you start again today, and you come in your first few balls, and you know, your body's not, something's not feeling quite right. You know, your back's a bit stiff, but he's started with half volleys, and his line hasn't been good. That one was better, but it was full. Played up to mid-on for a dot.
Well, that's the thing about it. If these two are still there after lunch, which is, what, 43 minutes away now? If these two are still there, then it's a long time in the field, and, you know, you're thinking then, can Middlesex get to tea? You know, if they get to somewhere around tea.
I want to say to you, don't get ahead of yourself with projecting in the future. It's just one ball at a time. Just
Even for the commentator.
Deal with this one. As Walker bowls it beautifully on the line and length, it nips away from Geddes, who plays and misses.
I was only going to make the point though on the heat for the Leicestershire batters. They'll have been in the dirt for, well, they're already in the dirt for 3 sessions, and they'll definitely be out there for 4 sessions now. And Middlesex have an almighty collapse. But if they're out there for nearly 5, goodness me, you know, it's going to be hard work.
Yeah, well,
heading out to
if they
bat.
come out to bat after tea,
Yeah.
your legs are.
Yeah, exactly. That was purely the
Your
point I was
legs are
going to make,
heavy.
rather than from a Middlesex perspective. From the Leicestershire perspective, it's a tough task.
Walker comes in to complete his first over back, and it's another ball of very full length. It ends up as a Yorker length, but played by Geddes to mid wicket for a dot. And every ball in that over was on the full side, apart from one that was a little bit shorter, which was the one that nipped away and beat the bat. But very much a loosener over from the bowler. You could just see. I know he's sort of a burly fellow who, you know, you wouldn't say, oh, it's a beautiful smooth run up, and isn't he athletic and is balanced. It's a bit more of a, you know, I'll rumble to the stumps, and then I'll put the effort in with my big strong shoulders when I get to the crease.
Here's Travascus. He's left arm around bowls, and this is clipped to mid-wicket by Cracknell's no run. And the reason I chuckle when you said that is because when I started this, 2005, I was the first Middlesex commentator, Norman
Right.
de Mesquita, maybe a name you'll remember. He did BBC TMS at the '79 World Cup. As here's
Wow.
Travaskis bowls. This is turned through square leg for a single. Cracknell moves to 20. He'll have commentated on you many times over the years. My dear old Norman, who's sadly long gone now, but not forgotten Norman. He always gets a mention every season. This might be it. This might be his mention this season, Norman de Mesquita. I always said I'd make sure Norman gets a mention every year. But when I first started doing this job, I said, go on, Norman, give us a few hints and tips. Have a listen at home one day. And he said, the one thing is, Kev, stop thinking too far ahead.
Ah.
So it made me chuckle when you said that there. As his Travaskis around the wicket bowls, and this ball's punched away into the offside, fielded at cover. A tumbling stop, gets fingertips to it, actually, Patel, and the ball bursts through down to long off. So they do get a comfortable single.
I said it because it's a reflex.
No, I agree. Yeah.
It's pretty much sort of to anybody in life. If they're
Exactly.
if they're starting to think of things in the future and you end up getting sort of a
Fixated,
stress
yeah.
feeling.
Yeah, a lot of flight on this, and this ball's tickled to square leg. Well, as the Middlesex commentator, I was getting stressed for the Leicestershire top order, because I was thinking going out there to bat after 5 sessions in that heat. That was where my mind was going. I was thinking the poor fellows. But they will be hoping very much that they'll be in sooner rather than later and get Middlesex out there into this heat. Because it is a factor in the game, isn't it? We can't ignore it. The heat today is a factor for both sides.
Oh yeah, you're gonna have batsmen with sweaty gloves.
Yeah. Travaskis bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside, and there's no run. Is it
Perspiration dripping down from your helmet into your eyes?
Yeah.
And you just have that feeling of being a bit more uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I'll give you another tip in a second, which makes me very unpopular as a coach.
Here's Travaskis around the wicket. He bowls with a lot of flight, and it's tickled through square leg.
So
for
I
a
used
single.
to do net sessions where I would be making the batsman run every ball. They have to run a 2 during a net. So they're getting absolutely exhausted having to do that, and they're feeling really uncomfortable. And
Well, no wonder you're up here with me now, Dermot.
yeah, but for me it had great merit, but the players didn't like it.
No,
and I'm going, well, I'm trying to make you uncomfortable in a net.
Conditioning them,
I'm trying to make it uncomfortable, so you have to really now concentrate and work through that. You're tired and you just want to pull away and have a rest, but you can't. So.
Yeah, it's conditioning for the middle, replicating the middle, isn't it? I mean, that is the thing about cricket. That, of all the sports, I mean, all of them are the same in a way, but I think cricket in particular, there is no place that you can learn like out in the middle.
Well, what a lot of people don't understand with cricket is, if you look back to maybe even someone like Ian Botham or Mike Gatting, people would have seen them and thought, oh, they don't look that athletic. They're both carrying a little bit of weight, and how can they be sportsmen?
Yeah.
But the fact is, what they were very anaerobically efficient. So, if you train aerobically and you run around the ground, say at 60% effort and you steady pace, and what you're doing is you're using oxygen for energy, and you're burning fat cells. That doesn't happen with cricket. Cricket is all bursts of energy. You run and you bowl, you stop, and then you walk back, and you run and you bowl, you stop. It's all bursts of energy. You hit the ball as a batsman, you sprint a 2. You stop. So it's all anaerobic, and that's how you need to train. You need to train anaerobic, but sadly it doesn't. You're not burning fat cells through the oxygen. You're just burning off your glycogen stores. So it's so important that these fellas, that their nutrition, that they're taking on board the right drinks and the right bit of food at lunchtime, and the more anaerobically efficient you are, the less lactate you will produce. Because what happens is when we run like a 400 meter, for example, and you're sprinting and you just keep going, and eventually your legs start going to jelly. What's happened there is which is all anaerobic, that sprint, the hydrogen in your body has suddenly reached danger levels, and the lactate goes to your muscles to stop you exercising. But the more anaerobically efficient you are, the slower you will produce. The hydrogen won't produce it as quickly, and you'll have less lactate going to your muscles. But the other things that cause a lot of injuries is that, after a day's play, the bowlers, they'll have that lactic acid, and it'll still be there in the muscles, and you've got to try and get rid of it with some massage and drinking lots of water. But it's an anaerobic sport, as Walker's finding out, and he's running into bowl. And that's a blocks back to the bowler for dot. So
they did have. We should add a drinks break while we've been having this now. So they are back now. The drinks break was out there and all that time, so I haven't missed anything.
Yeah. So for me, I'd get players that, and we did this at Warwickshire. I had to explain anaerobic and aerobic to Bob Woolmer, our coach, and tell him I'm not going to run around the ground with all the other boys. I'm going to sprint and walk, sprint and walk. And he was like, "Oh, you've always got to be different." But in the end, we all ended up doing it. And you know, I just gained that knowledge from a sports scientist. So you know, that's what I was getting players to do. We'd put the cones out, you know, and you'd sprint 40 meters. Like running up and down, so you're running a 2. Stop, we will wait for 5 seconds, sprint another 2. You know, if I was in a swimming pool, I would swim 50 meters as fast as I could, then hang off the other side for 30 seconds, do it again. So I ended up training totally anaerobically, and as a result, I didn't get injured. And I bowled more overs, and you know, you get picked for England as Walker bowls a ball on a good line and length, and Cracknell defends it to short extra cover. But I don't think I'd have ever played for England if I hadn't met this sports scientist, changed the way I trained. So the following season, you know, I'd say bowl for a whole session against Kent at Tunbridge Wells. I'd come off at lunch and I wouldn't feel stiff or tired. You know, I was so much more anaerobically efficient, so I could go out there after lunch and carry on bowling. Didn't pick up the injuries of my early career. As Walker's in, and it's another good line of length and defended back to him.
Yeah, that's. I mean, that's where cricket now actually is at. I say a crossroads, but it's a fierce debate right now, isn't it? In terms of bowlers in particular, bowlers bowl a lot fewer, but so many fewer overs than they used to. But there's a lot of injuries around. Is it because they're not bowling enough in terms of that level of that kind of bowling fitness? You know, there's constant talk about they have so many stress fractures when you need to play less cricket.
There's Walker, another good ball on the line and length. It's defended back to him.
And of course, it's going to a vote imminently, isn't it? 14 games down to 10 potentially.
Right.
Which for me, I think would be catastrophic for the game. And in particular, bowlers who have to be bowling fit, and there's only one place. Well, there's 2 places, as you just said, how you train like that. But equally, the actual act of bowling, you just can't replicate it in the nets. You can only really get that kind of bowling fit in the middle, can't you? I mean, the work you do around it, which you've just described, of course, is supplementary to it.
As Walker's in, and it's another good ball, but this one beats backward point and gets down to third man for a single. So that was Cracknell.
And actually, you're very, very well placed to comment on that, Toma, because you've clearly got the scientific knowledge of it, but also the playing experience of a bowler of bowling an entire session. I mean, where do you sit on it in terms of the amount of overs that they bowl at the moment?
I'd say when I started, it was too much cricket. You know, when I was a 20-year-old at Sussex, a day of 3-day cricket.
120 overs, 130 overs a day?
Oh, it was just, with fines if you didn't bowl them at sort of 18 and a half an hour.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I think, you know, pretty much my first few seasons, I was always playing with a sore body, you know. You had a niggle somewhere that...
Traskis bowls, down the track comes Geddes meeting the flight and pushing a single out to cover. They've run the first hard again, but there's only one. Cracknell on strike.
You know, but I would imagine all these boys now are, you know, they've probably all got gym programs they should do, and they should be, you know, doing their recovery and then doing their weight trainings and working anaerobically in the gym, not doing too much aerobic work.
Traskis left arm around bowls. This is turned just in front of square leg for a single. 4-14 for 6.
Because training anaerobically will also encourage more fast twitch fibres, which is what you want. You know, if you're in the slips and you want to take a catch, you want to have the reflexes. You want to move like a 100-meter sprinter, not like a marathon runner. You know, who would have quicker reflexes. So, you know, it really is. It's all there in the sports science.
Traskis to Cracknell. Little push into the offside, fielded at point. He has a single.
You know, we've got these days all the data. We've got sports scientists helping the players, etc., etc. But, and I'll say this, practice is overrated. Okay, you get some players that are so keen on their practice, but it's different. You cannot replicate what happens in a match.
That's my concern.
In practice.
Yeah, that's my concern. Here's Travaskis bowls, and this ball's clipped away to mid-wicket, and there's no run. They say practice makes perfect, but unfortunately in cricket, the only true practice is in the middle, in a match situation.
Which isn't practice, because it's the real deal.
Well, exactly, yeah. Travaskis bowls, and this ball's driven down to long on for a single.
You might like this one.
Getters.
I've known players who practice really hard and work, say, really hard on their batting at practice, and they're getting better at batting in practice.
Exactly, yeah.
They're not actually getting better at all about batting in matches.
Yeah.
Because when the match day comes along, they're in a different place mentally.
Precisely. Here's Travaskis bowls, and Cracknell pushes into the offside, and there's no run. 4:17 for 6. Go on, keep going, Dermot, 'cause you're singing my kind of song here. This is,
so
regular listeners will have heard this a lot from me.
I had a chat with Claude Henderson earlier today, so it was a little bit late coming up here, and we were talking about AB.
Oh, we saw you, don't worry, I saw you practicing the shots over there.
Yeah, and we were talking about AB de Villiers and visualizations and the power of your subconscious, which you're programming all the time with your conscious.
Yeah.
And I've seen players who might not have a great work ethic to practice, but on match day they've got the most belief. And they take the field. I mean, someone like Viv, when he took the field, he thought, I'm going to go in there and get myself 100. As Walker continues, and it's through to the keeper, it's a dot ball. Everybody visualizes, whether they realize it or not. And you've got to visualize yourself succeed.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is you can at times take control of your visualization. I said it yesterday. Middlesex players who'd never batted at Grace Road could have been programming their subconscious. This is their favourite place to bat.
Yeah.
I love batting at Grace Road. I always score runs at Grace Road. And you program that and tell that your subconscious ends up believing it, that you played here before. As that ball goes through to the keeper, very good ball from Walker, getting a bit of bounce off the line and length. But some players just mentally, when the real deal comes on and the game comes on, they're in a different place mentally. They end up getting more nervous because they feel of the importance of it, and they underperform because they're not in a positive mindset. They're not visualizing themselves succeed. They're expecting it to be difficult. As Walker gets pushed out to the offside and does a bit of football, trying to kick it onto the stumps, but he couldn't beat the quick single. And these two have a good understanding. That was just a little block on the offside.
Well, the partnership's up to 49. I mean, in no time whatsoever.
No time at all, yeah.
24 from 43.
I think he's had the majority of the strikes since he.
But they're doing it in singles as well, aren't they? And that's why they're quietly nudging along, these two.
Yeah, but we're not calling big shots here and going, oh, look at that 4, look at that 6. It's good, intelligent batting, and
27 minutes to lunch.
Fielders a little bit tired out there now.
Well, it is. It's what they're doing is exactly what Middlesex would want them to do right now, and exactly what Leicestershire would not want them to do.
And this is where your team spirit and your energy out there in the field is so important for the fielding side. As Walker comes in, and that's another good delivery, but another excellent single taken by Cracknell, who is showing that he's got a good cricket brain.
Well, there's not many better than Pete Hanscom for that team energy in the field.
Yeah.
When he was at Middlesex, when he arrived as captain at Middlesex, they wanted a bit of a change up. Stuart Law, the coach then, Middlesex needed to change the dynamic on the field and in the dressing room. So they got Law as coach, Law got Hanscom as skipper, and it just didn't work for him with the bat, Hanscom at Lords, but it did in the dressing room and it did in terms of his captaincy.
As Walker's in this time, he is struck firmly, but Getters picks out the fielder for that extra cover.
And that's that block at cover that we're thinking. But Getters walks away to square leg now and he's thinking, how do I get it past that fielder? But they don't have a slip anymore, though.
Yeah,
so I wonder whether they should have a slip in, because the cover may well bring in the slip fielder if Getters tries to force too hard.
Well, there is an offside sweeper. He's still got the cover out there. I would always like to have at least one slip.
Yeah, me too.
And have him wide so he can dive both ways and cover a bit more ground. As Walker's in, and that's a bouncer, and they're quite a good one.
Well, he likes the hook and the pull, and he's got out to it a lot this year, Geddes.
He
But
played that
nice to
well.
see him.
It
Yeah,
was-
nice to see him playing that like that.
It was there wasn't much change in the action, if any. So just let go of the ball later, and it's going to go shorter. But it got up quite quickly at head height, and Geddes just swayed out the way, but it went through and carried nicely through, and we've got a change here from the pavilion end now.
There's this wood down below as it is, isn't
Wood
it?
coming
Replacing
on.
Travaskis. I wonder, does Travaskis get a change of ends? Because there has been more bounce at the far end for the seamers, and you do wonder whether it's worth giving Travaskis a go from that end and seeing if the left-arm finger spinner can get a little bit more bounce from the Bennett end as well. But it's going to be Wood. I mean, it makes more sense. It's slightly uphill from the pavilion end to the Bennett end, isn't it? So from this end, you're slightly going up the hill. So from the finger spinner's perspective, the trajectory of the pitch there, the inclination, will lend itself to bounce. But maybe it's worth giving a go from the Bennett end where they haven't found.
I mean, the slope at Lords. You
Yeah.
know, people talk about the slope at Lords and how, you know, and the batsman. You know, I think Jeff Boycott was saying he put little things in his shoes that would balance him out, or you know, to practice as though he was batting on a slope.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, here's Wood in bowls, and this ball's pushed into the odd side, and there's no run.
But the bit that you're standing on, that foot of earth.
At Lords.
You know, yeah. No, when the actual, okay, so you got
Yeah.
the strip.
Yeah.
How much does each strip?
Yeah, how much is the inclination?
Is the
Yeah.
slope? And
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
it's
But there are those. I mean,
it's like a millimetre,
Yeah,
2
yeah,
millimetres.
yeah.
It's not.
Yeah, but there are those.
Lords is very much a visual. You know, a visual slope that you.
Yeah. Wood bowls and forward goes Cracknell pushing away into the offside, and there's no run. There are those who do, excuse me, I'm nearly falling off this chair. Like when they do the Lord's tour, they always quote Sachin Tendulkar, who said he could never get his balance at Lord's.
Yeah, well.
I mean, I don't know, is that a myth? But
To me, it's a myth. You know, it's just you are standing there to bowl, and you can see that the ground is sloping a certain way from 200 yards across it. But it doesn't mean that you're not going to be able to swing the ball out.
Yeah.
From either end, or spin it from either end.
Here's Wood bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside, and there's no run. 4:19 for 6. We've got our most important decision being laid in front of us of the day right now.
I'll go
Chicken
the
or
salmon.
Salmon, there we go. I don't know why I didn't do it on air. I went for the salmon as well.
Yeah.
Not quite sure what the chicken was. The description was there. I didn't
Chicken cacciatore.
Oh, what's that?
I don't know. I think it's with rice.
Oh, well, I'm
Or
definitely.
actually, it might be with
I just figured
eggplant and tomato base.
The salmon felt as though it might sit a little better this afternoon. Here's Wood, he's in bowl, and this is pushed away into the offside by Cracknell, and there's no run. Not quite as heavy as the chicken. Oh, that can be quite rich salmon, but you know, these are the things you have to weigh up as a commentator with a full afternoon ahead. But there's a couple of umbrellas off, sunbrellas even, on the far side of the ground.
Yeah.
Dennis the Menace one, red and black.
My Airbnb last night was an oven.
Oh no!
It was a sauna.
Was the aircon not working?
No aircon. There's no fan.
Oh no!
I ended up sleeping in the garden. I went and put a towel down in the garden with a pillow.
You didn't?
I did. And I was out there about an hour.
Here's Wood bowls. This is pushed back up the track, and there's no run. 4:19 for 6. Yes, I have to admit it's been a talking point. We've got aircon in the hotel that we're in, or the players are in.
Yeah.
And it has been a talking point. It's like because some went too cold. It's like, oh my goodness
it
me.
can't be too cold.
Yeah, exactly. And then others couldn't have the aircon on, and it was too hot. So it genuinely is. Unfortunately, there's no garden.
I love the cold. I lived in Queenstown in New Zealand, and the snow, and I just.
So you're not a man for the heat.
I love the cold.
Well, at least you got the choice at the back garden. There's no choice in the hotel. It's the car park, I guess. Woods in bowls, and this ball's pushed away by Cracknell out to deep cover for a single. 4:20 for 6. Cracknell's on to 26. Is that the 50 partnership? It is.
Yeah.
So apologies, it was the ball before. It was the ball before was the 50 partnership. The run before was the ball.
We'll let you off, Kev.
Apologies. We were too carried away with the salmon and the chicken, weren't we?
I'm not in charge. No, I'm not in charge of partnerships. No one told me I was in charge of looking at the partnership.
But back to the slope at Lords. I mean, because even the umpires, Gus Gus Fraser had discussed this with me. If you're bowling right arm over to a left-hander from the pavilion end at Lords, the slope's falling from the left-hander's leg stump to his off stump, you know you've really got to bring it back up the slope to convince an umpire. You know, as a left-hander, you're feeling a little unlucky. I remember, I think it was Michael Carberry was batting. I can't remember who it was, whether it had been Finn or Roland Jones as his... Walker, sorry, it's your over. I've taken over. It's pushed back by Cratnell. There's no run. And Gus was on commentary with me, and I think Carberry was given out LBW, and whether it was Finn or whether it was Roland Jones from the pavilion end, and Gus, managing director of cricket, Carberry's a little unlucky there. It's got to be the perfect ball with the slope at Lords for it to nip back up the slope, and you know, unless you've got it horribly wrong as the left-hander. And Kevin James, I remember discussing it with him a couple of times as well. But here's
Walker continuing from the Bennett end, and that's the dot ball. I mean, I played in the NatWest final at Lords, and I had the slope helping my outswinger. Yeah. And I got Clive Lloyd LBW. Yeah. First of all, I got Mendes LBW, and I got Clive Lloyd LBW. Yeah. And then I bowled the ball after lunch. I came up and I thought, oh, I'm a bit stiff, and I maybe just got my hand a bit higher, but I bowled the ball to Shaughnessy that nipped back. You know, I didn't mean to do it, but it nipped back up the slope and bowled him. You know, and it was like, whoa, that was a great ball, but yeah, it was just a complete fluke. Yeah. As Walker comes in, you know, all I was trying to do was actually manage to get to the wicket. After, you know, having bowled 7 overs before lunch, I had that stiffness, and my body just didn't feel quite right. Yeah. And I don't know if I just, you know, just changed my release point and got it a bit higher, but the ball jagged back. But that's what I used to focus on if I was bowling swing with a slightly low arm. But if I wanted to nip it back, I just had to think, get higher. Yeah. Get higher, flick the wrist a bit, and you might get it to jag in as Walker bowls a leg stump half volley and is hit out to deep square leg for a single. I
remember years ago Tim Murtagh eventually came across from Surrey, and away swing bowler, stop ball out of his hand, swinging away big. One, he seemed to swing it later, which I think made a big difference, but two, I think along with Angus Fraser, Richard Johnson, who was then the bowling coach at Middlesex, I'm pretty sure Murtagh was telling me that they'd both helped him to seam it back up the slope from the nursery end, and that was the real game changer from him. Once he had that in his armour, get it seam back in.
Probably held the seam straighter and gave it a little flick, as Walker was trying to do here, and it's nudged out on the offside. Another well-run single. But
they also talk about facing him, Murtagh. They said it was a nightmare. Right. You just never knew. You know, you never knew each ball. It was like facing a spin bowler at pace. You know. Which way is it going to go? A mystery spin bowler.
Well, if he's got the seam dead straight, and he's flicking his fingers on the seam, and you know, I've spoken with Gus Fraser about this. You don't know which way it's going to go. Yeah. Yes, you as a bowler.
Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You don't know if it's going to nip in or nip out.
Yeah, but you've given the chance, haven't you?
You're just hitting the seam. As Walker's in, and he's pulled away and handsomely, and they're just a single. Good bit of fielding. Travaska's out there on the deep square leg boundary. I wasn't a seamer. I wasn't a, you know, I saw myself as a swing bowler, so I used to cant the seam, turn the seam more, you know, pull down behind the ball, not sort of flick it. So I was always trying to get movement in the air, not off the wicket. And then if I wanted to bowl the one that nipped back, you know, I might even keep the same grip, but I'm going to just think high and flick wrist, not pull behind. You know, I might have had a few other deliveries, but you pretty much bowled the one ball near enough every ball of a spell.
Woods in, started the new over to Cratnell. This is pushed back up the track and there's no run.
You know, when I started my career, I was told your job is to bowl maidens. We've got Imran and Garth LaRue, Tony Pygate, your job, you don't worry about wickets. Stuart Story said, you just bowl maidens. Yeah. That was my role, was just to come on and just try and bowl dots. Yeah. So that, you know, you need to do that in order to really keep yourself on. The captain can keep you going because you're not going for runs.
Woods in, bowls. If I say floated that one up there more, whether it was a slightly different release. It was driven inside out by Cratnell into the offside. No run. He replays a straighter drive there, doesn't he? Punching back down the ground.
Yeah. So you'd set a field instead of field for a dot ball and go, right, I'm going to bowl a good line and length. You know, the batsman's not going to do anything extravagant. He's going to play a ball on its merits.
Unless it's Graham Hick.
He will look to, you know, well, Graham Hick might be able to drive it back past you.
Exactly. Yeah.
He just have that extraordinary talent of hitting good balls.
Woods in, bowls, and this ball's pushed into the onside, no run.
But in general, if I was getting a little bit of out shape,
Yeah.
and I was putting the ball where I wanted, you know, the batsman would defend it to short extra cover.
Yep.
You know, and you know, hopefully if I got one just nick back, it would beat the inside edge and bring the LBW into play. Or, I mean, to left-handers, it was quite often the straight ball going across them that got me the wicket, that got a nick behind. Because I'd managed to swing a couple back into them, so they ended up playing at balls that were just going straight.
Wood bowls and defending.
And from over the wicket. I did go round the wicket to left-handers early on, but I was very much orchestrated by the team or the captain and wicketkeeper to not do that. You know, it takes the LBW out of play.
Yeah,
well,
again,
over the wicket to left-handers.
Yeah.
But in the modern game now, I mean, DeFleur yesterday, he would have faced just about every ball from the right armers.
Yeah.
Round the wicket.
Yep. It's the modern way.
It's become
isn't
a
it?
very modern way. Just let's bowl round the wicket to left-handers.
Wood bowls, and this ball's eased away into the offside in this round. I mean, the very simple way it was put to me as a youngster growing up was a left-hander, if you come around the wickets, then they've got a better line of sight to line you up, just their eyes. Whereas your right arm over to them, you're bowling from over their right shoulder. Your right arm around, you're bowling from, you know, almost chest on to them. So they get a better view of you. But yeah, nowadays it is right in terms of that. Although the bowler that springs to mind is Tim Mercer. He was always right arm over to the left-hander because of that ability to beat the inside edge, bringing it back in, or just getting the one to go across.
Yeah, and you're bowling stumps to stump.
Yeah. 4:23 for 6. Woods in, bowls. This is driven up to mid-on by Cracknell, and there is no run. But perhaps someone like Stephen Finn, maybe 6'8". He's right arm over to a left-hander. Almost, I guess, in terms of the height and the trajectory of that. To get an LBW, it's almost got to be a perfect ball, hasn't it, to a left-hander in terms of the height that he's bowling from, pitching it in line of leg stump.
Yeah, Finn with his height probably isn't. He's probably not searching for LBs.
Well, exactly. That's what I mean. So coming around the wicket makes more sense.
He's searching for caught behind.
But he'd be the prime example to come around the wicket quite early to a left-hander.
Yeah.
Targeting that off stump, and
I think it really it came into the game big time when, you know, say Adam Gilchrist had a bit of trouble with it, or a left-hander said, "Oh yeah, it's something I'm not as used to because I faced right arm overs all the time, so I'm not as used to someone bowling right arm round," which is true. But now I think they've got so used to it because everybody does
secret
it.
weapons to come back over. Yeah.
Yeah, but
4:23 for 6. That was the end of the over, that dot ball. So Geddes has 76. Cracknell has 28. We've only got 12 minutes to lunch, don't we? We've been talking away.
I'll do you a little Steve Finn story in a second when I was commentating out in India. And there was a
Van Beek and bowls
Indian run chase, I think, at Calcutta, and the game was getting away from England.
Yeah.
But there suddenly was a little bit of reverse swing, and England needed a wicket, and Suresh Raina was in, and from watching and from the commentary box, you could just see he was just getting a bit of tail. It was a slow wicket, and if he's going to nick it on a slow one, it's more likely to go to third slip than first slip. And you know, it was just time in that match to go, right, let's bring fine leg up and have an extra slip.
Oh, Van Beek bowls, a little bit of lift there past the edge of Geddes' punch on the off stump.
You know, and you could see it unfolding before you, going, we need a wicket now. We need a wicket now. Get rid of your fine leg, and have a fifth slip to Suresh Raina. If you get it right, that's where it's going to go. You know, and it's going to go down to third man because there's no catcher.
Yeah.
And I'm watching, and sure enough, he got it right in that spot, and Suresh Raina pushed forward and nice thick edge to third slip where there wasn't anybody.
Van Beek onto the pads of Geddes. So turn 2 here. The back scampers, Cracknell, they've got a couple. They're thinking about third, but they have. Must have been a bobble. I must admit, I was looking at the two of them down there thinking they've got it easily. The pair coming around from long leg to deep square, but I was watching the batters. Did you see the bobble, or was it just a miscommunication?
No, he couldn't get it in his hand cleanly. Just as he's picking it up, he's fumbled it.
I must have been. I'd taken my eyes off. I thought they had it. I was watching the batters instead. 26 for 6. Cracknell on to 28.
Well, it's by good fast running, which they're doing. They're putting the fielders under pressure.
Legs ball from Van Beek right in behind it. Cracknell. There's no run.
Which if you give fielders the time on the boundary just to come in slowly and watch the ball, pick it up under no pressure, they're more likely to do it clean. Well, if you're running hard, going push him, look for 2, you're putting the fielder under pressure to work his skills at a faster pace, to actually attack the ball, pick it up, and you're putting his skills under pressure more, and as a result you get the odd fumble.
Length ball again, just a little too straight. Cracknell turns it to fine leg, keeping a close eye on the fielder this time. It is just a single.
Which reminds me of another little anecdote for you. Dan Vittori, when I did a couple of games bowling coach of New Zealand.
Former Middlesex T20 bowling coach.
And Dan Vittori's given a big speech about being ruthless at the start of play. I want you all to be ruthless. I don't know if we were ruthless in the first T20. So all of you, players, staff, today, I want you to, and he read out what it meant in the dictionary, ruthless.
In comes Van Beek, and this ball's turned just fine of the mid-wicket fielder for a single. 4-28 for 6.
And at the end of the day, we won the game. It was a game that Ewan Thompson bowled a wicket maiden and got Chris Gale out, and I was really happy. He was one of my CD players making his debut. But I was in the changing room at the end of the match with Brendan McCullum and Dan Vittori, and I said, Captain, I said, we're still being ruthless. And he went, yeah, why? I said, you went into bat with 3 overs to go and you hit your first ball to long off and you jogged to the other end. You didn't sprint, putting his skills under pressure to pick the ball up cleanly. You weren't ruthless, that ball. I just told him as it is. That was always my way as a coach. And you hope people just take it on board and go, yeah, you're right, actually, coach.
Yeah.
But I didn't get any more T20 games. Any more work in New Zealand.
In comes Wood this turn just fine to the mid-wicket field for a single. Get it on to 81. 4-29 for 6. I wonder is Kane Williamson tuned in today, because I'm pretty sure.
I hope so.
I'm pretty sure
Hello,
I'm
Kane.
right in saying. I'm pretty
it's
sure.
Here, Kane.
I'm pretty sure I'm right in saying that ruthless is one of the words in terms of Williamson's been in the T20 side of Middlesex at the moment, and I'm pretty sure in terms of trying to help turn around I could be wrong, and apologies if so, but I think that ruthless is one of the words that Williamson's brought in to Middlesex for T20. That because New Zealand, I don't know this from others, as this ball's short and hooked away. Back with a square on the leg side, down to a long leg for a single. They're going to think 2 they are, back for the second. There they are, putting pressure under. Now is that tight? No, they're all right. Well, that's really good running from Cracknell, and I do think he was home. But goodness me, I said they were putting pressure on the fielder, and they did. But it was a good pick up and throw, and it was a well judged by Cracknell because he was home. But probably not worth it. There you go.
No.
There you go.
If you're in by an inch or 2 inches, it's probably not worth the risk.
Yeah.
But Kane Williamson is a young player for Northern Districts in Hamilton. My team, Central Districts, had just played against them and actually beaten them.
Yeah.
We had a good win in my first year as coach.
Wood bowls just full of length outside the off stump.
Kane came to me in the dressing room at the end of the match. We were in there just mixing with them, and he came and sat next to me and said, "Hi, coach, and I'm Kane Williamson. Is there anything you can tell me about cricket or with my game that you saw, or that he was just wanting to absorb anything he could get from sort of anybody to help his progression and learn, and I made the point to him that the best players I've ever seen play the ball the latest. Play the ball as late as you can.
Wood close to the stumps, it felt on that one.
And
swing
I said
and a miss
to him,
from Cracknell on an attempted drive.
I might have said to him then, you're going to captain New Zealand one day. And I said to him, we're gonna beat the Aussies. You're going to be captain. You're going to get me as coach of New Zealand, and we're going to beat the Aussies. Please, Kane, remember that. Well, I've been in touch with him a couple of times over the subsequent 20 years. But I watched this young cricketer go from into a fantastic batsman. He's just a machine, and heck of a nice guy and a heck of a cricketer.
It's in, bowls to Cracknell. This is run away down to deep third, and they'll think about it again. He's run that first one hard there, Cracknell, hasn't he? But it is just a single. Well, yeah, I mean, there was some talk as whether he'd be in for the last game and this one came. But sitting out these 2 championship rounds, he'll be back for the Blast next week.
Right.
Whether he's available for championship games to come, I think remains to be seen. But
And you got Steve Eskenazi, your T20
T20 captain, yeah, who's downstairs.
T20
In fact, he's
captain.
still here today. I haven't seen him today, but he might be. He was here, certainly here day one, wasn't he? Part of the squad.
Part of my team in Perth 3 years ago.
Have you seen him yet in this game?
When we won the one day, I waved him out the window.
Here's Wood, he's in bowls and driving on the up at that one. Geddes stood up tall to that, didn't he? And flayed it out to the cover boundary. Sweeper back, just a single. Geddes is on to 82. Middlesex are 4-3-3 for 6. Geddes will keep the strikes. It's the end of the over.
I'll have to get a word to whoever the cricket committee or the decision maker is at Middlesex, and or the director of cricket or whatever.
Ellen Coleman downstairs.
Absolutely, would offer my services. Say to Middlesex for a couple of months, to as an extra pair of eyes to add something, say pre-season, beginning of March to the end of April. If you want Dermot Reeves' cricket brain to come along and help Middlesex for 2 months, it would be an offer and a privilege and a pleasure to...
You've got Kane Williamson, Stephen Eskenazi. You've got the hotline.
I've got a hotline. I'm going to get in touch with them. Claude Henderson was the one this morning. Oh, Claude, we played against each other 35 years ago. But I would like to think I've still got something to offer in the game in a coaching capacity. And... and it's something I really missed. I really do miss that interaction with a player where you see him start to hit the ball harder or do something that you've worked on with them, and the pleasure you get from seeing that improvement. As it's Van Beek, is it Van Beek?
It is.
Van Beek has come back on from the Bennett end, as I've been waffling on talking about myself.
They've given him the last couple, they've given him the last couple.
No, I'm quite good at
here's the message. Kane Williamson is available for the last 5 championship games. So there you go. Williamson's back for that. Well,
I'll give him my best. Give Kane my best. You'll remember the conversation we had at in Hamilton.
Well, I'm hoping he's tuned in right now, Dermot, to be honest. Disappointed if he wouldn't be.
And Van Beek, another Kiwi, comes in and bowls that on a good line and length, and it's defended to cover for no run. Van Beek is now bowling with a 7-2 offside field. So on the leg side we've got a deep backward square, and we've got a mid-on who's very straight. Then on the offside we've got a slip, a third man, and then we've got a ring of 4 backward point, and there's a short square cover, extra cover mid-off, and an offside sweeper. And that is played 2 backward point for a dot. I'm getting a bit mixed up with Budinger. I think that's Budinger backward point.
Let's have a look.
Yesterday took a catch. He flew to his left. It was only about 6 inches off the ground.
They've had a change
he caught it with his...
That's Hanscom now who's gone there, is it? Wait, let's have a look. Hanscom's... Is Budinger the gully and Hanscom the backward point?
Well, there's 3 of them with floppy hats on. Lovely white floppy hats, as that one is defended to extra cover for a dot.
Well, Patel was in there, but Patel's now gone to slip, hasn't he? That's Patel at slip.
Yeah, and Geddes has moved on to 82. So I think Pete Hanscom's at short square cover.
Yeah, that's it.
And Budinger, Sol Budinger.
There you go, he's waving at you now. He heard you talking about it.
There we go. Hello. He's trying to get attention at the Leicestershire changing room.
It's only 1 ball to lunch, isn't it? I know, 1 more over.
Van Beek is in and driven, and Budinger does another dive to his left, but can't get a hand on this, and it goes for 4. Takes Geddes to 86. And it looked like a
2 in there
good
as well.
Over up to then, but Van Beek's now gone for and you hate that as a bowler, none for 100. If the centuries come up, and he's gone for 110 without a wicket. And a wholehearted cricketer charging in from the bent end. And I have to say the attitude of the Leicestershire bowlers has been really good. And attitude and effort, you've got to keep that at 100% always. As Van Beek is in, and he is driven by Geddes, and that's slid off the outside edge safely down the third man for a 1.
Hasn't been many edges today, has there? But one more before lunch, and one more over before lunch.
Yeah, you know, on the fielding side, you always come on. Let's get another over in before lunch. It's like we're taking 2 minutes of our lunch hour away, aren't you? Even for them, you know. Maybe you should just wait till it ticks along to 1 o'clock and then bowl the last ball and come off and over early and a couple more minutes to enjoy your lunch.
Would that be ruthless, though, Dermot?
Well, yes, if the batsman's wanting you to keep.
Well, that's
keep
true. That's
bowling,
true. Right now, yeah, that's true. No, I'm being facetious. I'm messing around.
That's
But,
all right.
yeah, no,
No,
you're
it
right.
was
You're right because right
I'll
now,
give you a 7 out of 10. I thought it was quite funny.
right now, Middlesex would love to bat unbroken for another hour, wouldn't they? They quite happily keep going. Here's Travaskis, last over before lunch. Forward goes Geddes, pushes back into the offside out, and there's no run. 7 out of 10. Barely ever
For the humour, yeah.
I barely ever get a 4 from Gus, if that. 3 maybe.
Now, if a wicket falls, no new batsman can come in.
Indeed. Here's Travaskis bowls. Forward
does
goes
he
Geddes.
just play? Does he play for lunch now? Or, for example, if they brought all the fielders up,
He
you
can
know,
have his
Alan
century.
Marcus Trescothick facing Ashley Giles, when I
Yeah.
was Somerset coach, he hit him for 20 in the over before last over before lunch.
Round the wicket comes Travaskis bowls and Geddes pushes back. And there's
We'd
no
have
run.
that chat. I said, if it's the last over and they think, oh, okay, let's have a short leg and a silly point. There's no one out on the leg side anymore.
Yeah.
So Marcus hit him for 5 fours and then he blocked the 6 ball.
Travaskis bowls, Geddes blocks this one. Forward defence, long off and long on a back, I should add. So's 2 deep mid-wicket. They haven't brought up the field. Deep covers back, so they're not giving him that option. It's high risk for low reward, isn't it, for Geddes, other than blocking out for the over now. So here's Travaskis, pavilion end, bowls, flatter delivery, forward goes
Well, you were
Geddes.
always taught, you know, think about the next batsman coming in. It's an awful time for them to come in, so don't get out. So play for the interval. But my point is, in the last
agree,
over,
yeah.
if it's already gone the time,
Yeah.
he's not
Yeah.
going to come in, the next guy. So
Everybody back at the moment, though. Well, I say everybody, 4 back at the moment. Oh, here they come. How many? The last ball before lunch, mid-off and mid-on coming up. Deep mid-wicket and deep cover remain out. Here's Travaskis. Slip in place. His left arm around and he bowls to Geddes and he blocks it into the offside. And that is lunch on day 2, and only the night watch falling on the second morning. Sharma, who batted brilliantly, best part of 50 deliveries for his 18. This partnership now, though, worth 69 for the 7th wicket. And Middlesex couldn't have had a better morning. And dare I say it, Dermot, Middlesex should be thinking about tea now, shouldn't they? Keep them out there, keep them in the dirt. 4 wickets standing, 2 set batters, and a Kookaburra ball, 45 overs old.
yeah, but you don't want to get to day 4. You don't want to get to day 4 and think, I just wish I had a few more overs to bowl them out. So, you know, what they need to do after lunch is go at a good tick, which they are doing.
And that's what I mean, get them in before
But
tea.
go at a good tick,
Yeah.
you know, and
If you could get half an hour and before tea, if you've gone at a very good tick, or 4 overs in them.
Absolutely.
But anyway, all right, Richard Ray's here. Delighted to say BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Leicester, Dermot Reeve with myself, Kevin Hand, this morning, bringing you this one. We'll very much look forward to that afternoon, because it may well be that the game ups the tempo, which could play into Leicester's hand in terms of the wicket taking. But Middlesex, and what you can hear is the applause of the coach, Dane Villasso, to our right-hand side, who's been perched in this position watching. Very good for 87. Cracknell, back of his maiden first-class arm, backing it up with a 32 from 67. We'll be back in just under 40 minutes. He'll have a BBC website and on the streams as well. Do join us for the after show. 4:38.
Brilliant shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Hello folks, we're back at a baking Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester, the afternoon session on this second day of the Rothesay County Championship Division 2 match between Leicestershire and Middlesex. Middlesex about to resume in their first innings on an imposing 438 for 6. Ben Geddes, 87 not out. Joe Cracknell, 32. He got a century last time out, didn't he? Mr. Cracknell, and every prospect of building on this partnership of 69 so far for the 7th wicket. The only question in many people's mind, how many will Middlesex want to have before pulling out? I'd go 600, but Basin Tramp had only once. What do you reckon, Kevin?
I agree. Afternoon, Richard. Afternoon, everybody. I agree. Yeah, I think with Geddes and Cracknell, they go hard to come. Then only Helmand and Cornwall, and I say only Helmand Cornwall, when you're the last two, things can be over quickly. So it's obviously been a night watch in. Were the night watch still at 11, Sharma, or 10 as he may have been. Helm was up at 9, but as it is, they're 4 wickets away from the end of the innings. So I think get themselves going again this afternoon, but these two can certainly push on, and I think Middlesex will want them to.
Sam Wood in from the Bennett end, bowls very full, driven down into the ground, not timed at all by Cracknell. It bounces up. Had a word with Sam as he went in to lunch, having applied another sort of bit of a patchy white to his cheeks, great big white stripes. But we were both missing the Sydney schoolboys from yesterday, the Sydney High School or whichever school they were from in Sydney, but they were wonderful, weren't they? Those lads in the crowd as Wood is in and bowls slowly, cut but straight to Hanscom, who is at backward point.
Yeah, they've moved them around a bit. Patel's gone to slip. Hanscom and Budinger, as you say, backward point and deep gully. So they're fancying their chance there on the cuts. I assume the ploy is Middlesex will want to push on, keep it just outside that off stump, and in which case, unless you over pitch and they've got a juicy half volley, then they're going to have to be trying to force off the back foot through points.
Wood in, bowls outside off stump, driven square along the ground all the way to Logan van Beek on the cover boundary, sweeping in front of the Uptonsteel sand. They're relatively sparsely populated. I can see a red and black umbrella over there. I say umbrella, I think
sunbrella,
parasol, or it is what is doing its job. Yeah, as you say, sunbrella.
Yeah, so it's the Dennis of the Menace sunbrella over there, the red and black. Where's Nasher?
That said, there's a few people on the back row because they are now in the shade of the trees over there as Wood bowls outside off stump left by Ben Geddes. Geddes will be aware of the proximity of his century landmark. He won't want to miss out. He's not going to have many better opportunities.
No, and that was poor old Josh DeCary's last week, 87, his first class best, and this week into the 70s, a good knock. And you felt it was there for him again, but not to be.
Crouches at the crease, Geddes, as Wood is in, bowls to him, he drives hard down into the ground, it bounces out to Travaskis as at extra cover. Travaskis doesn't take it cleanly, and there's a little bit of sort of play acting out there. The Leicestershire players keeping themselves involved, keeping themselves interested. A few more sun hats out there, Hanscom in a sun hat, Patel in a sun hat. Budinger is nearly always in a sun hat under all circumstances, most circumstances. Wood is in and bowls, driven to mid-on to another sun hat wearing Leicestershire fielder, namely Christopher Wright. End of the over, 439 for 6. Was it just the one off it? I think it was, wasn't it?
I'm just going through Ben's scores this season since arriving from Surrey. And he's been popular. Last two matches, 27, or last two innings, sorry, in the championship. He got 27 and 24. And then in the blast, started well, 51 at Lords against Sussex, 34 not out at Chelmsford against Essex in a victory, 69 at Taunton. Brilliant knock. but he's been racking up the 50s for Middlesex this summer. Could this be the innings for him?
Yeah, emphasising the importance of going to 3 figures. It'd be a little psychological moment for him.
59 at Derbyshire. Just going back to the start. Oh no, I've gone the wrong way through the month. Started at the end of the month rather than the beginning of it. My apologies. Yeah, his first Middlesex innings was at Lords against Lancashire, just the 10 in the first innings. But a brilliant 74 in the second, helping Max Holden set that game up. Here's Green from the pavilion end. There's a slip in place. He's right arm over and he bowls full and straight and it's defended into the offside. I'd like to get your thoughts, Richard, on whether Green is slightly down on pace today and bowling within himself, which you could well understand.
I was going to say, if he is, and like you, I wouldn't be entirely surprised, then who could blame him, really? It's well into the 30s. There are no bonus points now. It's just about keeping some sort of lid on the scoring rate as far as the Foxes are concerned. Really.
73 for Geddes against Kent, then 85 against Glamorgan at Cardiff as this ball's cut away out to deep cover for a single. And Cracknell moves to 34. Sorry, that was at Lords, wasn't it, that Glamorgan match?
They have to look after themselves to a certain extent. I mean, I don't think you can give the players, the bowlers in particular, any stick when we're into the 131st
No. No, but from the first ball this morning, it seems as though there was almost because he was really nibbling it about, and it looked as though he was looking for the LBW, but it looked as though he was just really focused on being full straight and almost, I don't want to say pace off, but he didn't look as though he was bending his back. And now bowls, is driven into the covers. Quick single, shy at the stumps. It was a brilliant pick up and turn. Now, is that Budinger or Hanscom in there? Indeed, it's Patel picking himself up, isn't it? Going by the wide-rimmed hats. So Hanscom's gone back to slip for Green to the right-hander, and the bowling from the pavilion end into cover goes Patel. Yeah, then the Derbyshire match, 50 in the first innings of that one. For Geddes, 59. It was at the end of April, and then we were into May as this ball's short of a length, just short of a length, nip back perhaps, and cutting down into the ground. Cracknell, it bounces up in front of him, there's no run. A match against Kent then followed at Lords, Geddes 29 and 11. 15 in the second innings. And then there was the Leicestershire match at Lords, which was a 3-day win for the Foxes. Geddes 23 in the first innings, and 6 in the second. First innings of that match, Geddes was Court Hill, bowled Hull. I think it was a bumper, that, wasn't it? As his full ball, which is flayed away to backward points, a good stop, open face from Cracknell, tumbling from Budinger, which is where he took that stunning catch yesterday, which you can see via the social media account of Leicestershire. They got umpire cam at square leg, picked up the catch. So superb. Second innings, Court Patel bowled Holland Geddes. I don't particularly remember that one. I don't think he was out to the bumper one of those. I'm pretty sure it was the first of those. I don't think it was the bumper in the second innings. Can't quite remember it. Here's a shortish ball again, and again Cracknell looks to cut, but it just dies slightly on him. He cuts down into the ground. There's no run, and then Cardiff 18 and 12, followed by the 27 and 24 here. So we got off to a really good start in terms of a run of 50s for Middlesex. But he's now onto his highest score for his new county. He does have first-class centuries to his name already, Ben Geddes.
He was caught up by Hill at long leg off Hull. So
that's it, yeah, hooking, wasn't he? Yeah, it was. Yeah, I remember it, yeah.
In the first dig.
Yeah.
And low by Patel at first slip.
Well done.
Off the bowling of Holland in the second. Wood. Fair hair glinting in the sun, runs in and bowls on off stump, little bit short, played off the back foot firmly by Geddes, just slightly wide of Travaskis. He bounces hard across the baked square. Travaskis takes it with that familiar sort of slightly aggressive sort of strut that is his walking run. Liam Travaskis, but he did have to move smartly to his left to make the stop, and in the end the single was comfortable enough. Geddes happy to take the ones. 4-4-2 for 6. Wood looking for his first wicket of the innings, still runs in and bowls outside off stump. Nice little lift, but from wide, taken by Cox, round about shoulder height to his right. Bounced away, and Cracknell, having seen that, wanders down, prods at the pitch, which under the sun, well, we could sort of see the greener bits on it, but it's shiny at the moment, and you can't pick up one or two sort of slightly greener strips on either side, but essentially it's getting barer all the time. In goes Wood, bowls in a attempt to slash the ball away through the offside by Joe Cracknell. Doesn't connect.
We didn't see much of that at Wantage Road last week. You know, there's been a good pace and bounce about this surface with the Kookaburra, which we did not see at Wantage Road. So it's a different game in that sense. And again, Middlesex, there were a couple of balls like that just before lunch, and Dermot and I were on together, and Middlesex will be enthused to see that with a ball that's 47 overs old now, an attack that's 132 overs old in this match. But still a little bit of life there for Wood.
Very straight young run even, bowls, and again a little bit short, played off the back foot by Cracknell. You heard the call of no, was slightly wide of Hanscom, but Hanscom was quite quickly on to it. A very firm no from Cracknell. Quite a few people in the green seats underneath the Turner Centre over there at the Bennett end, basically because they're in the shade over there.
Oh, my sympathies to everybody out there, sympathies.
And under the sort of umbrella, the umbrellas, the permanent sort of umbrellas on the stands, out in goes Wood, a little bit short, nicely turned off the straight into the vacant mid-wicket area by Cracknell, and he scampers the single. Nice little wristy turn of the ball, got on top of the bounce, dropped it out to mid-wicket. Wind has got up a little bit. Tell us if it gets annoying as far as the effects might be concerned. It's more or less keeping us alive at the moment up here, but
I think subconsciously it's probably calling for them and us.
We will turn it down a bit if it gets very annoying. In goes Wood and bowls outside off stump. Good lead from Geddes, moving away. Little bit of bounce. End of the over. 4-4-3 for 6 Middlesex.
Free water weight refills. So important today. Slip, slap, slop, and a bit of free water refills. That's what you need. Make sure you get that sun cream on. It is scorching out there, isn't it?
It's got a chill.
We've stepped out of this commentary box where fortunately we have got this breeze saving us, but our breeze is effectively the front window and the back door, so it's creating a little wind tunnel of our own, which is an almighty relief. Here's Green, slip in place. Right arm over, he bowls, good line and length again. And oh, yes, no, never. They settle on it quickly. Little Frankie Howard there, didn't I? 4-4-3 for 6. I was just surprised that there was ever a thought. The Geddes starts charged down, waiting for the no from Cracknell, and then the no belatedly came, but because Cracknell got excited by the Geddes charge, he set off himself before saying no. Roughly be my reckoning on how that just all worked out. As his Green, deep point, deep third, and a long leg as he's in, bowls, and forward goes Cracknell, push into the offside and round. Not quite sure why there's the long leg, because Green is nagging the top of the off stump. And he's not going to send in a bumper, I wouldn't have thought.
Occasionally he just sort of seams one back in.
Well, that's it, yeah. He's looking to beat the inside edge occasionally and bring the LBW into play, but you'd more think that potentially bring that fielder up and almost encourage the batter to try and close the face for a boundary. This Geddes in, bowls and playing straight again. Cracknell eases off the off stump into the offside, no run.
Just looking at who's bowled what. Chris Wright 19 overs, Van Beek
bowled well.
27.
How many's Wright gone for? Because he bowled well this morning.
None for 64.
Okay, he bowled so better this morning, I think.
3.36.
Got a couple to lift from the Bennett end.
Baker 27, this is Green's 25th, Walker 19, Wood 17, Travaskis 23, Rishi Patel just the 3.
Green, bowls, full straight, clipped to mid-wicket, no run. That's what I was talking about, just in terms of, that long leg potentially to square leg. you're almost saying to Cracknell and Geddes, if you want to score on the onside, you're really going to have to force. Whereas Longleg at the moment, is he? He's almost there to, well, as you say, it's almost protect the good ball, isn't it? Which in some ways is admirable. But I always think more of a deep third in terms of protecting the good ball as his. Green bowls an inside edge onto the pad, falls away into the offside. He is nagging away on that off stump, he really is. And that's why I just wondered, I feel like he can work up a bit of pace, Green, but at the moment it feels as though he's so focused on top of off. But is he? Am I doing him a little bit too much?
No,
Giving him a bit too much
how
credit?
he's bowled all season.
It is it?
Accuracy and movement.
Yeah.
Rather than pace. You know, he can bend his back and put in the bounce, but he's not that quick.
Yeah.
You know, when he does, so why bother really?
Starts his run up now, bowls, and forward goes Cracknell. There's no run, and there you go. I could barely say bowls by the time I'd finished. Starts his run up now. That's how short the run up is at the moment for Green. I don't know. I just had an impression over the years that he's had a slightly longer run up, and maybe not. Geddes 89, Cracknell 35, 4-4-3 for 6. As I say, he had that moment at Lords where he was clipped from just outside off stump over deep square for 6 by Cracknell, who will be the number 11. Cracknell, my apologies, Cornwell, who will be the number 11 coming in a little later.
He hasn't actually played that much first-class cricket, Ben Green. This is just his 30th game, believe it or not.
Oh, some good news as well. Toby Rowland-Jones is back on the ground today. He wasn't here yesterday because of illness, was he?
Wood bowls outside off stump, crashed away through the offside. Could be 4, will be 4. Van Beek can't get there. It wasn't a half volley, but Geddes got on top of the bounce and crunched it away through extra cover. Big gap there between Hanscom at backward point. Travaskis, who's gone wider, looking for the lofted drive really. Van Beek is sort of covering on the cover boundary, but outfield is so fast. It probably started about 15 yards wide of him, and he just couldn't get to it to cut it off. Wood is in again. Geddes drives, but checks it because it's a lot straighter, and it runs straight out to mid off. Yeah, Ben Green, 81 T20s, 29 first-class games coming into this one. Which is kind of why he's here, why he's at Leicestershire to play first-class cricket. He's played very little.
Well, similarly, Ben Geddes for Middlesex.
But he's a permanent signing, isn't he?
Oh yes, yeah.
Wood in, bowl straight. Ooh, a little bit squared up there. Geddes comes off a thickish outside edge, runs along the ground all the way to Hanscom at backward point.
I mean, imagine you'd love to make Green a permanent signing if possible.
Yeah, he's so much a part of Somerset's white ball setup.
Well, yeah.
I'd be surprised, but at the moment the arrangement is just about working for both parties. So, as I say, I won't be surprised if Green's one of the pioneers in terms of signing different contracts with different
Yes.
clubs. Why not, really, if it can be done? But if it's working, that's okay. In goes Wood, bowls onto legs, Midland leg really of Geddes. It's worked out towards mid-wicket. There is no mid-wicket. It's a long chase in for Lewis Hill from the prairie over there in front of the manual scoreboard. But it is just the 2 to Geddes. Unlikely to go to it with 6, or do you want to take that chance?
Oh well, you know, you could never rule it out with Geddes, so maybe we go by the batters. Thank you.
You crack on.
I was saying to Dermot, you know, his modus operandi is to be on the front foot and, you know, feeling bass on ball and going hard at it. 95 from 159 he has, and he dabs this one defensively into the offside off the back foot. Cracknell's 35, so Cracknell is Richard's man for now. Geddes is mine. 4-4-9 for 6. We're in the 134th over, which again makes a nonsense of maximum batting points being 4-5-9. I suppose there's an element of you don't want to hand them out like Smarties, the batting points that. Well, you're always going to get 1 at 250, aren't you? At 200. 2 at 250. You think they're there for the taking, aren't they? But yeah, I don't know. It doesn't feel quite right. But here's Geddes on strike, and he drives away out to deep cover, a single take, and he's on to 96, and that's the 450 up for Middlesex. Wood, end of his 18th over, 450 for 6 it is, none for 74 for Wood from his 18 with 3 maidens. Geddes keeps the strike on 96 from 161 balls. Cracknell's 35 from 85, which again tells you that's quite a low strike rate for Cracknell. A batter of his prowess, but I'd reckon Geddes gets to his century, and these two have been 20 minutes after lunch now. You'd have thought, I mean, everybody, you kind of walk around the ground and you see a few punters and they'll ask you, won't they, what do you think's going to happen? My hunch is Middlesex will want 4 overs before tea.
I think if they're serious, you know, they're serious about wanting to win the game, but they can't take too much time out of it.
Here's Green to Geddes, and he pushes defensively into the offside, and there's no run. I forgot we're going by the batters now, not the ends, aren't we? It's Geddes on strike.
Geddes on strike on 96, as you say. It's
we've got a little furry thing.
Important moment for him.
We've got a little furry thing on the floor behind us. Is that yours? It dropped off something. I mean, it could almost be a microphone end or something. No? Oh, it is a little microphone. Are we being bugged? Yes. Looks like a lapel mic, yeah. Here goes Green, he's in, bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside. 450 for 6.
There's a few ladybugs around, aren't there? Bless them.
I haven't seen any. Have you been?
3 or 4.
Yeah.
Crawling around the box.
Poor old Jake earlier, there was a massive old butterfly, flew in through the front window straight at him, but just about U-turned before it got to him and went back out again. Nearly knocked him off his chair. I had the Kevin James moth incident in the media centre at Lord's a few years back, where Kevin James is not the biggest fan of moths.
Okay.
I don't think anybody likes them, but he really doesn't like them, JMO.
It's practically a sealed unit, that place as well. Isn't it?
Yeah. So, well, we were in the TMS commentary box, weren't we? So
okay, they've got window. Okay.
Here's Green to Geddes. Something's just run out there. I've missed what it was. As Geddes away, screen bowls. It's driven back to him. There's no run. And Stephen Fletcher, the Director of Communications at Middlesex, had to jump up on one of the high chairs, like these two were sat on at the moment, because this huge moth was sat on a wall and he got a cup. Just as he went to get the cup over the moth, off it went, flew at Fletch. He fell back off the high chair which he was stood on. This was all live on air. Now, me being me, of course, well, Kevin James being Kevin James, he was mortified. Are you alright, Chamo? Me being me, of course, I was laughing. And then my chair collapsed underneath me at exactly that moment. Comedy of errors indeed it was, but yeah, poor old Mothgate at Lord's. Fletcher's alright. Forward goes Geddes, and this is pushed back up to mid-off, and there's no run. In fact, he was so alright, and never letting ego get in the way, as Fletch doesn't. He went and clipped the bit of commentary when we commentated on him falling off the chair, and the almighty bang in the media centre at Lord's. Poor old fellow. The things a Director of Communication has to do, hey? Yeah, JMO wasn't happy by that moth. There we go, keeper's standing up now. Helmet on. He didn't to the last ball, but he has to this, so that was what was run out. I thought it was. Here's Green in, bowls, and on the back foot, Geddes drops a single just wide of mid-on. So, Richard, you may have one ball of this over.
Quite happy, just
451 for 6.
Let my lunch digest.
Yes, that was a lovely lunch. Thank you, Leicestershire.
Yes, thank you for the salmon.
A bit of salmon, yeah. Just what was needed today. I did think that roast beef was going to send me off to sleep yesterday afternoon, but I think I had so many coffees in the morning that powered through for a good night's sleep last night. Here's Green past the umpire, he bowls, and forward goes. Oh, sorry, Cracknell, that's you now. Forgot we're on batters rather than ends. 4-5 for 6. Cracknell 35. Geddes 97. If we were to go by that they were to have 4 overs before tea, lose a couple for the change of innings, so take 6 off what remains today, and remaining today are 57. So what would that be? So remaining of this session 26. So 20 overs. How many could Middlesex score in 20 overs? Could they get 120 overs, get them up to 550 and declare maybe?
Should be the target, shouldn't it?
I reckon.
You would think at a minimum.
I mean, it all hinges on these two, doesn't it? I think.
Get Geddes to 3 figures and then.
Yeah, and then let rip.
Crack.
Yes. Here is Geddes. He's on 97 from 166, and it's Wood. Right arm over the wicket from the Bennett end. He bowls short, and he's pulled hard by Geddes, and that could be it, and that is it. There's the cry from the balcony below. It's been a very popular signing from Surrey, Ben Geddes. 101 from 167 deliveries. He raises his bat and his helmet to the pavilion here. Up they go, and the bat goes around the grounds to Grace Road as well. His first century for Middlesex, his third in first-class cricket. And it's been a fabulous innings. He offered that one chance early on, didn't he, to Green, who's got a double teapot on at mid-off at the moment. And boy, he's made them pay after that. 4-5-5 for 6, and his coach Dane Villaster is to our right, actually. He sat just alongside us in the seats, applauding away as well.
9 fours and 1 6 for Geddes as he pushes that one just wide of Travaskis and takes his one. Well played, young man. 455 for 6 now. Sorry, 456 even. Geddes onto 102. Is he going to go on and make it a really big one? Yes, dropped on, badly dropped as well, on 11 by Green at mid-off off the bowling of the toiling Van Beek.
Still got a double teapot on, hasn't he, Green?
Wood is in, bowls, maybe shaped back in a little bit from just short of a length, but Cracknell this time played it well, worked it out wide of mid-on, out towards mid-wicket. Right had to run across to his right to field. Cracknell takes one, moves on to 36. Still got the slip in forward. They're bowled straight, from what I've seen so far this afternoon in Leicestershire.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
making the batsman play. Wood is in and bowls, and on the front foot, Geddes again, not getting to the pitch of it, but driving through the line and getting on top of the bounce. They have left a nice gap at extra cover for him to drive into. He does, more or less straight to Van Beek on the cover boundary and takes his single again, moves on to 103, leans on the bat, feeling good about life, I'm sure, at the moment, Ben Geddes. Wood turns, longish run, bowls, outside off stump, steered nicely by Cracknell, but not past Budinger, who is at sort of wider of the backward points, almost short, wide third, really. It's a odd fielding position. He's only about 10 yards, 12 yards away from Hanscom, who is at a sort of fairly conventional backward point. Clearly Wood's supposed to be bowling occasionally, at least just outside off stump, bowls, and that one is too full and is driven by Cracknell, but only as far as Van Beek out there on that cover boundary, and one is taken again. Run rate remains 3.4. 459 for 6. 56 today. Change of innings, 54, unless the declaration comes up, obviously during the tea interval. But given the heat, it may be that Leicester probably wants to give his opening bowlers, and the fact that the spinners are, there aren't that many seam bowlers in the Middlesex side, give them a little burst either side of tea rather than just one opening spell.
Here's Green to Cracknell. Length ball, Cracknell defence. Very solid looking. And behind that one, Cracknell. Well, yeah, I mean, Helm will be the spearhead of the Middlesex attack. Higgins then Mr. Reliable will nibble it around on this pitch, and a bit like the Green effort here, really. He'll look to put it on that length, just constantly knocking the top of off stump and hope to nibble one back. Then the two factors that Middlesex, obviously with youth, will hope they can excel as forward goes. Cracknell pushing into the offside and there's no run. Cornwell and Sharma. And otherwise, Gohar and De Carey's. No Holman for this match. The leg spinner.
So Joe Cracknell is a proper darts fiend, apparently.
Is he really?
Claims to have hit more 180s than he's played cricket games. He's that good.
Green bowls, and that's driven just in front of Budinger at backward point. Open face, they're thinking to, but it's just the single. Cracknell's on to 38, 260 for 6.
And it's his speciality subject in a pub quiz. Darts from 2019 to the present day.
Ooh. What will be your speciality subject? Leicestershire cricket.
No, absolutely not. Good question.
Formula One. Here's Green, he's in, bowls, and this is dropped for a quick single, just fine of mid on, and Geddes on to 104. Formula One from the turn of the century to what, 20?
Yeah, only for about 8 years.
8 years.
Most of the questions will be answered. Michael Schumacher, probably.
Yes.
That's him.
That's how David Townsend used to always wind up Johnny Barron and Mark Church when they did the Surrey quiz. Well, you know the answer every day. So, well, you got to you can flip a coin for the answer every day. It's either Alex Stewart or Mark Granbrookash.
Probably football in the 1970s, something like that. I would guess. And a bit of cricket.
Green is past the umpire, bowls and edged and gone. Cracknell punches the back of his bat. Well, I tell you what, Green has persevered away on the top of that off stump, and he finally has reward. 461 for 7. Cracknell so disappointed, and the great disappointment would be because I'd imagine that they're very, very close, the pair of them, to unleashing at this stage. He was 12 shy of his 50, and it's been a fine knock. A partnership of 92 for the 7th wicket. But I reckon Geddes just past the century. Cracknell well set. 30 minutes after lunch, they were probably on the verge of thinking, right, now's the time to start to step it up a little bit. But not to be for Cracknell today. A century in the last match, 38 in this. Crucial partnership nonetheless. Only 2 wickets falling today. But over to Zafar Gohar now to join Ben Geddes.
He's distraught, Joe Cracknell. He punched the back of his bat in annoyance. He really fancied it out there, and he's absolutely dragging himself from the pitch. But Green reward for what Green does. Accuracy, little bit of bounce perhaps. Just maybe got a fraction big on Joe Cracknell. The darts fiend is shaking his head as he leaves the outfield. He can't believe he's gone. But as I say, Green reward of sorts for his consistency. 3 for 54 for him, which in the context of 461 for 7 is a pretty decent effort.
Yeah, you'd just say that was the point where they were probably thinking, time to go up the gears, time to put the foot down. And for Cracknell, bearing in mind, I said he's such an explosive batter, an exciting talent in that sense, in terms of T20 and his ability in that, and the 100, the call-up he got from Owen Morgan, who recognised that talent. This would have been his fun time, wouldn't it? This would have been the time, let rip, have a little bit of fun out there, get going. But he's not going to have the chance. He was playing properly, and credit to him for that. He's knocked over. Zafar Gohar makes his way out to the middle. 1 ball to come of the over. Green's 3rd wicket. So they're not quite been shared about. 7 down, and 3 for Green.
3 for Walker and 1 for Travaskis. So
extraordinary that Van Beek hasn't got a wicket yet.
Yes. No doubt he would say much the same, probably in the hearing of poor old Ben Green.
Yeah, well, that's true.
But
yeah,
Van Beek still, he's up there on 30, so I suppose every now and then you're going to get a day, isn't it, when that sort of thing, or innings when.
Well, they're the factors. They're the factors I think that Middlesex will look to, and they try and G themselves up in the dressing room. What would you say to yourself at the moment? You say, well, the feeling was there seems to be a consensus from Leicestershire themselves. They didn't get it quite right yesterday morning, which neither of us were that harsh on them, to be fair. But the feeling was there was a little bit more out there yesterday morning than they made the most of at the start of the innings. And then you've dropped the Centurion on nothing, and they've got 461 for 7. So between that opening stand, what was it, 140 nearly? Just gone actually, wasn't it? So they've gone well for the opening stand, and then 100 from a guy who's dropped on nothing. Well, in that sense, it could have been a different innings, couldn't it? Here's Green around the wicket with 2 slips. The new batter is Zafar Gohar, and the left-hander is forward, defending into the offside. There is no run. 461 for 7. Dermot's going to be back with us in a minute. He's popping off to get some water. He did a sterling effort this morning, a couple of hours with us. So He's off to get 2 pints of iced water he came up with this morning. He's been slowly sipping away on those, and rightly so, keeping cool. We were working through this morning whether that theory works of drinking tea to cool your body down, and apparently it does. But I
was just thinking I could do with a cuppa. I'll see if I can send vibes through to.
Well, this is your over. Go on, I'll go and make them. Jack's
no, go on then.
What do you reckon? Do we send Jack? I think we send Jack, Tom. He's had a good lunch.
Bless.
Come on, Jack, you got a free lunch.
The universal sign, the T, the T sign.
He thinks we're looking for a review now, doesn't he?
Friends of Grace Road are open for business. Should you want some cake to go with your cups of tea?
I thought you were going to say they're sending us across some.
Chris Wright is in and bowls foolish to Ben Geddes, who drives it out to deep extra. Half interested in the possibility of a second, but Logan Van Beek is quite quickly onto the ball. So it will be just the one.
Well, this will slow him down, won't it, Richard? So it'll be interesting how, with one more on the board, and you're only 2 wickets away from the end of the innings. And obviously, last week we saw a record last wicket stand for Northamptonshire against Middlesex. They lost 3 or 4 very quickly. Well, they lost 3 quickly indeed, because it was a hat-trick for Higgins. They lost 4 quickly. They were 9 down, and then there was a record stand. So plenty can happen here, but. Again, this is the partnership now, Geddes and Gohar, before you're into the final 2.
Inspired by Thomas Shelby of Peaky Blinders is Zaffago. There you go. In goes Wright and bowls to him. A little bit short. Bounces. Maybe just seemed a little bit Zaffa on the back foot.
He's a Leicester lad, isn't he? Zaffa Gohar?
Born in Lahore.
I think he's lived the majority of his life in Leicester, unless I'm mistaken.
His first cricket club, Shafqat Rana, in the Punjab.
Certainly family here in Leicester before getting a gig with Gloucestershire and now with Middlesex as a non-overseas player.
His wholly admirable ambition is to build a school in his home village. Runs in right and bowls to it. He leans forward calmly on off stump, just guiding it out to Budinger at point, and there's no run.
Where do we get the water from? We've got milk, but we haven't got water now.
No taps up here. Sadly, you'd have to nip down to the bar, I'm afraid, where it will at least be cold and iced for you. But
we're out of water. There's only enough water for 1 cup of tea.
Oh, really? Have to fill the kettle first thing. See, not being here first thing in the morning, the routines have all gone.
Schoolboy errors on all of our parts.
Gone to pot. Wright is in and bowls. Zaffa's turning it in the air through mid-wicket, wide of Van Beek, who'd come in from the mid-wicket boundary. Left-hander, obviously just facing his 4th delivery, and it was turned in the air, but it was short and wide of Van Beek, and in the end, wide enough of him for Zaffa to pick up his first run. And he does. Wanders down, having completed it, and has a word with Geddes, at least a head shorter than Geddes is Zaffa. Wright pushes the hair back from his brow, goes back over the wicket to the right-handed Geddes and bowls, and Geddes goes for the pull and pulls over the top of the ball, goes through just outside off stump, maybe 3 or 4 inches above the stumps, but didn't really get up in the way that he thought it was going to, but may have just been a little sign of aggressive intent from Ben Geddes. Maybe Zaffa's word was to the effect that, yeah, captain says, we've got another 10 overs or something like that, and then we're going to have a bowl. So get what you can while you can. In goes Wright. And bowls, fullish, middle and leggish line, pushed carefully by Geddes out towards mid-on. And there is no run. End of Wright's over. He too wicketless, but he's saying he bowled better this morning than he did yesterday. 20 overs, none for 66. His figures, 463, the most important figure on the board at the moment.
They are. I mean, you'd imagine they'll try and make the push in here, Middlesex. They're in the position to do so, aren't they? But it's a funny innings to weigh up, and we can only really weigh it up once. They on So they've had a bowl at Leicestershire and see what Leicestershire produce themselves. So mustn't get too far ahead of ourselves, we were saying this morning with Dermot Reevers. Here's Green around the wicket, bowls to Gohar, leaves alone, through to the keeper. Gohar will have runs on his mind here. He's a fine cricketer. For Gohar, a very good capture for Middlesex. Snaring him from Gloucestershire. I wonder how much part Higgins played in that. Higgins, who went to Gloucestershire and then came back again. And if he did play a part in getting Gohar back, then was it worth the loss of Higgins in the first place to Gloucestershire to get him back with Gohar? As it's Green in, bowls, and it's driven to cover, and there's no run. 4-6-3 for 7. Lovely flow of the bat, and he replays the same again. His ability is probably better than his batting average would suggest, and I'm sure it's no terrible average at all. Jack has done I don't know how he's done it, actually. I was going to say to him, get juggle. Has he actually gone and bought me a cup of tea? He didn't have to do that, Jack. It's a full ball from Zafar Gohar, pushed away into the offside, and there's no run. Now I feel bad. Has he gone and bought that?
No.
Come on, we're the media. We don't pay for things. He must know that. He's been around long enough, Jack, hasn't he?
I'm not sure where you're getting all this Leicester stuff from with Zafar.
Yeah, he's. I'll speak to him again at close just to confirm it, but
maybe recently, but he's pretty much brought up in Pakistan and played all his cricket there.
He's Green around the wicket, he bowls, and this is driven up to mid-off. No run. For Gohar on 1 from 8. I had a chat with him over breakfast. Where were we? Derby a few weeks back. Certainly spent a considerable amount of time.
Born in Lahore, he played much of his club cricket in the north side of that city. Was recruited into the Shafqat Rana Cricket Academy.
Well, I wondered, did he go back and forth?
Access to the under-15s.
Ah, okay.
And apparently, if reports are to be believed, an interesting little story. But after this ball,
Green's around the wicket, he bowls, and forward goes Gohar, no run.
He may have missed the chance to play Test cricket because he overslept. The left-arm spinner was to replace an injured Yasir Shah in the Pakistan squad to play against England in the UAE in October 2015, but was unable to make his flight because he overslept.
Oh no.
Nevertheless, he made his ODI debut a month later. That could be a possible...
He has played one Test.
That's on Cricket Info. Yes, he has now, yeah. But he missed his initial chance, apparently. Easily done when you're a teenager.
Around the wicket comes Green from to Gohar, pushed into the offside. So where was he flying from? From Pakistan to UAE to?
I guess, yes.
Yeah.
It would have been.
Not Leicester then.
No.
I'll check it with him. There's definitely a Leicestershire link. I'll have to check to see exactly what extent. I mean, you know.
Finally won a domestic contract with one of the banks, one of the largest departmental sides. Captain their under-19s.
Well, maybe he was just saying he had family here in Leicester, and that's where he played his initial cricket in England. I don't know. Well, I'll check it out at the stumps, at the close of play. But there is some sort of Leicester link in there.
When he's taken 5 wickets in the evening session,
Yeah.
the ball is turning square for him. Chris Wright.
Well, at the moment it's Geddes who'll be the closer play interview tonight.
Runs in and bowls to the aforementioned Geddes, who off the back foot forces it away into the gap in the covers out towards Van Beek, and again content to take his last 4 or 5 scoring shots after going to his 100 with that 4 through mid-wicket have all been singles. Some sort of call of encouragement. I think it ended in Chris, so assuming it was aimed at Wright.
It's as quiet a Pete Hanscom field as I can imagine, but I think the conservation of energy is paramount.
Salisbury's out there at the moment. He's at third man as Wright goes round the wicket and bowls to Zafar, who tries to slash him away through the offside and I think was beaten on the inside edge. He was reaching for it a little bit and it might just have shaped back in a touch. It's quite an elegant attempt to slash it away, but it was a slash away.
Hanscom will be well accustomed to these temperatures, of course. Australian. International.
He spent the last couple of weeks in Croatia, and I think the weather was pretty nice over there.
Did he really?
Yeah, he doesn't play the T20s, so had a break with his family as Wright is in and bowls straight, and Zafar solid on the back foot in defence.
Not made it to Croatia yet, that's on the list.
Yeah, it would be nice to go, wouldn't it? Is that where they've filmed parts of Game of Thrones and things? Is it?
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
I may well be wrong about that.
Yeah, I think all along the Med. Yeah, nicked a location here and there.
Right, casting a very dark shadow, runs in bowls outside off stump, cut away and cut for 4. Dived away to his right. Patel couldn't get there at backward point, hit it hard down into the ground, but it had enough forward momentum to sort of skip and bounce past Patel and out to that backward point boundary. No chance for Salisbury running around from third man to cut it off, and Zafar picks up a boundary. He moves on to 5 for 68 for 7. Packed offside. There's a mid-off extra cover, slightly deeper cover, backward point and a third man and a slip, so 6 fielders on the offside, 4 right. Even so, Zafar able to evade them all on that occasion. Right, in past umpire Debenham and bowls on off stump. Zafar leans forward and blocks it out to Travaskis at extra cover, no run. Similar sort of story going on at Canterbury, where Kent are 503 now, 507 now for 5, so they've sort of cracked on a little bit today. Right is in and bowls. Zafar drives rather elegantly, but it bounces rather than rolls across the ground out towards Wood at mid-off end of the over. Kent, of course, playing Northamptonshire. Lancs Derby looks like there's going to be a result though, and Lancs on top to a certain extent. 367 they made in their first innings. Derbyshire now 152 for 5 in their reply, still trailing then by 215 at Chesterfield. Morgan 33 4 1 in reply to Gloucestershire's 380. That's at Cardiff. That game isn't going anywhere really very quickly. Travaskis is going to take over from the wicket-taking Green. How cool are Walker's shade as he walks back towards us, sort of orangey yellow reflective jobs. Very cool.
There he comes over the slip, crouching down, long off and long on back. Travaskis gives it a bit of air, and it's pushed back to him, down to long on indeed. Like it is onto 107, a lovely cooling breeze blows through our commentary box here. Well, this must be what it's like covering England on tour. Sweltering here. You do hear it, don't you, in the winter, you're listening to TMS. No aircon in the commentary boxes. I mean, there was that time they broadcast from the castlements in Gaul, wasn't there? You weren't in the ground just to broadcast, can you imagine?
There was a reason they weren't. Were they banned or something?
There was a disagreement, wasn't there, with the Sri Lankan cricket board or their commercial department. Slip and a short leg crouch down. Here's Travaskis to Gohar, and this will be an interesting battle as Gohar pushes back. Left arm spinner to left arm spinner. They love to score against their fellow spinners, but hate to get out of them. And Middlesex need to up the scoring rate. Well, they don't need to, but you'd imagine they'd like to. There's Travaskis in once more, bowls, and Gohar drives at him, gets him away through the covers, and a chase on here. He's timed that well, hasn't he? Deep covers are not going to get there. I thought it was going to be a single or maybe 2 at best, but 4 runs it is. Lovely shot, just leaning into it outside off. Gohar moves to 9, Middlesex 473 for 7. I'd imagine they're at least 80 shy of where they'd think about pulling out if they get that far.
First time, I think, in his Leicestershire career, I've seen Van Beek look a little bit tired running along the ropes. So he's such an athlete, but that was a slightly laboured run.
Bit of flight. He's into the offside. Oh, yes, no. Oh, goodness me, there was never a run there, but there was a thought of it for some reason. 4.73 for 7. Slipping a short leg, crouching down. And Travaskis bowls, and up on his toes. Gohar punching the single out to deep cover. Moves to 10, 4.74 for 7. It just feels they were on the edge of the seat slightly in the sense that what's coming next? What's coming next? Because we're nearly there, aren't we?
Surrey, the match at the Oval, there's also been 141 overs.
Yeah.
Surrey a 673 for 4.
Yeah, there you
They
go.
scored another 230 runs in that time.
There you go. This ball's clipped away out to deep mid wickets. If I get us for a single, remind me who the opponent is there, please.
Durham.
Oh dear. Almost want to listen back to that. Can you imagine?
Dom Sibley is 284 not out.
Oh, if Durham get themselves in trouble in that, the commentary's going to be gold, isn't it? I might have to book off that start of that. Get Dermot in with Eden Gunn.
Also for Dan Lawrence and Sam Curran.
Well, that again, Richard. In all seriousness here, Middlesex, brilliant morning session yesterday. But the feeling is Leicestershire might not have got it quite right, and that has, helped Middlesex along the way with a big opening stand. They've then got a Centurion who was dropped on not very many, and they've still only gone up 3.4. So you just wonder what a good start may have done, or a held catch, or both.
Right, continues from the Bennett end, comes in, bowls straight to Geddes. Geddes defends carefully, back down the pitch to Chris Wright.
And that's the intrigue now for the reply, isn't it? We're at that stage. You're like, oh, come on, let's see what the second innings of the match has got then. The reply. At some point, these two will up the tempo. It's just when. I'd imagine they've got time on their mind. Let's have a session and a couple of overs in this heat. I'm sure would probably be the thought.
Wright is in, bowls again straight, getting on the back foot. Geddes thick inside edge onto his toe, his left toe, hopping around a little bit.
Am I right in thinking it's the hottest, forecast to be the hottest June day on record?
Is that right?
I sure read that headline this morning, BBC.
June, I suppose, yeah, last day of June, isn't it? So, be surprised if there've been many hotter. We've had, obviously had hotter days, but certainly the hottest day of the year, I think, so far. Right, in, bowls, hits Geddes as he tries to turn it into the leg side, hits him on the top part of the pad. It was going on down the leg side. No reaction from Wright or Cox behind the stumps as it bounces out towards backward point. Buttinger Fields.
Mentioned that stand for Middlesex to get them going. Sam Robson, his first century this summer. Robson and Strauss shared the highest wicket partnership for Middlesex against Leicestershire, 231, unbeaten at Lords in 2011. Middlesex's promotion year, that was.
Right, bowls again straight, pushed back past him out towards mid on. In comes Wood, hurls the ball at the stumps, hits the stumps at the other end, the stumps at which he was not aiming. He was trying to hit the stumps at the bowler's end. It ran on down the pitch, hit the stumps, and Leicestershire did appeal just in case Zafar was dawdling. He wasn't, and had got in with a foot or so to spare.
That year in 2011, their promotion back to Division 1 at the 5th attempt of asking, I think it may have been, or maybe 6th. 2006 they came down, 5th attempt of asking. Was secured here at Grace Road, in that very seat where Richard Ray is sat now as commentating on the Middlesex win that day.
Right bowls, forward goes Zafar. Hamish thinks we haven't talked about the Kookaburra enough. I won't mention, we won't mention it again.
We haven't today. Do we need to start with it, don't we?
No.
Come on.
No.
Haven't mentioned the field at Northants or anything yet. The third wicket partnership for Middlesex against Leicestershire, Sam Robson and Leas Deploy last year at Lords. 252 at Lord's last year. Yeah, neither of us can remember it. That must have been a flat one.
Right, elbow swinging, runs into bowl. Nice line, nice length, and a nice defensive forward press from Zafar Gohar. Blocks the ball back up the pitch to the man we now know to be nicknamed Dog. Or 76 for 7 after 142.
In that same season, Richard, Toby Rowland-Jones and Ethan Bamber here set the record for the 10th wicket. 72, Rowland-Jones and Bamber.
Rowland-Jones back biffed 50, didn't he? I remember that. Because it all got a little bit hairy as far as, but he was, I think they were still well short when they Middlesex, but Rowland-Jones I remember coming in and whacking a quick 50, enjoying himself.
That's the second time, or how am I going to phrase this correctly? I'll try and do it after this ball from Travaskis. Left arm around the wicket, he bowls to Geddes, who drives into the covers. Sweeper comes around and they'll collect two. Geddes 111. So you had two record wicket partnerships in 2024 set by Middlesex against Leicestershire. In 2011, indeed, mentioned that opening stand, there was also a record 9th wicket stand between Gareth Berg and the current bowling coach Tim Murtagh. They put on 172 for the 9th wicket, and again that was a must-win for Middlesex to seal promotion, and win they did, as forward goes Geddes, pushing into the onside and there's no run, but not without a fair bit of help from the 9th wicket, Berg and Murtagh. 172 runs. Anybody that saw Tim Murtagh bat over the last 10 years thinking that he was part of a 172 run stand, but he was a good batter. On the back foot, this is punched away by Geddes, just the single, moves to 112, 479 for 7, and yeah, those are the ones of note of recent years. A couple of others in there, 2010 and so, but look up and down that list: Compton, Edrich, Ramprakash, Weeks, Radley, Titmus and Murray, Edmonds and Dean Headley. Some great names in there. Here's Travaskis to Gohar. In bowls, and this ball's turned to short leg on the bounce. Gohar. A little bit of excitement in there.
Dean Headley's got big connections in these parts. He became cricket master at Stamford School. Brought through quite a number of county cricketers.
Flatter delivery, forward goes Gohar defending. What's come of the over? Just looking at the recent records by Leicestershire. We had a record chase here a couple of years ago, didn't we? Was it not a record chase between Leicestershire and Middlesex a couple of seasons back? As his flatter delivery. Oh, now he's got an inside edge onto the hip and he's caught at short leg, and that's the end of Gohar. He's gone for 10, falling to a fellow left arm spinner. That'll annoy him, but in some ways he may well be fancying getting out there himself with the ball in hand. 479 for 8, and there was a lot of chat about what will happen. Well, it's all happening quite organically at the moment as the 8th wicket falls.
Another catch for Budinger. A rather more straightforward catch than that brilliant diving effort he took yesterday. Just popped it up, as you say, off bat pad, really, bat thigh pad. And a very straightforward catch. Just had to fall forward, and Leicestershire were already celebrating before almost it was in his hand.
What does that mean for Geddes now? Does he get on with it? And you do wonder, Gohar and Cracknell batted brilliantly, batted for a long time, and kept them out there, which I'd imagine is going to be part of this for Middlesex. Keep them out there. But in terms of runs on the board, they've never got to the point to launch just yet, but they might have just arrived at it. We shall see. Are you alright for now? I'll make way.
Absolutely.
We've had an hour since lunch, haven't we? And Dermot Reeve will replace me after a few words from Richard Ray.
10 off 23 for Zafar.
Yeah.
Geddes 112 off 183 deliveries. Well, he's made sure that Middlesex haven't fallen short. They if he'd got out early, well, he very nearly did get out early. If he'd got out for 11, they could have been all out for sort of 410, 420, something like that. He's made sure they're going to get probably more than 500. question is, have they got them quickly enough to give themselves sufficient chance to bowl Leicestershire out? Well, twice. They will obviously be hoping only to bat once, and at the moment the follow-on target would be what, 330. That would be if the innings were to end now. But you would think they'd want 550, Dermot, maybe, if tried to.
Yeah, well, this is where Geddes gets a bit of a license to bat with the tail. If he plays well, he can dominate the strike. They might put the field back to him, and he could just play out 4 balls. And when they bring the field up, then hit a couple of boundaries and say to Helm, "Come on, mate, you just stay there," and then sort of do the same thing. But he can go into a bit of a one-day mode if they don't put the field back. He can start skipping down, get a bit more inventive. But mid-on and mid-off are still up. There's still a mid-wicket and an extra cover, still a backward point. So 5 men saving 1, although mid-off and mid-on they're quite deep. If you hit it gently to them, you get a 1. But it's Geddes that's on strike.
Tom Helm has only played 1 first-class innings this season coming into this game. In goes right, bowls to Geddes, who is a little bit squared up on the back foot right, tries to do a bit of football juggling, doesn't do it successfully.
No, just 3, just managed 3 there. Keeping uppies with the cricket ball. I've seen a few players decide, I'm going to give that a bit of a go, but I'm going to use my stud on the rough side just to try before I flick it up.
Sorry, ump. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's got a scratch on it now.
Right, into Geddes. Bowls again, a little bit short of a good length. Geddes stands up, just punches it out into the offside, stopped by Patel at extra cover. Yeah, Tom Helm's only other innings this season was a duck, so he has yet to score a first-class run this season. But there ain't no number 11. So who was the best number, the best as in the worst number 11? Who was a walking wicket for in your time?
Oh.
Tuffers wasn't. No, he wasn't.
Yeah, I remember him waiting to go into bat for England against New Zealand, and he was going, "Oh, Dermot, how fast is Chris Cairns bowling?" It's like
you say light lightning, Tuffers, light lightning. In goes right and bowls. Geddes working it off the back foot, but only as far as backward point, where Budinger, bouncing to his left, makes the stop.
I said to him, Tuffers, it's not a fast bouncy wicket, it's a slow wicket. He's only medium fast. Don't you dare back away. You're going to bat for your country. Don't you dare. If I see you, back away. And I gave him a real serve and rocket before he went in. And I was watching his feet as he faced up, and they just were twitching, but look, I stayed there, and I think him and Pringle might have put on 25 or 30. He came off and said, he wasn't that fast.
Right is in and bowls, and looking to force it, thick inside edge from Geddes, goes between the batsman and the leg stump. Could easily have chopped on there. It didn't. It ran down towards Travaskis.
It's fair to say that some tail enders didn't enjoy batting, waiting to go into bat. In fact, I'd have to say, perhaps the other walking wicket, Andre Van Troost of Somerset. He faced Courtney Walsh. Courtney went round the wicket, and Van Troost backed away so far he couldn't reach the ball that bowled him. And all the Somerset boys were in hysterics. And I was the coach, I gave him a real serve.
Right is in and bowls, and Helm has got his first-class run of the season. He was half forward, got a thick inside edge, and it ran down to long leg. Travaskis again, the fielder, rather more legitimate single than that taken by Geddes, the previous ball to the same fielder. 480, 1 for 8.
That's one of the things I love about the game is, to me, the sports I love, or that I think are more sporty, have that element of danger. You need courage to be a good cricketer and be a good batsman. You need courage, and there's a ball in play.
Right is in and bowls down the leg side, flicked at by Geddes, who's crossed that he didn't get anything on it. Would you have?
Whereas football as well. There's a ball in play. You need your coordination. And also it might be a big tackle. Rugby, hockey, they're sports that have got that element of danger. While tennis, you're not, there's not that. I'm going to get.
You're not going to get physically. Yeah, exactly.
You haven't got that.
Your opponent can't physically hurt you.
Yeah.
But,
and swimming, I've always thought swimming's not a sport. It's a leisure activity, and you're swimming up and down.
You tried water polo?
What? No, water polo.
That's a very physical sport.
That is physical, and there's a ball. I'll give you that.
There is, and there's drowning involved as well, mate. So I've seen many a person held under.
I have played a little bit, and my brother was a decent swimmer. He swam for Hong Kong, and he was a good water polo player. As we've got Helm on strike to Shrevesky's left arm round, and that's driven nicely. Nice shot up to long off. And slight unusual that Helm didn't hold the position. He sort of followed through with his back leg, not to be advised. But it was off the middle, as is that one, which is hit to mid-on crisply and nearly beats mid-on, but a good diving stop by Green, and it's just a single, which will bring Geddes onto strike. And now we see the changes in the field. The man goes out at deep mid-wicket, and long off. Walker comes back here at long off and long on, and there's a deep cover. So 4 on the boundary, and Geddes drives it powerfully back to the bowler for a dot.
Has got a first-class half-century to his name, Tom Helm, and his best was last season, 64 against Glamorgan at Lords. So no mug with the bat.
There's no slip in place. It's a backward point. Man on the drive, but it's mid-on. Long on who will field it as a single, with Geddes driving the ball on the front foot out to Green.
Geddes happy to give him the strike, it seems.
Yeah. So now there's no one back on the leg side now to Helm. First name Tom?
Tom.
That's right. So the short leg comes in.
Thomas George Helm. There you go.
And a slip in place as well. Shrevesky's bowls now, and Helm is forward and confidently just pushes it to mid-wicket. A dot ball.
He likes the kookaburra. He says it's good when played on good wickets that offer some reverse swing.
Oh.
So.
Well, at least he's thinking positively as he runs a quick single to mid-on. He has to be quick, and he was, and he got in. And he's finished the strike.
He wants to learn to surf.
Oh.
You surfed?
I've tried. Yeah, I've had a bit of fun body surfing and with a boogie board, but no. But I did own a surfboard when I was in Perth, it looked good in the room.
Yeah.
And you bet. Yeah, along with the guitar, a couple of props you need when you're a young man. Yeah. Bit of lemon juice in the hair.
And that bleaches it nicely, does it, for the...
Apparently, I'd have to ask Trevor Penny that.
Right, is going to continue. Hanscom is telling his fine leg Hill to go wider. Go out to long leg Hilly, he says. That's right. Still looking for that first wicket of the innings. Comes in and bowls to Tom Helm. Looking to drive, isn't quite there to be driven. Sort of goes through with the shot, gets a thickish inside edge in it. Rather skews out to wood at mid-on. There's no run.
Yeah, that's what happens when you play early and get out in front of yourself. That
a little bit eager.
The ball just has to hold a little, but also, a bit of movement back in, finds the inside edge. But Geddes as well himself has tried to drive the ball through the offside, but got thick edges to mid-on.
Right, he's in. Helm is forcing it out. He came back into him a touch, I fancy, there, and he was looking to force it out into the offside. Didn't quite time it. It sounded horrible on the bat. I hope his bat's okay. and Patel made the stop. It sounded horrible. He's looking at it now, isn't he?
It sounded like a plank, didn't it?
Awful.
Yeah.
He's looking askance at it, but doesn't seem to be cracked.
Yeah.
So just a question of not quite getting it out of the middle.
No, there should be a few little sledges going on there about your bat sponsor using Cashmere Willow because you bat number 10.
Hanscom sends his mid wicket a little bit straighter. Right is in. Helm is defending on the back foot, thick outside edge. He kind of got on top of the bounce. Was probably a little bit edgier than he intended, but he got it through about full slip down to third man, and he picks up 1, moves on to 485 for 8. I guess 500 would be something psychological in a way, but taking their time still. In fact, if anything, the run rate has come down today, 3.3. Leicestershire bowled nicely, straight, but nicely as in.
Yeah, kept going, haven't they? They kept running in, they kept hitting a line of length. But the batsmen have played well.
Right is in, driven for 4 by Ben Geddes. It wasn't too much wrong with it. It was just over pitched. It wasn't a half volley, but it was over pitched. Tall right hander got on top of the bounce, played it firmly away. Patel dived across, couldn't get there. He's quite short of that extra cover position, and nor could Green at mid-off get across to cover. So Geddes picks up a welcome boundary. He moves on to 118 for 89 for 8.
And for me, that's the best shot he's played. You know, it was a decent ball, but he drove it late, but into the ground. That's not a big gap between extra cover and mid-off, and he pierced it perfectly.
Skipped away. Right is in to him again. That is a genuine edge down to third man. Hands on a couple of Leicestershire heads out there. A little bit of fortune for Ben Geddes. He moves on to 119, 490 now for 8.
Yeah, with no slip in play, you know, when you do get it right as a bowler and the batsman gets out in front and finds a thick edge, if you haven't got any slips, then, well, it's you only got yourself to blame, because, you know, that would have been a nice to about third or fourth slip. That would have carried comfortably. There is a slip in now with Tom Helm on strike.
Right is in, bowls to Helm, who plays in the air, almost a steer down to third man. That probably would have been over fourth slip, I would think. Drew him into the shot, Chris Wright, but Helm looking to be
fraught with danger. Fraught with danger, that last shot. Got a slip backward point, and he's just he chased a wide ball, foolish wide ball, and he hasn't got his timing right yet, and a bit early on it, and the ball goes in the air. But fortunately for Tom Helm, it's down to third man for a 1, and once again he's pitched the strike.
Two batters are looking at the pavilion. I don't know whether they've had a little bit of a signal or a sign from Duploy.
Yeah,
one more over, 2 more overs. I don't know, something like that.
Well, you wouldn't want to go slowly.
No.
Now, you know, as a batting side, whatever you do it urgently at the crease. I think it'd be a shame if Geddes wasn't given, you know, 5 overs just to go hell for leather and try and score at 10 and over. That might be important runs later when you're trying to enforce the follow-on. But for the moment, it's
Oof.
left arm orthodox. Oh, and it was a full toss, a juicy full toss. But Tom Helm has hit it back just wide of the bowler, nearly a catch, but to mid-off for a dot ball when it should have probably gone for 4 or 6.
He's actually approaching his first-class best, Ben Geddes, which is 124. So that might be in the back of his mind as well.
Travaskis in, and that's driven nicely by Tom Helm, but back to the bowler. But once again, it was a ball that was in the slot if you wanted to go over the top or use your feet. And there's no one back. 5. There's no one back at all on the boundary for Tom Helm. And he's worked that straight into Sol Budinger at short leg. Another dot ball. Travaskis starting with 3 dots. Will we get an action ball coming up? Ooh, that one's ended up tossed up a bit more, but ended up in sort of Yorker length, and Tom Helm jabbed back down on it. But if there were any instructions from the balcony, they wouldn't have been get on with it, because Tom Helm is just defending forward again. Another dot ball. And now the field goes out. Good captaincy from Peter Hanscom. He's saying, okay, well, see if you can pinch a strike again and get a 1 and we'll keep you on strike because we'd rather bowl at you than Ben Geddes. This is where, as a batsman, you go think, do I take the single? Which he does, to long off for a 1 and keeps the strike. So just a single off that over. Rather unremarkable overs cricket in the match. But Tom Helm is trying to get in and get used to the conditions. He's 6 off 15. And Ben Geddes 119 off 192 balls. So he must be seeing it like a football now. But unfortunately for him, he's not getting much strike.
45 overs remain today. Could be 43 if the declaration comes before tea, or if Middlesex are bowled out, of course. Can Roman Walker add to his 3 wickets that he took yesterday? Still could get a 5-fer, which would be a pretty decent effort in the context of an innings of 500. Had a good chat to him last night. He's a good talker, is Roman. Intelligent analysis. Down the slope he comes from the Bennett end and bowls. Fairly innocuous, gentle loosener that is pushed by Helm out towards mid-wicket where Hill is the fielder. Saw Lewis coming out of the restaurant. He basically just went in to get a drink, really. It's too hot to eat, he said. I don't know what it must feel like out there.
Yeah, it's a baking hot day. Do we know how hot it's got to? By any chance, have we?
Oh, I can have a look at the...
A little peek on the weather app.
Walker bowls. Helm is up on his toes defending. 29, we're told, from the back of the box. Maybe more than that in here. With the double glazing. Windows being open notwithstanding.
Could hit 34 in parts of the UK.
Could hit 34. I can hear voices from Australia going, it's a spring day, it's a spring day. But by our standards, it's a hot one. Walker looks at the ball in his hand, which is 63 overs old now. Comes down the slope and bowls onto the legs of Helm, hits the pad, trickles out towards leg gully. Will it be signalled? Yes, it will be signalled the leg by umpire Debenham. Raises his right knee.
Apologies, it's 31.
31. That felt more like a 30's job.
32.
Kevin's phone's telling him it's 31 in the box at the moment. What's that in old money? 90? Something like that? Fahrenheit?
That's not my area of expertise, I'm afraid.
Fahrenheit has pretty much dropped, hasn't it? To a large extent. In goes Walker. Bowl! Takes the edge and gets 4 down to, well, very fine third man through about second slip. Genuine edge, but Geddes is getting the luck now as well.
Yeah.
You make your own luck to a certain extent, but that was a little bit fortunate. He moves on to 1, 2, 3. So he's now 1 short of his first class career best. 4.97 for 8.
Yeah, it's very fortuitous for Ben Geddes on that occasion, but if you haven't got any slips, then I'm afraid it's going to go through there for 4. And when the bowler bowls a good ball and has a win in terms of finding the edge, you do want a man there placed at about 1.5 who will take the catch.
Walker bowls. Again, Geddes is walking down to him this time. Walker fires it into the pads. He shovels it around the corner, gets something on it. It's all rather inelegant, but he does get a single. He has equalled his first class career best. I wonder whether that little landmark will be something that the Middlesex balcony knows about. Or about which the Middlesex balcony knows, I should say.
And was that score for Surrey, I presume? Or
I shall have a look for you. For Surrey against Kent at the Oval in 2022.
So this is his highest score for Middlesex?
Oh yes, absolutely. Yeah, his first century for Middlesex. In goes Walker and bowls. Helm defends back down the pitch on the onside, and Geddes will get his chance at the start of the next over, because that's the end of the 148th. Walker 3 for 73 off 20.
And had he had the same field for Ben Geddes as he has for Tom Helm, that where there is that man placed at wide first slip, he probably would have picked up the wicket. But the one change for the bowling of Walker is when Geddes comes on strike, slip goes to mid-wicket as a more of a run saver than a catcher. And he paid the price because he found the edge and it would have gone straight to a wide first slip. So fortune for Geddes. Not so for Walker, who comes all the way down from bowling at the far end, comes all the way down to long off. Now, as Travaskis is going to continue with his left arm round. There's a man at short extra cover, a man on a deep drive, and a mid-wicket who fielded that clip off the pads. Geddes. Well, there's enough gaps, there's still enough space at certain parts of the boundary as he looks to play off the back foot but doesn't beat Patel at that deeper sort of extra cover position, still stopping one. And Buttigieg in that short extra cover. This is though very full, and it's played straight down to long on for a single, and the applause you hear is because Ben Geddes has a new career best, so he apparently should be buying the drinks tonight.
Well, indeed, yeah. All the way to the bar at Grace Road. It's been a brilliant innings, hasn't it? He obviously offered that chance early on, Geddes, but outstanding knock and a very good signing, it would appear, for Middlesex. Ben Geddes. Said it's quite an achievement to come in an elevator batting lineup, which I think is what he's done. A lineup that has the likes of Williamson and Deploy,
and at the moment it has Tom Helm, who's on 6 on strike, who just blocks it out to extra cover for a dot.
That's not saying that he's outdone all of the rest of them. What I'm saying is, you kind of all of a sudden look at a top 6 and he's just solided in there, and you're thinking, well, where's the weak spot?
Travaskis bowls a good line and length, and it's defended, rolled away on the leg side, no run.
I think Williamson will be in for the final 5 games of the season. Who drops out? Davies has lost his place in this one. Eskenazi, Fernandez.
Travaskis is in, and it's played by Tom Helm nicely on drive up to long on for a 1, and he was at long on because they didn't mind giving him the single to keep the strike.
I always try to stop myself doing lists like that because you always forget somebody and upset them then, don't you?
What's that?
I always try to stop myself doing a list like that because you forget somebody and upset them then, don't you?
Yeah, well, it's a nice position to be in. If you're a captain or a coach and you've got to pick the top 6 and you've got 7 to get in,
yeah,
then yes, someone's going to be disappointed. And
Luke Holman, I didn't include him in the list because he's obviously an all-rounder, but he's got his maiden first-class ton this summer, and a little bit of surprise that he's been dropped for this one. They've gone with the extra seamer though. Drink run out. Do you think a message with it, Zermatt? 500 for 8, 70 overs to tea now. Overs remaining are 43, so 11 overs to tea. If they did want to have a little dart before the interval, then it might be that Geddes puts his foot down, gives himself an over or 2, pick a bowler. Who would it be? Walker.
Yeah, it was difficult to tell if there was a message. I think there might have been a change of gloves as well.
In comes Walker, and he serves up a bumper to Helm, who does try to hook him. Deep square and long leg set back. Deep point. Deep third.
Yeah, deep square's coming up now, or well, not all the way to stop one, just I guess to tempt Helm.
Well, I guess the top edge probably wasn't going to reach him at deep square there, was it? If Helm had
a long way out there, so
yeah, so
no, he's pushing him back.
Oh, is he catching or is he saving runs? Is he too deep to be catching? He hasn't gone all the way back. He's taken a couple of yards, not too many. Helm awaits, and this ball's on a length. Helm's forward, easing into the offside. No run. I'd imagine there was a message.
Yeah.
I think the onus is on Middlesex here, isn't it, to not just block out to tee. Helm 7 from 24 now. I'd say Helm, the onus is on him, block out, just get the strike to Geddes and let him go about it how he wants to. It'll just be interesting. Does he go after Walker? Does he go after Travaskis? Highest.
Well, he should maybe go after both of them and
Yeah.
score quickly.
Helm gets another bouncer, he ducks underneath it, through it goes, 3 to go the over. So you've got a century against the Sri Lankans, thank you to Ollie Thorpe back in the Middlesex office. We've got the one against Kent, so this is his second championship century.
Well, it sounds like Middlesex have got a luxury of riches with their batting. As this one is...
Tickled through square for a single, sorry.
No problem.
reading a message from Ollie Thorpe indeed. Oh, is it a leg by? Sorry.
No.
I thought you were telling me. I thought you were tapping your leg there. Sorry. Yeah, the Sri Lankan Cricket Development 11 at Guildford was his other century. 2022, same year as that Kent Championship century.
That's not a first class match, though, is it?
It was, yeah.
Well, against
the Sri Lankan
against
Cricket Development 11, yeah.
Development 11.
Yeah. Two balls to go this over. Geddes on strike, and this ball's on a length and punched away out to deep cover for a single. Geddes on to 126. 5:02.48. One to come of the 150th over of this innings. 3.4 the scoring rate. What chance Middlesex can keep it? Besides Middlesex, you like to keep it at 2.5, don't you? Now this has been a kookaburra round, so. And they had a slowish start yesterday morning, was the feeling, summary from those within the ground. So a slowish start with the ball, that is, Leicestershire, which gave Middlesex the upper hand. As in comes Walker bowls, and he's hooked by Helm. A happy hooker. He's picked up 2 out to deep mid-wicket. He's had a couple of goes in this over, hasn't he? He's got that one away. And he's into double figures. A little cheer from the balcony down below as well. 5:04 for 8. 42 remain of the day, so it's 10 to tee, and it'll nearly be on time. It's just gone 7 minutes past 3 on this scorching Monday afternoon.
Yeah, it was a nice little shot that off the last ball, and good for Middlesex that he got 2. So Geddes will be on strike, but there hasn't been any real sort of improvising from either of the batsmen. But you would have thought Ben Geddes. You know, it's partnership of 25 and Helm's got 10, so it's not as though Geddes is really overly dominating it. And a reluctancy to take on long off and long on with Travaskis bowling, who is continuing from the pavilion end. No slip in place, and that's driven up to long on for an easy single.
We were tentatively mentioning 550, weren't we, as potentially a thought in their mind. Cracknell and Geddes, and obviously if it went particularly well this session, if they really got on top.
Well, yeah, I mean...
Maybe more, but...
You could just bat the innings, but say, bat positively. You know, let's go 6 and over now. And organically, the innings will continue, and Helm is working that away on the offside. Might have spun a little bit. Played it off the back foot. So extra covers the left hand. Purcell does the fielding, and so this over we've had 2 balls and 2 singles, and now the field gets more defensive with Geddes on strike. Slip comes out.
A bit of turn and bounce. Travaskis go hard downstairs, rubs his hands together, as does Deploy.
Travaskis is in and bowls. This is short. And could have been put away, but Geddes picks out the fielder. That's a difficult gap there. There's 2 of them. Budinger and Patel with their floppy hats on. And this one's pulled away. This should be 6. That one was short and got the treatment from Ben Geddes. Lovely pull shot. He went aerial, very deliberate, and he went all the way for 6 off his 201st delivery. He takes Treviscus down for a maximum.
Should have been 12 that, shouldn't it? I was waiting for the clunk, thinking it was going to hit the roof of the Meats Cafe and Bar over there. Old corrugated iron roof.
That's out of the ground, isn't it?
Yeah.
That is.
Did it clear the Meat? Richard's over there. Richard, do you think it went over the Meat? Or did it just go down the alley to the side of it? Cricketer's pub over there, I think there is.
Well, the box of balls has come out. I don't know, is there a pub there?
I think the pub's this side of it, isn't it?
Right.
The cricketer pub. That side. Well, these are the nets over there, aren't they? The famed Grace Road nets. The best nets in the world, according to the Australians, isn't that right?
Right.
Wasn't that what they used to say?
I haven't been over there either.
The Australians used to always love to come over. You never been in the nets?
Yeah, I have actually, but not for long.
Yeah. Not for long. A long time ago and not for long.
Not for long, yeah. Nets are a bit overrated, I think.
Well, yeah.
You know, the surface you're batting on is different to the surface you're going to bat on in the middle.
Yeah.
It's like when people have throwdowns before the match on the outfield, and you know that's slower than the wicket's going to be. It's not. I never really saw the point too much in having throwdowns, as Treviscus was going to continue, but pulled up. And now we'll restart his very short run-up of 3 steps and a jump, and then a bowl and a full toss, and hit away, but straight to Van Beek at deep mid-wicket, just for a 1.
We are slightly to that side of the ground, aren't we? The Meat side of the indoor, the outdoor net side of Grace Road. But that's still an almighty blow, that one he's just struck.
Yeah, it's a shorter side, but that went a good 80 yards over the boundary.
Seem to remember Roland Jones smashing a huge 6 or 2, as Richard mentioned in that innings last year here. The old scoreboard was in his sights away to our left.
Treviscus to Helm, who works away on the leg side, and there's an extra gap there at mid-wicket because we got a silly point in. But it was the last ball, so Helm will keep the strike.
Five, 1, 4 for 8.
And you do feel it's a bit subdued out there. You feel the Leicestershire fielders now a clock watching a little bit, thinking, when is a declaration going to come? They're not rushing around in between overs. Their over rate's pretty good. I think they're 4 runs ahead from where they should be on average, so no need for them to rush around. But you do want to keep the energy up in the field. It's always important to share that energy around with enthusiasm and positive comments, and you know, try and lift a teammate's adrenaline by, you know, run over to him and give him a whack on the bum and say, come on, get us a wicket, and just try and get him some energy from somewhere as Walker comes in and he's played off the pads for a dot ball. And excuse me there, Kevin, I think that was your delivery to take.
Not at all. Looking away at those folks, the outdoor seating that they have on the far side of the ground. It used to be like a little family area over there.
Yeah.
I think
it's a bit odd, isn't it?
They've got I think it's for T20. I think in a T20 you can buy a little box there or whatever. They're like an outdoor box, a hospitality box, aren't they?
Yeah.
Here comes Walker again, bowls, and Helm is beaten. Just full of a length. He was barely forward. I think he's in 2 minds, isn't he, before the ball's even released at the moment, Helm, but mostly it's find a single for...
They're green cylinders, really, aren't they?
Well, you'd imagine a
little table, a little wooden table,
so
a couple of benches in there.
They've sliced up some big piping network and put tables in the middle of them, haven't they? But it looks very much so. Bilbo Baggins could be sat there having tea right now in the Hobbit.
Yes. Yeah, Hobbit-like.
He's Walker, 22nd over. He's in bowls, and this ball's clipped away to mid-wicket. Oh, good tumbling stop. Hanscom low to his left. He saved at least a couple, I reckon, but possibly even 4, depending how quick that outfield was. I'd say Helm's a decent bat. 13 from 32. Has he just... No, he hasn't. I thought he'd hit the strike. That's only midway through the over. Still 3 to come.
And Hanscom takes himself from mid-wicket on the 1 out to deep mid-wicket. So 3 back on the leg side boundary now. And a mid-on, and on the offside we've got a third man and deep cover that are patrolling. So you could skip down here, Getters, and go over mid-off.
On strike. Oh, looks to swing at one down the leg side, through to the gloves of the keeper. 1 day wide.
Yeah. I don't think it was a deliberate dot ball that your bowlers decide, well, I'll throw one a foot outside leg and it'll just go through the keeper for a dot. But you see that plan occasionally done in cricket.
Long leg, deep square and deep mid-wicket. Those 3 backers. Walker bowls, 2 to come of his 22nd. Down the track comes Getters on this occasion. That's a brilliant stop. Low to his left. Walker gets down, gets a hand to it. Getters on 134.
Yeah, decent footwork. I mean, he did come down. He didn't come down too fast. You know, if you come very late as the bowler is bringing his arm over, and if the bowler's decided, I'm going to bowl a line of length, if you come late, the bowler doesn't see you, and if you come fast with big strides, you can create a lot of momentum to hit the ball straight over his head.
Getters now slaps into the covers, wristily rolling the wrist over the top of that one. So a Shah like that. Dot ball this to end the over, so Hell has strike on 13, 5:15 for 8. 40 remain of the day, 8 to tee. Do they want a couple before the interval? I fancy they do. I fancy they do. And well, what can they get? I mean, if you lost 2 for the change of innings now, so that's 38. So there'll be 6 left in the day. If you want 2 before the interval, let's say, rather than 4, then that's 4 innings to hit out.
But if you declare it tee, you don't lose those 2 overs.
No, you don't. You don't. But what the price of those 2 overs to the pressure of 2 overs before tee? That's the. You're not having it.
No, I'm not. I'm saying
declare it tee.
Declare it tee, and then you've saved yourself a couple of overs.
Declare 10 minutes before you're due back out. Are you that kind of skipper, Dermot? Do you walk off and say, that's it, lads, we've declared, or do you wait until they're halfway through the tee interval? Say, yeah, we declared. Well, there is that. Get them rushing.
Yeah.
Just before the restart.
Hopefully I wasn't that kind of man. Anyway, Travaskis is in, and this is whacked on the leg side for 4. Tom Helm deciding I'm going to be positive. Just a normal delivery on a line and length, but he had a big swing at it. Got the front leg to front foot opening up to the leg side. It was a bit like a T20 power hit, and that'll cause a change in the field, which will be mid-on. Will go back and protect the boundary. I think, in fact, Green is still coming up. He's trotting up. It's not all the way back. It's an easy single to him. As Travaskis is in, and Helm is cutting and missing, and the ball is just going over the top and middle and off. 2 for 92 now.
Well, that was a classic overnight declaration, wasn't it? 10 minutes before the start of play. And give a little nod. Yeah, we've done.
Travaskis in, and a nice line of length, and this one's just blocked by Tom Helm. I did coach Maharashtra, and we batted for 2 days and got 700, and on the 3rd day I carried on batting just for 5 minutes. Travaskis is in, and that's his whacked leg side, and it's hit clean by Tom Helm. That's going to go all the way for 6 over wide long on. A real T20 style power hit, but a very clean strike. Good technique in the shot.
Yeah.
Gets his head down, and by planting that front foot wide, it opens up an arc for your bat to swing through, and it also gives you a base, and with that base you've got a stronger base, and the energy to your hands, actually energy comes from the ground up. So if you've got a base, there's more energy that can come up into your hands, so your hands work faster and hit through the ball. So, while if you just kept your feet together and swung it to leg, your hands wouldn't work as fast. So, very good technique in that power hit over wide long on from Helm, who's now raced to 23. Good batting, and Middlesex move on to 525. So things are going their way. The partnership has now raced to 46th. With Tom Helm scoring half of them. 2 balls left in the over. Trebeska is in again, and this one is worked to mid-on for a single. So good positive over for Middlesex. Good batting by Tom Helm. And Geddes has 1 ball left, and if he gets it in front of square on the leg side, there will be a run because there's no fielders there. That's what he's tried to do, but he's got a thick edge down to deep backward square, where he'll pick up at least 2. In fact, he'll get back for 3.
He's pinched the strike, Dermot.
He's got the strike. Geddes will keep strike off the last ball.
That's worked very well for Middlesex, that one, hasn't it? And Roland
14.
Butcher.
I think 14 off that one.
Roland Butcher. He's on. Are you off?
I will make way for the great man I was talking about yesterday.
Yeah.
Sweeping side bottom over the mount stand.
Well,
when
we
he
were.
made
How did we get
199?
Yeah.
And I learned so much watching him, and I thought I've got to learn that shot. He was sweeping the quicks over the mount stand.
Did you know that
What
he was
a player.
Did you know he was coming today? When
No.
we were
And
talking
what a
about it yesterday.
fielder.
No idea you were coming.
What a fielder.
We even said some
Superstar
nice things.
cricketer.
We even said some nice things. Yeah, we even said some nice things. Cheers, Dermot Reeve. Dermot's going to make way, and Roland Butcher's going to come in and sit down alongside me. It's 5-2-9 for 8, and here is going to be a change of bowling at the far end, but more importantly, it's a change of commentary in the box. Roland Butcher. I looked up and I saw the stand, and Butcher's got his book here. He must be here somewhere, and he sat on the table right behind me at lunch. Lovely to see you, old chap. Here's Patel. He's right arm around, and he bowls to Geddes on 137. 40 goes, driving into the covers. There's no run. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing well. Yeah, good afternoon, and thanks for having me. And
Thanks for being here.
another splendid day weather-wise, and looks like Middlesex, if they could get 600, it seems every time I watch them, they get. Oh, he's bowled.
Oh, he's bowled him. Geddes is gone. Patel around the wicket to the right-hander, and he's just slid one across and taken the top of off. Well, can you believe the softest of dismissals to end his best first-class innings? Ben Geddes, 137, 5-2-9-4-9. So will Cornwell come out? I think he will, because I think Middlesex will at least try and get to that 550. That was in my mind what was going to be the bare minimum for them, and that's very nearly where they are now. Dane Villas is to our right there, just to applaud off the brilliant Ben Geddes. Outstanding effort. He's had a fine impact since he's arrived at Middlesex this year, and there he goes, raising his bat. Punch of the gloves from Noah Cornwell, and 208 deliveries in the end in this heat also, which is certainly a challenge for the bowlers and the fielders, but of course for the batters as well.
Yeah, very good innings, and timely one as well. I think he'd be a bit disappointed the way he got out.
Oh yeah,
because ball just seemed to go straight on with the arm. Perhaps played just inside the line, but all in all, a very good innings.
Yeah, absolutely. 5-2-9 for 9. Yeah, there we were. I don't know how we got onto it. Dermot Reeve, he was talking about watching you bat, and you were lapping the seamers, lapping the quicks. You must have been batting against one of the sides that he was playing for, I assume, or he was a kid.
Well, no, wait, don't forget, Dermot was a young MCC professional.
So was it MCC?
He would have been in the scorebox. Doing his duties.
I think that's what it was,
so I knew Dermot from then when he was a youngster at Lawrence with the MCC.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was now. Now we mention it. So Cornwell is out there. Cornwell, we've seen one huge 6 from Geddes. Past the meat, whether it was down the side of it or over the top of it, certainly was beyond it in the end, whichever way it got there. But Cornwell, who hit one over the grandstand at Lords off Ben Green, who's playing in this match for Leicestershire. Was playing the T20 for Somerset in that game, but one of the biggest hits I've seen at Lords. That clipped, well, I say clipped, picked up from just outside off and over the grandstand for 6. I think even you'd have been proud of that one, Butch.
Would have been happy with that.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sure I would.
Here's Patel. He's right arm around and he's bowling to Cornwell. Slip in place, forward he goes defensively, and there is no run. So are you on tour with the book at the moment?
Yes, I was at Chesterfield yesterday.
Nice.
Courtesy of Derbyshire. They looked after me really well yesterday. I had a nice event at Chesterfield.
Who was there? Derbyshire against?
Derbyshire, Lancashire.
Oh, did you go and see Scott Reed alongside Dave Fletcher?
I did see Scott and Fletch, spent some time with them. And it's good to see them again.
They're a good warm-up act to come and see Richard Ray and myself.
Well, of course. And
of course you did the Leicestershire game at Lords, we were saying, for the BBC, didn't you? Leicestershire against Middlesex.
Yes, I did first. Well, it was the first game, wasn't it?
No.
No, it was May
No, it was
16th, May
yeah,
15th, 16th. Yeah.
Midway through that block, forward defence from Cornwell, no run. So where's next? Derbyshire yesterday.
Derbyshire yesterday. I'm at Millfield School tomorrow.
Oh.
Part of the Apex Festival.
It's Patel bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside, and there's no run. Remind us all the name of the book.
It's called Breaking Barriers, Barbados to England and Back.
Breaking Barriers. Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I was sitting there happily tucking away and looked up and a big sign in front of me. I thought, no, come on, where is it? He'd have told me if he was here. Patel, last ball of the over, and forward goes Cornwell, defending into the onside, blocking out for Helm. There's some credit for Tom Helm. He's on 24 from 37. We're mulling up whether they have a quick dart at them for 2 overs before tea. There's 6 overs to the interval, and of course you lose 2 for the change of innings, but as Dermot Reeve said, well, if you declare it tea, you don't lose the 2 overs, but how precious the 2 overs compared to the 12 balls they could have at them.
Yes, have a go, see what happens. If the alternative is to declare it tea, then you might as well, give it a go for 2 overs and see what you can get in those 2 overs. If you can get the 21 runs, fine. If you don't, what have you lost? Or if you lose the wicket?
Well, here's Travaskis to Helm. Slip crouching down, and Travaskis is in, bowls, and that's slapped down the ground. There's a long on back. 4. They're rejecting the single. Oh, they know it's straight at the fielder for 4. Didn't move. I thought he was rejecting the single. Didn't even move, Helm.
No, the long on had some distance to go, and once it pitched on turf, it just was into the boundary. It was hit dead straight, so that was the key to that. There was a long on fairly wide.
Well, my thought was 550 when Geddes and Cracknell came out to bat, and they lost Cracknell relatively early after the interval. Not that early, but so it's Travaskis again, bowls, and Helm pushes a single into the offside and takes it out. Deep extra cover, everybody back for Helm. They clearly didn't see Cornwell bat against Green last year, so 5-3-3 for 9. If they get their 550 with their numbers, with partnerships 8, 9 and 10, then they've done pretty well as well, I think. Middlesex.
Yeah, I think bringing the field in for Cornwell gives them the opportunity really to go over the infield, and it's every chance that he's able to do that.
Oh, absolutely.
He doesn't need to try and push the single
Helm's
to get Helm back on straight. Just let him play normally.
Well, Helm's going to have a chat with him now. Simon Hughes was up in the commentary box. Actually, it was the Leicestershire match. And he was recalling a partnership between you and he where he blocked out for 90 odd. You got 90 odd and he blocked out at the other end, I think was the story, as if you can remember it. As here's Cornwell on straight, he's gone. Left arm over to the left hander, just slides on past the inside edge, and that is tea on the second day. 5-3-4 all out. Cornwell will be disappointed. They're disappointed they didn't get out swinging.
Well, he should have
get us as well, I guess.
I think he should have just played normally, because trying to rotate the striker over at this point makes no difference. If you're going to declare it tea,
well, it takes the decision out of their hands, doesn't it?
Have a go.
Actually, that's a good point. Say the declaration 2 overs for tea. Would it have been tea anyway because they were that close to the interval? It's only 10 minutes away. If you're 10 minutes from the scheduled interview, would that be tea regardless? I always get confused on the tea interval. It always throws me.
What do they do when you're 9 down as well? Is that a...
T gets delayed. Oh yeah, T would have been delayed there, half an hour. Yeah, so we'd have gone on ages.
Yeah.
So Millfield tomorrow, and then where else? Is this the start of the tour? Are you midway through it? Is it?
I started.
Oh no!
I started from really the 14th of May.
Oh.
And then the next one after that, remember, was Middlesex.
Yeah.
So I've been on the road ever since then.
Yeah, but you were.
And in between, I've done some.
Oh, was that not the Leicestershire game?
The Leicestershire game was.
Yeah.
I did it on the Friday.
Ah, okay.
And then I commentated the Saturday.
Yeah.
And the Sunday.
Yeah. And there was ex-players day as well, wasn't there? Yeah.
Yep. So I did. I also did last week. I did Chelmsford Essex against Hampshire. So I'm pretty much been on the road. This last week I've been up to Bury, Worcestershire, York.
I'm hoping the BBC have got you on in all these places.
Well, to be quite honest, I've stayed away. I did promise Fletch and them to come yesterday, but I really didn't get the time to do it yesterday.
Too many people looking for you.
Well, no, I was in two different spaces. I was in the hospitality tent, and then I was in the area for the spectators as well. So I was between the two. I did say I would come and see them, but never got the chance.
Yeah. And where are you next on BBC duty?
I've got to look.
Probably testing you now.
I've got a game coming up soon.
Any Middlesex? Have you seen any of the Middlesex boys?
Yeah, I did. I've spoken to some of them. Yeah, and I'm doing most of the games I've got this year are Middlesex involved. Middlesex. Oops.
What have we just lost? Something's blown over behind us.
Yeah, plus the iPad.
Oh no, it's my iPad. Anyway, go on.
Yeah, I've got a lot of Middlesex games. I've got your game at Merchant Taylors. I'm over there.
Oh yeah, Merchant Taylors.
Yeah, I've got some game at Lord's.
Bring the ice lollies for that one.
Yeah, and the Oval as well. I've got quite a few games the Oval this year as well.
Oh, good man. But we've been interrupted by tea. But listen, the book, Breaking Barriers.
Yep.
Google it. You'll find where to buy it. Google it.
Yeah, you can find it there, or go on to rolandbutcher.co.uk. You can get it on there or on Amazon. Or.
And of course, Butch, you were the first black man to play for England. The first black man born to play for England sadly passed away last week, Sid Lawrence, which is a very sad loss.
That was very sad. I mean, Sid was a really nice guy. We had a very good relationship, a very funny man. As you know, larger than life. He was the soul of the party, Sid. So it was very sad, that he passed away, and in the circumstances, he's had a tough last couple of years. I think for a year and a half, not really knowing what it was he had, just couldn't move his legs or hands, etc.
Yeah.
Then finding out fairly recently, and then we got that very sad news last Sunday. I think when I was on my way to Milton Keynes to an event there, got the very sad news.
Yeah, really sad news. Really sad news. Very important part of history, and great to see you, old chap. Look after yourself.
Always a pleasure.
We'll go and find some tea now. We'll go and find some cake or an ice lolly to cool us down. But Roland Butcher, thanks for your time. We will hear him and see him on the mic again soon. But lovely to see him. Breaking Barriers, that book to find it. Join us back after tea. 5:35 all out. Middlesex. So 37 overs after tea in this one.
Brilliant shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is!
Got him. And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Leicestershire and Middlesex. Leicestershire about to commence their reply to Middlesex's formidable first innings score, 534 all out. The visitors, 3 wickets apiece for Roman Walker, for Ben Green and for Liam Travaskis. The other wicket falling to the deadly off-spin of Rishi Patel. Patel, who picked up his maiden first-class wicket at the end of the game last week against Glamorgan, now has 2 for not very many, having taken 1 for 4 from his, I think, 4 overs or 5 overs possibly that he bowled in that innings. He has other things on his mind though now. He is walking out to bat, accompanied by his fellow opener Sol Budinger. Budinger also brought up a landmark in the previous fixture, his maiden first-class century, so he will be full of confidence, or should be full of confidence. He's always a confident young man, and will continue to try and score at a decent rate, I am sure. It will be a slightly extended session. We are starting a few minutes early. We had an early tea because of the fall of the last wicket. Noah Cornwell leg before wicket to Liam Travaskis. And it does mean we don't lose any overs, only the over in which the wicket fell. What was left of it, just 3 balls, I think, was left of it. So we'll have a 37 over session, and it will be commenced by Tom Helm bowling from the Bennett and Dermot Reeve alongside me, Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester. And very interesting to see what Leicestershire approach will be. Middlesex having scored at just 3.5 runs an over. Helm comes down the slope and bowls to Patel, who leaves the outswinger. Ball moves away a touch. Very gentle delivery just to start with from Tom Helm. A few clouds around, but it is still baking hot out there. Leicestershire, if they get in these 2, they will score more quickly. Budinger in particular rarely scores at much less than sort of 70-80%, and he's usually pretty good value entertainment wise, and he's actually sort of started to score big as well, so it's a nice combination. Helm is in to Patel, leaves outside off stump, bounces through to the keeper.
And you get this with the Kookaburra when it's brand new. It will swing for, say, probably half a dozen overs without you doing much with the shine. You just got to angle the seam slightly. And Helm, very tall, has a very upright action, short delivery stride, so he bowls from very high.
Comes in and bowls to Patel, who's playing at that one, thick-ish outside edge, along the ground all the way towards backward point where Gohar is the fielder. And funny enough, sometimes the Dukes doesn't swing straight away while the lacquer is still on it, but starts to swing at about 8, 9.
Yeah, once you get that lacquer off, it's like a bit of plastic that's on there, and you can just sort of scratch it off with your fingernails and then work a nice shine into one side. But that was a better ball from Helm. His delivery made the batsman play.
Runs in and bowls to Patel, who's turning him off his legs, but a good falling stop to his left by mid-wicket means no run results. Good volume, as you'd expect, from the Middlesex fielders at the start of an important session for them. If they can pick up, I don't know, 3, something like that, by the close, they'd be pretty happy with their day's work. Helm turns, comes in, bowls. Patel is forward, studiously, carefully on off stump.
See, Bob,
out into the offside.
Bob Woolmer's team talk could have been, which I did hear on one occasion, come on, let's go out there and bowl them out for 10. Come on, we can do it. Let's believe it. Let's go out and bowl them out for 10.
Yes, I say 3, but yes, and they'd certainly be. They'd love 6, 7, 8.
Well, first
or
game,
10.
First game of the season, Surrey against Essex, and Surrey got bowled out for 14.
Helm bowls. Patel, slightly shorter of a length, is up elegantly on his toes, blocking that one back down the pitch. So Tom Helm starts with a maiden. Sorry, I've gone past 800 today.
And
They're still going.
Still going.
four Centurions in the innings. A little bit of bad news in that game for, I say bad, for Claude Henderson, Leicestershire's director of cricket, who was the previous holder of the worst bowling figures in the county championship. I think it was, I can't remember what his figures were, but they were pretty awful. I'll get them out for you. But he's no longer that he had 3 for 235 in 2006. But George Drissell has beaten that, if that's the right word, with 1 for even more against Surrey today.
Oh boy.
So he's now down in the record books.
I saw Chahal. Yuzurinder Chahal for Northouts was none for 120 at one point.
1 for 247, Drissell's figures.
God. Right, well, we've got Cornwall from the pavilion end, left arm over the wicket. Bowling to the left-handed Buttinger. 2 slips in a gully and a ring of 3. Mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg, comes in, bowls now, and that's driven for 4. Wide half volley, beautiful shot. Just caress that through the covers. That's the kind of delivery that you dream about to receive first up. Wide half volley.
Yeah, no thoughts in Buttinger's mind about leaving it or having a look.
He didn't try and hit it too hard though, he just leant on it, elegant, beautifully played, great technique, meeting the ball late, right off the middle, didn't try and hit it too hard. Stands with his bat, taps it and then it's raised. And this one is short and cut for 4 through the offside. Just an over adjustment by the bowler to the half volley. He bowled first ball, so he pulled it back, but now it was too short, but it was also giving Buttinger width, and it was cut away in front of the backward point that's in place.
Again,
2 slips in a gully, but
it was a beautifully elegant shot.
Lovely
He's
shot.
got that left-handed
8 off
grace.
2 balls for Sol Buttinger, who now gets a better ball that's on the perfect line and length, and he's forced to play, and he does so well. Played it late and it rolled through the gully area.
I was telling listeners, Dermot, that he made his maiden first-class century in his previous innings against Glamorgan. It came off just 92 balls, hit 14 fours and 3 sixes, and went to his century with a huge 6 over long on.
Well, he sounds like some talent. And again, he's defending, but it's a firm push out to extra cover for a dot ball, but the ball's making a nice crack sound off his bat. So he's a
Notts product, or was at Notts, but he's been with Leicestershire now for this is his 3rd season.
Oh, that's a good shot too. That was short and pulled away and got through a misfield. It was nicely off the middle, and Buttinger showing that he picks up length really quickly, not afraid to play a sort of half pull shot. It wasn't really short, just back of a length, but confident man who decides I'm going to play a pull to that. But he's raced along to 10.
Yep, he will. He's the highest run scorer for Leicestershire this season. He's averaging 44, 1 century and 2 50s.
As Cromwell is in, and past the umpire, bowls now, and that one's a no ball, left alone outside the off stump. Surprisingly by Buttinger that he's he doesn't look like a batsman that likes to leave, but it's good that he's got that in his repertoire, because there's certain balls that come down which absolutely the best shot to them is a leave. You get a ball on a nice line of length that starts to leave, swing away from you. Some of the best batsmen I ever bowled at were the best leavers of that danger ball. as Cromwell's in, and that's a little bit wide, and Ballinger has nothing to do with that. End of the first over from Cornwall, and he's gone for 12 because 10 off the bat and a no ball. So not a great start from the man who got naught.
Gets a pat on the back from his captain. Probably a little bit nervous first up. Disappointed with himself, but I'm sure he'll get into his rhythm.
Yeah, it can be intimidating if you're coming across a batsman that you know likes to play his shots, and he's going to punish me if I'm, anywhere from hitting that immaculate line and length, but wanting to hit the splice of the bat and have him defending on the front foot.
The rather more experienced Helm comes in and bowls to Patel. Took a while to get down there, that ball. Patel seemed to be in position in very good time as he just leant forward and off stump and blocked it head over the ball out into the offside. He's had some good scores this season, including a very good 100, a match-winning 100 against Northamptonshire, Rishi Patel, but by his very high standards, he hasn't got the weight of runs that he would have liked, so he'll be very keen to take advantage of this ball in these conditions if he can get in. Helm in, bowls to him, he leaves outside off stump, it bounces fairly gently into the gloves of the keeper.
Is Patel a Leicestershire product, or did I see, was he born in Essex?
Essex boy, yeah.
Yeah.
But he's been here quite a long time now. No, he's an Essex product.
Yeah, I think there's a couple, aren't there, born in Essex, that when I had a little flick through of their profiles.
Helm is in, bowls to him, he nice high left elbow, strokes that one out defensively to mid-off, off stump, rehearses a firmer drive, not yet inclined to play. 2 slips and a gully for Rishi Patel facing the bowling of Tom Helm.
Yeah, I'm very interested to watch these two in a sort of a partnership, because it's one of my sort of theories in the game that what we got on strike now is Patel, who's a dominant right-hander, who's batting right-handed.
Helm bowls to him, he drives and he's going to pick up 4, hit it firmly down into the ground. Cover reached high to his left, Max Holden couldn't get there, and it runs away to the extra cover boundary. 4-4. Boy, do you get value if you beat the infield.
You do, don't you? It's gone, it's 4.
Yeah. Unless there's a sweeper, forget it.
And that was really nicely played. He does let the ball come to him. It has a high left elbow and doesn't, I wouldn't say, use too much bottom hand in that shot. It's all timing and getting the right shape.
He's a classy player, Patel. Helm in, bowls to him, drags his length back a bit. Patel stays on the back foot, plays it forcefully but carefully out into the offside, and Holden this time can make the stop.
But with him being bottom hand dominant, in that he bowls right-handed and throws right-handed, and his right hand's on the bottom, he should be good at the cut shot and the pull shot, while Ballinger at the other end, he's a dominant right-handed person. He throws right, that's a stronger arm, and that's on the top of the handle.
Catches with his right hand as well.
He did, yeah.
Yeah, no, I take your
so
point.
So they get better at certain shots.
Helm is in, and that's going to go for 4 as well. Slightly over pitched and just leant into it, Patel, and stroked it out to the extra cover boundary. So we've had 4 boundaries now, all sort of slightly different styles. Slightly, Patel's were both front foot drives essentially, but even so, they both already look in decent order, and Leicestershire already after 3 overs are 20 without loss.
Well, yeah, in 3 overs we have had 4 beautiful, exquisite shots that have gone to the boundary, 3 drives and a cut.
If these 2 get in, it will be lovely watching, I promise. Contrast, but they're both very good.
So it's Cornwall into Ballinger, and he's beaten on the inside edge, and he's out. Playing for a bit of swing that wasn't there, so he got beaten on the inside edge, and if it didn't hit him outside the line, it probably was a good appeal and a judgment LBW. But that's what happens when you can face a new ball, or you're predicting what the bowler's going to do, whether it just nipped back ever so slightly, but he was beaten on the inside edge. Wasn't defending, was having a little push at a full ball, and he's been adjudged LBW. So Middlesex have their first wicket, and Cornwell, who hadn't started well in his first over and didn't do well with the bat, well, he'll be feeling happier about life now. He has a wicket.
He will. Might just have hit him on the back pad. Here's the replay. He must have been fairly close to being outside the line, but he wasn't. Said umpire Pratt, and sends Sol Budinger on his way for just 10. So Middlesex an early and very welcome breakthrough. 20 for 1.
And a left-handed bat, replacing a left-handed bat.
Yeah, Travaskis promoted up the order just for this game. A pretty solid bat, but obviously hasn't had many opportunities so far this season, so a little bit of an experiment on the part of the Foxes. Rehan Ahmed has been batting up at 3 this season,
Right.
with those 3 centuries to his name.
Quite often, if someone is replacing a player, the powers that be just think, well, let's not upset the order of where other people have been batting. Ahmed's been batting at 3, so Travaskis will give you that opportunity to now.
Well, Hill doesn't like batting at 3, he's at 4, and Hanscom doesn't like batting at 3 and he's at 5, so
Yeah.
yeah, they had to find someone new. They couldn't just push everybody up.
And he's in and played away to mid-on for a single, a good line and length. That one from Cornwell. Travaskis finds the middle of his bat, first ball, but not off the mark. And there will be just a little bit of movement while this ball is new and the seams as prominent as it'll be for the innings. You've got to get it up there, make the batsman play, and that's what Cornwell's trying to do and does on that occasion. He's got quite a fast arm, left arm over the wicket.
Highest first-class score, 88 for Liam Travaskis. Hasn't got a first-class century. That came for Durham against Sussex at Hove 3 years ago. Lovely Hove. Favourite ground in England?
Hove isn't my favourite, no.
Okay.
As Cornwell comes in and that's wide of off stump, decent pace, but too wide for the batsman to be interested. No, I'd have to say Lords is my favourite ground, the home of cricket, and
Fair enough.
from being a young lad of 18 and 19 and cleaning all those windows in the pavilion, part of my duty, working the scoreboards, selling scorecards at matches, dreaming of possibly ever getting to play on the hallowed turf, and it all went pretty well for me as Cornwell is in and he's beaten Travaskis side. With his off stump on the outside edge, so it's a more attacking length and a better delivery, and showing that there is a bit of movement. He's into a breeze, Cornwell, so that will perhaps be assisting the swing. If people do think sometimes that the swing a bit more into a breeze. Last ball of the over comes in. Past the stumps, bowls now, that one's wide of off and through to the keeper. So successful over for Middlesex. They got their first Fox back in the pavilion.
Yeah, encouraging. After that first over, when Cornwall was crashed away a couple of times by Budinger, had his revenge. Rishi Patel and Liam Travaskis have a chat in mid-pitch. What I can say for certainty is that Travaskis' approach will be very different to that of Budinger's. He will dig in. It's an opportunity for him. Battle all day today, all day tomorrow if he wants, if he can. Responsibility now back on Patel's shoulders. If they can get him as well. Helm is in and bowls to Patel, who is forward. Not a big stride. He's a tall man, Patel. But he just leans forward into the defensive press there, and it comes off a thickish inside edge. runs out towards mid-wicket.
But that was a very good forward defensive. He hasn't got out in front of his pad. He let the ball come to him, played it under his nose. While Budinger, that was a similar ball that he got, but he just pushed at it. And important to have a good defence and a good forward defence.
Helm bowls, fullish, driven, but again not really aggressively driven by Patel. Stroked out towards mid-off, intent on making sure it hit the middle. Didn't get overexcited as he saw the full delivery coming towards him. Shakes his right hand, shuffles back into position. Waits with that bat raised. Tom Helm turns at the top of his mark, comes running in and bowls in the leg side, clipped away by Patel in the air through square leg. Should be cut off by long leg running round and is cut off. Runs around to deep backward square, gets his throw away. Avia Sharma it is down there running around. Patel picks up 2. He moves into double figures onto 10.
He stands with his bat raised, for quite a long time. Some batsmen will have it up there and then they'll sort of tap it and then bring it back up. But Patel, from before the bowler starts his run up, he has the bat raised, hands behind him.
Helm is in, bowls a little bit short. Patel is in position early on the back foot, just drops it down the pitch on the onside.
Greg Chappell, who I did a level 3 course in Australia on coaching, and Greg Chappell was all about you shouldn't stand with your bat up. He was saying it's like the crack of a whip. It needs to be down, and then when the bowler bowls, you go up down. And I'm thinking, well, that just makes batting more difficult. Batsmen who've got it up already, they don't have to go up again afterwards. They can just come down and still hit 4s and 6s without worrying about that sort of timing, and you would have your hands lower, so it would make it more difficult to play the short ball.
Helm into Patel, short, and it is pulled. Is it going to be caught? No, it's high over Ben Geddes. They put Ben Geddes back there on the square leg boundary. Helm didn't drop too short, rocked back Patel and absolutely crunched it high over square leg and into the netting, just to one side of the manual scoreboard in front of the Guinness bar. It rebounds off it and over the advertising hoardings, but that's a long boundary out there and it cleared Geddes. They'd put him back there, but whether Patel had seen him go back there, I don't know, but I thought for a minute it was going to go straight to him. In fact, it cleared him by a distance.
It's one of those shots that if it clears the man, you go, that's what a fantastic shot, but if he ends up getting caught on that's probably a 90-yard, 20, 46, 85-yard boundary. If you got caught by the man, you wouldn't be saying it's a good shot or a good option.
Helm in again to Patel. Good length, and Patel is forward, pushing it out towards backward point. And there is no run, but it sounded like a rifle shot, didn't it? He really did pick it up nicely.
Oh, he picked it up quickly. He just rocked with it, swung it to leg.
I was thinking of batters who, with raised, for my generation, the first one to do it really was Tony Gregg.
Raised with the bat up.
With the bat up, and I would think school cricket masters all around the country suddenly found themselves faced with a generation of schoolboys who thought, this is all right.
Yeah, and then of course Gooch later on, I think, and he might have, Gooch's theory behind it might have been a little bit about, I keep getting a bad back, because if you crouched over, it's not a great position for your discs in your back. So Gooch decided to stand tall and hold the bat up, as Travascus plays a nice backward defensive back to the bowler. Not much footwork, just riding the bounce. That's sometimes what batsmen do. They make sure if the ball's full that they'll be able to come forward, but if it's short they don't go back. All they do is go, I'll push off the front foot if they've got a bit of a forward press as a prelude movement, and then just ride the bounce. Cromwell is in, and that one is left alone by Travascus outside the off stump, as we have some wind howling through the our little box up here on top of the pavilion. And I must say it's refreshing.
It is life-saving wind, isn't it?
No, I want to take it back with me to my Airbnb.
Is it warm in there last
I'm going
night?
to take the fan, boys. Okay, I'm putting my hand up now, and the fan we've got. I'll take that back tonight.
By all
and bring it
means.
tomorrow. As Cromwell charges into the breeze. It's Travaskis who plays a nice back foot defensive, back up the wicket to the bowler.
So he's still going. Let's have a look, see if they've finally called it a day. No, they're still going. 820 for 8.
Goodness me.
What's Drissell's figures now? 1 for 247 still. Taking pity on him.
Cromwell in, past the stumps and bowls, and that's a good line and length, and Travaskis plays it nicely. Not really on the back foot, just defending from the crease, riding the bounce. And that's another thing with batting, that for some batsmen having that, right, the ball's short, I'll push off the front foot and I'll get a step back. And if the ball's full, I'll push off my back foot to go forward. That can all make batting a little bit more complicated. Well, if he just rides the bounce, which he's doing, and that one's hit him on the thigh pad for a dot ball. What you don't want to do is get caught not getting forward when you should. So I think I always had in my head a mindset of think forward. And then if the ball was short, if it was really short, you could pull it. Or just ride the bounce and not necessarily have to take a step back. And if you're facing someone really fast, you may as well start with both feet in the crease. If you feel like you need more time. That's Cornwell is in, Travaskis, and that one is pushed into the offside for a dot. Looked like a half volley, but he decided against giving it the full treatment. Didn't time it, and as a result, he's still on naught.
Surrey have now finally declared 820 for 9. So yeah, what's the follow on that basis? 570, 571 to avoid the follow on.
I found this on the web for how do I get 820. Check it out.
That's that pad. I have no idea what's going on there.
It's not my iPad, but it's starting to speak to me.
Kev's iPad is talking to us.
Oh, it's a lovely picture of his children with the pumpkins at Halloween.
Tom Helm is into Rishi Patel, who's dropping the defence out towards mid-on, and there's no run. If it talks to us again, we'll just lob it out the window. Watch, see his face.
Was it asking? It was saying something about a score of 800.
Yeah, it heard us saying 820.
I heard you asking the question, what's the follow-on?
Yeah, quite possibly.
And a bit of AI was trying to help us there.
Quite possibly.
Is it 250 behind?
Yeah, 150.
150 the follow-on. All right.
Helm is in and bowls, stroked by Patel out towards mid-on. Off stump. There's no run. Wind gets up again. I'll turn the effects mic down a little bit more. You'll still hear it in our throat mics, but do let us know if it gets annoying. You can contact me, richardray23@gmail.com, or Blue Sky, which somebody showed me yesterday. It's in some way now sort of sent to all other sorts of social media as well. They showed me how to do it, and it does work. In goes Helm and bowls. Patel drives him back, and although Helm got his right hand to it, all he could do was slightly slow the ball down. It still had enough momentum to get to the ropes. A very straight off drive, only just past the stumps.
Well, this is the most elegant 20 that I've seen from an opening batsman for an awful long time. I mean, the one pull shot, yes, there was some risk in it, but he got it so out the middle it went for 6 over square leg. But he's driven the ball. He's playing it just every ball on its merits and doing it really well so far. 20 off 21.
Helm bowls to him. He drives again for 4. Well, that won't make you feel in any way that it wasn't at all elegant. That was another elegant drive, a little bit squarer, but he got to the pitch of the ball, made sure he got on top of it and drove it away to the boundary for 4, 24 off 22.
He looks a fantastic batsman so far from what I've seen, and he was probably under bowled in the end, wasn't he? And he got that 1 for 5. But he's a good catcher as well at slip, good fielder. He's got very uncomplicated technique, stands nice and side on. Front foot slightly open, it looks like.
Helm bowls to him, he drives again, holds the pose because mid-off has got across to cut it off. And although he juggled with it, he did manage to hang on.
So A.B. de Villiers, who I think is the best batsman perhaps has ever been, he's like my favourite player with the bat. You know, when he's in his stance, if you watch his stance, his front foot is at 45 degrees. It's already pointing to extra cover. So, you know, getting both parallel and being perfectly side on, you know, there is cause to think, well, actually, you might have a better platform if your front foot is slightly open, which Patel's is.
Helm bowls straight. Patel high left elbow as he rather walks into the defensive push there, pushing it out towards mid-on. And there is no run. End of the 7th over. 36 for 1. Leicestershire. Patel has 24 off 24. Travaskis yet to score. He's faced 11 deliveries.
Well, Patel has nearly made a quarter of a century already in this innings, which, if you think of it that way...
It's what they've done, Patel and Budinger, this season, by and large, when there has been a decent opening partnership. It is they make their runs very quickly, which always gives the captain so many more options. If you're scoring at 4-5 and over instead of 2-3, then as long as you are scoring and you're out there, then there's more time in the game.
As Cornwell is in, and this one is glove down the leg side. No, it was a short ball. Travaskis went for a pull shot outside leg, and it's one of those ones that quite often there's a feather on the glove to the keeper. And there was a half appeal, but no, he didn't get anything on it. Might have been a little bit late on that shot. Attempted short ball from Cornwell.
This is just his 3rd first-class appearance then for Cornwell. Barnet boy, 20-year-old.
He's in now, and nice line and length. Yes, people always get a bit excited about it. If you get a left armour, and he can swing it, get a little bit of shape back into right-handers. It's
well, I give you Josh Hull. Leicestershire's Josh Hull has been fast-tracked into the England side. They got very excited.
It's keeping them fit and able to do it game after game. That's the difficulty. Cornwell is in, and that's got a bit of shape away from Travaskis, who plays it to backward point, but doesn't beat the fielder, so he's still on naught now, 14 balls, and he'll start to, the anxiety will just slightly raise as you think, well, I'm not even off the mark yet. I'm doing okay, but I'm still on naught. And you want to get a couple of nice shots away off the middle and make him feel just a little bit better at the crease as Cornwell is in, and that one is worked away to mid-wicket, but it's a dot ball. And you're feeling a little bit with Travaskis on strike that Middlesex are sensing there could be a mistake coming, and
feels a bit that way. That the previous one he played a little bit away from his body, and that one was in the air for a few feet on its way out towards mid-wicket.
Bat's left-handed, and he is a left-handed dominant player, and he is hit on the pads, but it's a bit too high. Not a bad shadow, stayed a little low. It was short of a good length coming back in. Travaskis went sort of up on his toes to work it away, but then realised it stayed low and tried to get a bat on it, but failed to. But it's just going over the top.
Yeah, look, it was above the knee roll. Although, as you say, he's not a tall man. He hadn't really sort of landed from the sort of jump into the air, and it was a little bit high. Square leg's gone back.
Yeah, deep square's gone out the last ball of the over from Cornwell. Comes in, bowls now, and he's off the mark. He's managed to hit it into the ground, defended it nice and late, and it hit this pitch being so hard the ball went over the bowler's head, and they managed to get a 1. But he'll feel a bit better now that he's off the mark. We're still bathed in sunshine here at the Uptonsteel cricket ground, and that looks like Higgins, I believe, marking his run-up out.
Already early change. It is hot work out there. So Helm 4 overs, none for 24.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Comes off. Higgins comes on. Change in the commentary box as well. Dermot's taking a breather.
Yeah.
Could have been called Richards.
Dermot's taking a breather, and Kevin's come back alongside. Round the wicket goes Higgins, and it's clipped. Nice timing by Travaskis, but a good stop at just in front of square by Cornwell.
Oh, there's a lovely jet of water being sent all over the outdoor nets away, so right.
Ah, yes.
Wouldn't mind some of that over here right now.
No.
Cool us down a little bit. Little fountain flying around the indoor nets, spraying it all over.
Reputed to be the best nets in
Yes,
England.
yeah, I was saying that with Dermot, yeah.
Higgins bustles in and bowls a little bit short. Travaskis is up on his toes, playing it firmly away in front of extra cover, wide of extra cover between he and mid off. Might have thought about a third, but good chase back and throw from Helm means that it is just the 2 to Travaskis, but as Dermot said, he is now up and running. Am I right in thinking it's supposed to be a little bit cooler tomorrow? I don't know.
Slightly, yeah. Yeah.
Good, okay. So Durham put Surrey in. 820 for 9. In goes Higgins, bowls, Travaskis is forward. Well, Leicestershire have got nothing about which to be particularly cocky in that respect, having put Middlesex in and seen the visitors rack up 534. Albeit at a slightly slower rate than that made by Surrey.
Yeah, probably a good toss to lose here, I'd suggest, in some ways. But yeah, that didn't start too well, but this is a brisk start with the bat.
Higgins is in, edge just, caught, it carried all the way to, I wouldn't think that had carried, and Travaskis is waiting for the decision. Now umpire Pratt is walking in and he's going to talk to umpire Debenham. Middlesex are celebrating, but my immediate thought was he'd taken it on the half volley.
I must admit, on first look I thought that had bounced, but I mean we'll see it on the
So did
replay, won't
I,
we?
but
We'll catch it on there.
Well, hopefully they'll show a replay, but we're waiting.
Whether it was a juggle that made it look as though it didn't carry, because it looked as though it kind of had 2 bites at it. And I assumed the first bite was that it batted. Well, Robson and Deploy's going across to the umpires and saying, well, look, we've just told you we've caught it, because I do believe
he's giving him out.
Yeah, there is something in it that if the fielder says, no, look, that carried. Now, a fielder can get it wrong. So I guess that's where the umpires are allowed discretion. But if a fielder's saying, I got it, then it's pretty hard for the umpires to say, you didn't, unless they genuinely believe that the ball dropped short. So I'm pretty sure that there is a leaning towards the fielder's say, isn't there? The spirit of the game and all.
Higgins has struck in his first over, and Leicestershire are struggling a little bit. They're 39 for 2 now, and the Travaskis experiment, if that's what you want to call it, hasn't worked in the first innings at any rate. Never really settled. He faced 21 balls for his 3.
Yeah, we have to see the replay, aren't we? Come up. We'll have to rock and roll ourselves in a moment, I guess. But well, it's been a brisk start at 4.5 run rate.
Yeah,
but
they kind of always score at that.
Yeah.
But it does carry risks, and he went at it a little bit hard hands. Taken low by Sam Robson.
Toby Rowland.
Slip.
There's a sighting of Toby Rowland-Jones at the far end He's at the top of Ryan Higgins' run-up. Just behind him, he's walking around with Tim Murtagh, the bowling coach, the club captain, who's sick for this game. But recovered now. He was feeling. I did have a quick chat with him this morning. He said he felt really unwell on the drive up. He said it was awful. He got here and then straight to the room, and stayed well away from the rest of the team yesterday. Fears that it may have been norovirus. I'd suggest from what Toby said in terms of how sick he was, and his family had it as well. So fears it was norovirus, and that one does spread quickly. Have you ever had it? It's a horrible one. I've had that. Horrible one.
I think I've been lucky in that respect. Lewis Hill comes to the crease to replace Liam Travaskis.
But he's clearly well, though, is the point now, because he's walking around the outfield with Tim Murtagh, and it is highly contagious, norovirus, but I don't think it was from what Toby was describing as the symptoms.
Wanders down, prods at the pitch. Leicestershire need a good innings from the former captain now, because they're rocking a little bit at 39 for 2. Higgins is in, bowls 2. Hill, who goes back and just turns it. Familiar Hill style, little quick movement. Not a classical batsman, but very effective on his day is Lewis.
Still not seen the replay. Scrub back on the stream.
We might not. I don't know whether if there's a sort of element of controversy.
I don't know what you mean.
Instructions to the. It could be like the business of not.
We'll have to rock and roll ourselves.
Not having audio from umpires, or not using audio from the umpires. Higgins bowls. Hill leaves outside off stump. Good start to the over though. Good start to the bowling spell from Ryan Higgins. He's picked up his first wicket and has 1 for 2 from his first. 9 overs down. Leicestershire 39 for 2.
Well, the other thing that we were saying, Leicestershire start, the seeming agreement was that they didn't have the best of starts, although we were quite happy with it, funnily enough. But you
might have been.
Oh, were you not?
No, I thought that by their standards they were a little bit loose on that first morning, and paid the penalty. Tightened it up throughout the rest of the day and this morning, and indeed this afternoon, but no, they weren't at their best, and they've been good this season in that respect, but just for one session wasn't great. 39 for 2.
But also hold your chances early on as well. That was what I was going to say. Here's Cornwell. He's in, bowls, and forward goes Patel, pushing away into the offside. No run, catches win matches.
Jakesy on the comments on the stream. I've just watched it back in slow motion. The figures are all open. The ball, quote, clearly touches the floor, unquote.
I'm having a little look now. We're nearly there. Scrubbing away. Well, this thing about not playing the replay, we're all able to press rewind, aren't we? He's Cornwell. He's in. Up to the stumps now. He bowls, and that's just full of a length and driven up to mid-off. And there is no run again.
This is the first time he's bowled to Patel in this over. He's just bowled at the 2 left-handers up to now. Budinger and Travaskis.
Cornwell. Rings a bowl, right, I've got it. I'll have a look after this delivery from Cornwell, because he's turning down below us in real time. Left arm over, he bowls, and up on his toes, punching to backward point is Patel, no run. Here we go. You can even zoom it, I think, on... Oh, can you not? I thought you could zoom on YouTube. No, you can't. Yeah, it's a funny one, isn't it? It needs to slow it down.
Looked like a HV.
What's an HV?
Half volley.
Oh. Yeah, as I say, my first instinct was that it's dropped short.
Well, you heard me on commentary. It looked straight away like he had, but there you go.
Here's Cornwell bowls and forward goes Patel, pushing back up the track, no run. But yeah, did he just scoop his hands under it and take it up with him? You know, it looked. I need to be able to slow it down more, but I can't really do it so well on the tablet device.
Nice clear picture though on that. It talked to us, by the way, while you were out there. It heard me say something about 820 and decided to try and work out a sum for us.
Oh, did it? Very good. Yeah, I do wonder that when we're telling everybody, You can tell your smart speaker at home to play such and such. Here's Cornwell in bowls, and this is bumped back down the ground. A lovely shot for 4. Glorious from Patel. He's on to 28. 43 for 2. Does all of a sudden all the smart speakers around the house at home start playing Day 2 of Middlesex?
I don't have them around, but yeah, it's amazing how many times you can be talking about something and suddenly an advert will pop up in your feed.
Oh yeah.
That one way or another, despite every microphone on the computer being switched off, etc., etc., it hears. Flogs you something.
Big Brother's
tries
listening.
to flog you something. Oh, big commercial brother, certainly.
Cornwell, last ball of the 10th over. He bowls from the pavilion end here at Grace Road, up on his toes. Patel turning to the onside, and there's no run.
A few people have watched it several times, and they seem to be fairly unanimous in their opinions.
43 for 2. Patel 28. Hill 0. If I had my little keyboard device for it, it does allow you to do, if you keep tapping the space bar will give you a frame by frame
I remember you showed me them in years past.
Yeah,
these sort
but
of
I don't think I've got my keyboard with me for this one. I think I left it at home.
Not to worry. Not to worry.
Conveniently.
The game continues with Higgins bowling from the Bennett end, bowls to Hill, who reaches forward and blocks it back up the pitch to Ryan Higgins. Sort of old opponents, these two. Hill obviously always for Leicestershire, Hill and Higgins for Gloucestershire, and now of course for Middlesex. Must become very familiar to each other over the years if your careers roughly coincide in county cricket.
Well, I nearly got in the bad books with Roland Butcher as we left after tea.
Higgins bowls, Hill forward, defending.
No, actually, that said, no, I've got in his good books. Because we asked about the last question before we went off at tea was Sid Lawrence. Butcher was saying when he got the news, and we walked down the stairs, and I said, "Did you overlap at all? Did your careers ever overlap?" But he said, "No, Sid was a lot younger than me." And you wouldn't believe it, Butch. Always been as fit as a fiddle, isn't he?
He looks very, very fit man, Roland Butcher. Higgins bowls. Hill, not sure where that's gone. It's come off an inside edge and dropped to his feet. He looks round wildly just in case it was rolling back towards the stumps. It wasn't quite going towards the stumps, but Higgins giving Hill problems. Partly for constant work in football, isn't it? With Roland, he's a qualified football coach. And probably spends more time doing that than being involved with cricket, doesn't he? These in recent years. But a very trim figure indeed. In goes Higgins, bowls, Hill leaves outside off stump. Cracknell, having taken it, gives it the old, oh my word, that was close shout. Hill, rather too old a hand to be dragged into that little game. 43 for 2.
Oh, goodness me, even better. Look at this. You can actually slow it right down.
Ooh, you worked out a way of doing it.
Yeah.
I'll let you play with that for the key moment as Higgins is in and bowls. Hill leaves outside off stump. Two slips alongside Cracknell are Messrs Robson at first and De Caires at second, and there is also Gully. Is that Geddes in it? Gully. Can't quite see. Yes, it is. Number 14, Ben Geddes.
Yes.
Was out at deep square for the right-handed Patel, but Higgins, obviously a very different sort of bowler, is in and bowls. Hill leaves again. Third consecutive leave outside off stump. So a maiden over from Ryan Higgins. Second over of his spell. Rather pleasant figures from his point of view. 2-1, 2-1. Sort of symmetry a bowler likes. 43 for 2.
I put it on slow-mo and it's now taking forever to get to the delivery. I can't speed it up.
That's a logical thing.
Will it now speed up? What ball was it at the over? Can we think? Was it third or fourth?
I've no idea. I was on a bike thing called Zwift this morning. Put the bike on the trainer, and it's a biking app which puts you in races and all sorts of things against people all over the world. But obviously there are training programs on it and all sorts of things. When I was on a training program with about 80 other people, and the leader of the training program somehow was working his computer as he was cycling, and he somehow managed to get his avatar sort of attached to somebody else's. Throughout the entirety of the hour and a half, he was trying to work out how to stop being attached to this innocent other avatar, and he was it was more entertaining than it sounds, I suspect, but watching him bounce around the field. Right,
finally got
we managed it. We've got a nice slow replay now. You're not missing anything because there's a change of bowling.
He's having a long chat, Zaffa, with Leicestershire before he bowls his first delivery out there. There you go, see just how much was slowed down. It's like the internet in the late 90s.
Come back to me.
Yeah, exactly. Zaffa's still just about to run in a bowl. We're just going to see it. Carrying. Oh, I mean, we need to get a freeze frame on it is the answer, don't we? As his Gohar, left arm around, he bowls, and this is played into the offside, and there's no run. I'd imagine, and I couldn't see it clearly there, I'd imagine it's one of those where were the fingers underneath it or not. It must have just hit the ground, or hit the fingers on the ground in Robson's opinion, but obviously Travaskis waiting, having had a look. His opinion may have been that it hit the ground first, as his. A lot of flight on it, and a tickle around the pads by Patel from quite a long way around the pads as well, for a couple down to long leg.
He doesn't face spin this early that often, Rishi Patel, for obvious reasons. I think it's a good call by Duploy and Middlesex. He tries to get a big stride in, and it doesn't always look quite as comfortable against spinners as he sometimes does against pace.
Gohar bowls, this is pushed back to cover. And no run.
But he's got a start, Rishi Patel. Another one, 70 odd in his last innings.
There comes Gohar bowls over the top of it. Patel eases into the offside, a dot ball.
In fact, he made exactly 70 of 121 deliveries. Odd dismissal, really odd dismissal it was as well.
Gohar. Bit of flight, this is ease to point, dot ball. Which one, sorry?
His last dismissal, Rishi Patel. So
go on.
Well, he went back and tried to pull a delivery from Zain Ul Hassan, and it sort of edged onto his pad and it lobbed up, and Chris Cook was standing up to Ul Hassan, came running out from behind the wicket and flung himself forward and took the catch.
Gohar, lots of flight, push back again by Patel. 45 for 2, Patel has 30. And Gohar, just a couple off that over, which he won't be too minded of. Or what do you see?
The short leg through the helmet to the wicket-keeper across the pitch, and it landed short, and it landed bump on the pitch, and he put his hand to his mouth in a classic oops. That's Geddes there.
Yeah, seems a good guy. Geddes has been popular since his arrival.
Higgins will be very popular, picking up the wickets. Bowls to Hill, who's working it away off the off stump. He was hurried a little bit, looked a little bit hurried there. Hilly kept it out. He too taking his time to get off the mark. Ooh, 10 notifications. Let's see what comment from Leicestershire supporters. Their thoughts are as Higgins is in and bowls. Hill is forward, just carefully pushing it out into the offside and holding up his bat to Patel, saying no, not taking a run there. Higgins' iPad talking is the best part of today's play. It made me laugh out loud.
Siri having it say.
It was a male voice.
Ah.
As
It's about to do it again.
In goes Higgins and bowls, and it's defended to mid-on this time by Lewis Hill. As I say, it was the numbers that excited it. He wanted to do a sum for me to do with the Surrey score, the 820.
How do I stop it? It looks like it wants to talk.
Oh, you're leaning on a broken reed when it comes to computer technology. Young man, you're the young man. You should... Well, you are much further happier with tech than I am. Higgins bowls, bouncer. Hill just bobs underneath it.
I don't know what it wants to say or why it wants to say it, but there we go. It's a male voice, was it? It's interesting. Sure it wasn't a phone call?
No, definitely it was. Yeah, it was. He wanted to do a sum.
Ah.
It was offering to do a sum relating to 820, because I was trying to work out what the follow-on would be if you were facing 820. In goes Higgins, bowls, Hill cuts his favourite shot down to third man for 4. That's a very Lewis Hill way to get off the mark. Width from Higgins, and Hill loves that shot. Cut it away behind square between the fielders. Down to the boundary for 4, 49 for 2. What is it for 820? 670?
Yes.
671?
Yeah.
Avoid the follow-on?
Yeah.
Well, Leicestershire have got to get 385 to avoid the follow-on.
Yeah, which is a fair amount. Fair amount. Again, go back to that game.
Hill
Hove.
Forward to Higgins, end of the over. Fielded at mid-on. 49 for 2 off 13.
675 it was, and they collapsed. What was it? 221 to just gone 300 all out. So just shy of the follow-on, and then Middlesex skittled them. Well, Luke Holman did. 10 for. Not in for this one though. Over to the finger spinners to the left arm of Gohar, and a right arm off break of Josh de Carey's. But it's a couple of right-handers out there at the moment, so Gohar from one end, Higgins from the other. This could be modus operandi for a while. Second over starts for Gohar. He's only conceded 2 runs. And this is short and cuts late by Patel. Backward a point and a chase on here for Sharma, which he won't win. Deep cover is Noah Cornwell. No need to get involved for him either. And that is the 50 up. 53 for 2. Patel 34. How long a tail do Leicestershire have? Middlesex batted a fair way
For once
down.
they've got... Arguably they've got one. They actually haven't had a tail for quite a lot of games. We've had Tom Scriven going in at number 11, who's a genuine number 7. He's a genuine all-rounder.
Well, there we go.
But not in this game. We have Chris Wright. We have Sam Wood at 10 and 11. Wright, as I say, has got a lot of first-class runs.
Gohar. Bowl. This is driven back to mid-on by Patel. No run.
Started the season with a 70-something. He's going in at 10. Walker will be at 9. Wood will be at 11. There aren't real tails these days, are there? Not too many.
Well, that's true. Gohar. Lots of flight. Forward defence from Patel. I love that Dermot Reeves' answer when you asked about the classic number 11 in his time. Phil Tufnell. Didn't have to think twice, did he?
No. And who was the other? A South African guy.
Oh, I don't remember. Gohar. Lots of flight. That slapped through the covers for 4. Wide outside the off stump. The width was the problem on that amount of width and that amount of flight. Patel able to swish the bat down on that one. Slipping a short leg. Backward point. Deep cover. Extra cover. Mid off. Mid on. Mid wickets and deep backward square leg. Geddes under the helmet at short leg. Higgins the slip. Robson the slip for the seamers. Higgins the slip for the spinners. Higgins at that point. When Robson's in for the seamers, slips to second slip. That's here's Gohar. He's in, bowls, a lot of flight and a forward defence from Patel. They run once more. How many overs we've got to go today? 23 after this.
And we've got Zafar on this early. Suggests we won't be that far off from finishing on time.
What riches. This ball's clipped away wide of mid-arm by Patel. Just a single. He's on to 39. We won't know ourselves, will we? I missed day one of the match at Northamptonshire because I was covering the Middlesex women match the day before. And what time did they finish at Northampton? On day one, bang on 6 o'clock. And not only that, did Guy Swindles get a 6 o'clock finish at Northampton. But I got in the car at Radlett's drive to Northampton from Radlett. I thought, I'll get an hour of commentary here. Help me up the motorway to get to not a long, only 45 miles or so. Turn it on, 10 minutes, I'm into it, and all of a sudden, no, that's it, folks, we're done. 6 o'clock. What? So I didn't even have those two to keep. Where were you day one of last week?
Here.
Against Glamorgan. I tuned to. Who did I tune to? Matt Cole and Scott Reed. So it was Kent, Lancashire. And then I found commentary because I was clearly finished at 6 o'clock that day. I found commentary of Durham versus Sussex, Emerson and Harms.
Higgins from the Bennett end bowls to Patel, who just leans forward on off stump, blocks it out into the offside.
And do you know what the subject was between Harms and Emerson? The subject of conversation?
How little it rains in the northeast.
You can play Marty Bingo if you want. You might get there. You might get there. Holiday travels with Marty Emerson. Losing his passport on his holidays with Marty Emerson.
Higgins is in, bowls, drags his length back. Patel was looking to get forward, had to adjust and steered it behind point. Zafar made the stop, so there was a while when he couldn't get back into the country.
You're naughty.
Managed it in the end.
It was you that stole it.
What an opportunity that was. Where's the immigration service?
Is that
actually need them?
Is that your version of Operation Mincemeat?
In goes Higgins, bowls. Higgins raises his hands up towards his face as Patel goes half forward. Doesn't put a big stride in for a tall man against the pace bowlers. Plays it late, as Dermot has pointed out, which is the best way to play it. Assuming you don't play it late in my style, which means you're actually too late to play it. Yeah, the death rattle behind you. What's troubling umpire Debenham at the moment?
Oh,
He's having a word with
Leicestershire Ploy.
Duploy. He's
what is he signalling for? He's signalling to the ground staff. What do they want? The ground staff.
Sure.
In their hut. Here they come, running down the path.
Is the
Must be a foothold.
footholds might need tamping down or repairing in some way.
Yeah. Oh, there goes our 6 o'clock, Richard.
Oh, dear me.
Oh, not today. Come on, not today.
I was going to say, well, the players taken the opportunity to have a drink. What are we on? 14.2 over, so 22.4 remain, 5-5. If the spinners keep bowling and this gets done quickly, then fingers crossed we won't be too late. But, frustrating and unnecessary, you would think.
They're all on their hammocks in there, aren't they? Come on,
Well,
got to wake them up.
Let's see.
And I don't
what
blame them either.
They come running out with.
Running as well, they are.
Only
Fair
one.
play. Oh,
Is that the tamping
yeah. Boom, 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 boom.
machine? Machine.
Yeah.
It's not. It's a
Tool.
tool implement.
Oh, it's a heavy old run.
Wouldn't they need a sort of bucket with a little bit of wet earth as well, just to tamp down the edges? Or are they going to dig it out first?
Oh no, please don't say that.
Well, it
We'll
is
be
just
here
a
all night if
tamping
they do
machine.
that. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom.
Little puffs of dust each time he does it. But you would think that's just, I mean, if it's crumbling, then it's just going to, maybe that's what he wants. The edge is just broken down a bit. Umpire Debenham's got plenty to, what did Ben Debenham, I thought he used to be a batsman, Ben Debenham.
Did he? I don't remember him, to be honest. I don't remember him. Don't remember him. Sorry, Ben.
Yeah. Somebody said on the stream, perhaps the ground has melted.
Yes. Well, we're not far behind, are we? This isn't a day for delays. Oh, that was quick. He's off. Well done.
Well, didn't take much repairing.
Yeah,
Good.
well done.
Good.
Interesting the chat between the umpire and deploy, though. What that was about.
Do you know what Noah Cornwell's second name is?
Oh, go on.
Bo. B-O. Not B-E-A-U.
Yeah.
But just B-O. Bo. Interesting one. Noah I like. Bo, not so sure.
And Cornwell, not Cornwall.
Mm.
Got in trouble with that in his debut.
I'll be in trouble now with Noah's mum. She'll be...
Well, Toby's the great one. Do you know Toby's full name? Toby Roland Jones.
Go on then.
Tobias Skelton.
Good name.
Roland Jones.
Good family name. Higgins is in and bowls outside off stump. That bounces a little bit on Rishi Patel. An exaggerated leave. He leans backwards as though it had taken off like a rocket. I'm not sure it did, but he wanders forward and pats at the spot that he thinks it took off from, which it wasn't there. Rishi, he's 3/4 of the way down the pitch at the moment. Ryan Higgins finding a little something somewhere. Unfortunately, from his point of view, it was too wide, and Patel was able to pull back out of the way. Higgins is in and bowls. Patel is forward, blocking it out to extra cover, and there's no run. 58 for 2. Run rate's dropped back. Say what? Even from an objective point of view, an hour of Buddinger's always fantastic value, because he will always score at least a run a ball. You can absolutely guarantee that if he hangs around. The scoreboard will keep turning over as Higgins is in to Patel, who leans forward and off stump, blocks it out to extra cover. Geddes is there, and there is no run. 58 for 2 after 15.
Now, I'm not a big tennis fan, but there's a headline for you. Medvedev is out of Wimbledon in the first round. It's a bit of a shock, isn't it? But enough and underway. Strawberries and cream. They'd be nice now, wouldn't they? A few strawberries. Dash of cream. Former world number 1 he is now, but there you go. Here comes Zafar Gohar. He is left arm around, bowling to the right-handed heel, who's beaten through to the gloves of the keeper. 15 overs, 16th now of this innings. Patel 39, Hill 4, 58 for 2, partnership 19. Can Gohar get him in a spin? Left arm around the wicket, he bowls, and this ball's left alone outside the off stump. Through to the keeper it goes. Dermot Reeve alongside myself, Kevin Hand. The next passage of play.
Yeah, he's got a nice loop, hasn't he? He's got a nice. He has a nice energy towards the crease. You know, he sort of bounces in and he allows that sort of energy to get over his front foot. Gets a bit of dip on the ball and a few revs as well.
Here he comes, Middlesex's number 77. Gohar, he's in, bowls, and on the back foot. Hill defends into the onside, no run. Hill on 4, Patel on 39, 58 for 2. Now tell me about that coffee you had. Was it an iced coffee?
No.
Is that a proper coffee? Yeah,
I just put it in a
plastic cups. Yeah, well done.
In the plastic cups because we
couldn't find any others.
We didn't have any cardboard cups, so.
Here's Gohar bowls, and This ball's punched away into the offside and there's no run. I thought you managed to make yourself an iced latte or something.
No, they're very big in Australia though.
Iced lattes?
Iced coffees.
Yeah.
That you can buy in petrol stations.
Oh, yeah.
They're lovely. But haven't really taken off in the UK, I don't think.
Oh, they're getting there. Yeah, they're getting there. Here's Gohar slipping a short leg, bowls, and oh, wow, he's left that, and you couldn't believe he did. Even from here, you'd have thought that was just going to nudge the top of the off stump. Through to the gloves it goes.
A couple of times. But Hill's left balls that are very close to his stumps.
Gohar again. Now bowls and over the top of it, Hill. Yeah. Quick single taken to mid on. They're through. Stumps thrown down by Leicestershire. Hill moves to 5.
Yeah, had probably had more chance if he had thrown the other end because.
Well, yes. Yeah.
Hill who called the single was off like a fox, wasn't he? A fast fox running to the other end, but Patel he had to, wait for the call before he could respond. So he was just a touch slower getting going, but the Floyd picked it up clean, threw at the bowler's end, hit them, but Hill had scampered through. Diminutive figure. Looks a nicely organised batsman. He's on 5 of 20 balls, has quite a wide stance, touch open, and he's on strike here to Higgins, and lets that one go close to the off stump and through to the keeper.
Plenty of chatter out there. Well, still 20 overs to go tonight. We're into the 17th. If they could take 4 in with them this evening, they'd be absolutely jumping up and down, even in this heat. I've got a couple.
Yep, they're well on top, that's for sure. Run rate 3.6, but a long way off the follow on. As Higgins is in, a good line and length. Very fine cricketer, all-rounder. Probably only about, I'd say 5'9". Bit.
Higgins?
Yeah,
about that.
He's quite short for a bustling sort of medium-fast bowler. But
I'm glad you said that.
Has all the
fast,
skills.
Yeah.
Because
there's a misconception that he's a dibbly-dobbly, and he's not. He's not a dibbly-dobbly at all, Higgins, is he? He's medium-fast.
As he's in now, and carrying nicely through. Yeah, he doesn't get the bounce because of his height.
Yeah.
And that just means the keeper's sort of closer than if it was the same pace of someone who's 6'4".
Exactly.
Oliver Hannon Dolby sort of height, the keeper would be, 3 yards further back, and you'd be going, it's fast. But the ball's actually at the same height, but it's skiddy.
Yep.
He skids on, he'll hit you on the knee roll, always attacking the stumps. And he's in now to Hill, and nearly gets him because Hill went for an extravagant drive that was on the up and just got an inside edge back onto his pads, but loose from Hill, and that's what Higgins can do. He can build pressure because he's bowled 4 overs and 4 balls. He's only gone for 6 runs. He's got 2 maidens, so he's one of these fellas that he bowls to his field. Smart cricket brain, and definitely an asset for this Middlesex side. He's in now, and that one's very close to off stump. He's asking questions here, even if it is with a kookaburra. 16 overs old, it'll still be fairly hard, and the seam will be slightly prominent, but Higgins is getting it to, well, I wouldn't say he's getting the ball to talk and he's got it on a string, but he's definitely posing questions out there, and there definitely is a little bit of movement, and that has brought the Floyd to decide, let's have a short leg. And he's still going to have a gully, so he's left a gap at extra cover for Hill. 5-4 offside field. No third man, which is interesting, which I think is good. Middlesex have decided, right, they get the odd 4 down there. It's not the end of the world because we've got a lot on the board. And Higgins decides, I'm going to bounce you, Hill. It's the last ball of the over, and it goes harmlessly through to the keeper. But Middlesex's total of 534 allows deploy to, if you like, if he leaks a few boundaries, it's not the end of the world. He's got to keep the men in attacking, catching positions, and sometimes having a short leg. You know, that just might prevent the batsman getting forward as he might normally, because he's concerned about getting caught at bat pad, and in the end it brings the LBW into play. And we're back with Gohar.
So here he comes around the wicket, left armour, bowls, a little bit of flight, just leaves it there. So that's all he really needs to do. Leave it there, because it's not going to be it's not going to be easy to hit Gohar off a length, which is something we talked about at length earlier.
Well, they've taken the lofted shot on, straight at the equation by putting a long off in place.
This is driven to cover and no run.
But the couple of drives that Gohar has played off, that Patel has played off Gohar, he's waited for it and he's brought his bottom hand in late, but he's hit them into the ground. He's played beautifully for his 39.
This is driven down the ground to long off. 60 for 2.
Very important as a dominant right-handed person who's batting right-handed, that when you do drive, you make sure you don't get out in front of your pad. Meet the ball late. If you can meet it under your eyes, you can bring in your bottom hand for that extra bit of power and crack it through the covers.
Gohar bowls. Forward goes Hill, pushing back. No run.
And you get a lot of dominant right-handed people who bat left, and you find they'll drive, they'll look elegant. They will meet the ball out in front of their pad and extend with that top hand.
A lot of flight again, push back.
Good contest going on at the minute.
Oh, he takes the pace right off of this. That was a moon ball, would be an exaggeration, but it was a real loopy delivery, that one, wasn't it? Pace right off, hanging it right back.
And quite often those ones that then they'll bounce a bit more because you've given it a bit more height to, before it lands on the wicket. And by giving it that more height, you get that bit more bounce. So when they defended it, they defend it up on the splice, and you feel a little bit, like, that's going to bring a close catcher into play, which is there. They got the short leg for Gohar, and Hill is finding batting. Well, he's finding it a real test out there. He's 5 off 29. He's looked accomplished, but you can see that he's having to leave well. He's having to be very watchful.
Speaking of left arm spinners, I was saying I was watching that rifle to Viv Richards video. Guess what came up next? Phil Tufnell's first Test fifer against Australia.
Yeah.
He was on a hat-trick in that as well. David Gower almost took an astonishing catch at Silly Point, which would have been the hat-trick. Although I think, was it the first or second of the hat-trick? I think Boone wasn't best impressed. I don't think he nicked it through to the to slip. I think he thought it was the glove of the keeper that went through to slip, but...
Well, while you've been chatting on about that, and I don't mind getting back to talking about it, but we've got a real plan that's being set out for the bowling of Higgins here. He's got 3 men back on the leg side boundary for the short ball.
Ooh.
A 4th one near the umpire, and a mid-on.
Oh!
And he's saying to you, I'm going to bowl short, and that's what he's done first ball. And it's so short, it's gone way over Patel's head and been signalled wide. But he's shown the intent. He's got a fine third man, not all the way on the boundary, and a deep cover. So there's no mid-off, no extra cover, no fielder at cover because he's back on the boundary. There's a backward point and a wide slip at about third. And he's now going round the wicket to Patel. And that's short and pulled away, and it's in the air, but one bounce to the fielder. Give the batsman the benefit of the doubt that he controlled that. Didn't attempt to hit it too hard, but it did travel. It travelled a good 50 metres and 10 yards short of one of those three men that's placed there specifically for that shot.
Yeah, it was interesting. They went for it. So 62 for 2.
And that brings Hill onto strike, who has a more orthodox field, 2 slips a gully and a short leg. And this is pitched up and a quick single, and they'll get home comfortably in the end. He just looked a little bit hesitant, Patel, the non-striker, for a moment. Ball watched. But he went on the call and he got in, so he's back on strike.
Think about watching cricket back. I think it ages well. I think you watch a football match back. It doesn't quite, it doesn't have quite the same intrigue watching it back, But you could watch a cricket match back happily, couldn't you? From any era nearly. Great intrigue watching it.
Higgins to Patel. Higgins round the wicket, short, and Patel says, "I'll just let that come into my body and I'll just block it for an easy single. I'm not going to take you up on your invitation to play a hook or a pull. I'll do it very safe. Knock it down on to square leg for a single as we have a gale flying."
We do.
Can they hear that, the listeners? Will
They will, but not too much. I'll tell you what, it adds to it, though. I'm suggesting it's a subconscious cooling breeze for the listener.
Right. Okay.
You get it into their mind. There's a lovely breeze blowing. In a hot, sticky office where they are. They've got aircon. They're fine, the listeners.
Higgins to Hill. And that's full and driven to mid-on, and the bowler, you can tell he's an enthusiastic cricketer. He's always thinking there's a chance of a wicket. That nearly got through. And sort of... That's good body language to show the captain, ooh, I'm bowling well.
Yeah.
I know it's hit the middle of the bat, but ooh, my plan nearly worked.
He's got a bit of the Dermot Reeve about him, Higgins, hasn't he?
Well, we've got similar averages, first-class averages, actually. I think I'm 34 with the bat and 26 with the ball.
Oh, there you go.
He's 35 and 25.
Oh, I see.
He's done me.
Well, I did say he's not far off England averages, is he? But there's a certain bloke called Stokes in his way.
Yeah, those are very good figures, though, and he's a very fine cricketer. Higgins, and he's in again, and that is bringing the batsman forward, asking the question. Defensively played by Hill, back to the bowler.
Well, if you had 11 Ryan Higginses, you'd never lose a game, I tell you.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? You go, if they all had the bat, 10 of them, we'd get 350, and we bowl the opposition out for 250 every time.
There you go.
So
there you go.
Don't worry, I've had, I've pushed that sort of mentality to people who have decided they want to leave me out the side.
Yeah.
But he's in again here, and it's a short one with a bit of pace too. And
so you'd have had him for...
Hill lets it go.
You'd have hit 340 and had him for 260.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
That's a great way of looking at it, isn't it? I was at Lord's one morning recording a video, ahead of the play one morning, and Higgins walked past, and as he was walking past, of course, that was what I put in. It wasn't what went to air, but because he was walking past, and of course, if they had 11 Ryan Higginses, they win every match.
Yeah.
He said, I don't know about that, not with the way I'm batting at the moment. The thing with I was saying, the thing with an all-rounder as well, your bowling, it'll have its peaks and troughs, but they won't be as high. With the bat, you will have because he's had a rough run with the bat this year, but as an all-rounder, there's going to be a dip, and it's highly likely it's going to be your batting, isn't it? I'd suggest. Let's here's Gohart, slipping a short leg, 64 for 2. Always the ice cream van.
Yeah.
That time of day. Bit of flight, forward goes. Patel pushing into the...
The thing about a test team is, unless you're one of the best, say, 6 batsmen in the country and one of the best 4 bowlers, then you're unlikely to get a berth. If you do both, slightly above average
lots of flight on this from Gohar. Down the track comes Patel, strokes a single back past the bowler to long off.
Yeah, well,
it's not a bad side at the moment either, is it, that England side? I mean, it's always good, the England side now.
Yeah, well, they've got a very positive environment, I would suggest, with Stokes and McCullum.
Go hard, bowls, and forward goes Hill, pushing back up the track.
I was commentating on Brendan McCullum in New Zealand, and he was facing Sean Tate, and he got 100 in a 2020 game, and he was rolling to the offside against the new ball and flipping the keeper. It was just, remarkable.
Well, I remember seeing Owen Morgan doing that. In when would that have been? McCullum did that, because I reckon Morgan was doing that in 2006. When would McCullum have done it?
Yeah.
Because I remember seeing Morgan doing it. I'd never seen anybody do it before. Here's Gohart slipping a short leg bowls, and this ball's dabbed into the onside. There's no. I remember him doing it at Lancashire in a nighttime game, and talking to him about it, and just said, "How did you come up? I've never seen anybody play that shot before." And yeah, it was around 2006 or so, maybe 2007. Here's Gohart bowls. It's pushed up to mid-on. I'll probably look up the scorecard actually, but.
Well, I was keen to give what you'd call a paddle sweep a go against, say, the faster bowlers. If they brought a fine leg up.
The Roland Butcher.
At the end of it, no, that was a real sweep. But if you know, or if you believe the bowler's going to be bowling Yorkers, and you brought fine leg up, he's got long off and long on.
Yep.
If you get down, go straight with your head, get your bat out in front of your pad.
Yeah.
You can just guide the ball.
Yeah.
Past the 45 you beat them on the inside, and you'll get a 4.
Yeah.
And I did it to Kevin Curran in a NatWest. Sorry, just in a match at Northampton, and I got out LBW because I missed it. And then we played Northampton and NatWest final only a few weeks later, and it was the same situation of the game. Because what had happened is they brought the wicketkeeper up in that game, so I couldn't use my feet. So that's why I got down to paddle it, missed it, LBW. And Alan Lamb didn't employ those tactics at this match at Lords. The keeper stayed back, Russell Warren, and fine leg stayed back with mid-off up. So my game plan was right. I'm going to skip down late, and hopefully I'll be able to get you over mid-off, which in the run chase I did that twice in an over to sort of get us close to getting home.
Yeah.
But I had thought, why didn't they brought the wicketkeeper up, bring fine leg up again and tempt me to do what I'd done and got out at a couple of weeks earlier. So, yeah. And we've got a change of bowling. It's
Sharma
on.
First look at him in this game. Third championship match for Sharma. And young teenager. He's got big broad shoulders on him for a young teenager. He's got a good build, hasn't he? Got the right build for a fast bowler, I'd suggest.
Yeah, he looked good warming up. Warming up, it looked like a decent pace.
Yeah.
But he's probably about 6'3".
Okay, yeah, that's a fair bet.
He runs in, he has his right arm out to the side a bit. He looks like he's been very much coached to get his feet. So in a position that's hopefully not going to put pressure on your back. Quite front on. Not dissimilar to Tom Helm, who is very upright at the crease and bowls from over the top.
Well, they're excited about this young man. They think there's real talent there that they can get at. You can see the keeper's a fair way back, actually, can't he, for Sharma?
And you would describe him as a seamer, not a swing bowler?
Yeah.
And he's been cut away, short and wide, and Hill said thank you very much to that one.
Thanks, Nav. Just giving you the big talk up there. I've jinxed him, haven't I?
Well, the thing about the first class arena, and as a bowler, and we saw that with Higgins, is, Higgins in his spell, I don't think he bowled a bad ball. He did get hit for 4 once through the covers, but wasn't necessarily that bad a ball. But it's being able to get 6 in the right area as a young bowler, so that you're doing a job for your captain. You're bowling maidens, and you're keeping it tight, even if you're not getting a wicket. He comes in now, Bennett end, and that's short, and Hill rides the bounce and plays it off the, not off the back foot, just came up with the ball, and Patel is waving to the dressing room at the non-strikers end. He wants a change of gloves. He's looked very accomplished with his 44 of 57. For me, he's been the... Oh, I just like, he's had that bit of elegance to his batting, but he's looked very, very uncomplicated. And a tremendous knock so far as Sharma's in, and that one is down the corridor of uncertainty. And Hill decides, I'll let it go. But if Sharma gets that from that line of length, if he gets it to jag back in, it will pose problems. And if Hill decides I'll play at that, it'll bring the edge into play. So that's a good line of length. If you're asking those questions to the batsman, do I go forward? Should I go forward? Should I go back? Should I play or should I leave? Sharma comes in, and that one's a little bit wide, and the question to Hill was, you going to play at that? And he said, no, I'll leave it. Didn't really pose the question greatly.
No, indeed. 70 for 2. What have we had? 21 overs. Another 16 remain. Of course, we came off slightly early for tea in terms of the number of overs in the day because of the fall of the final wickets. The Middlesex innings.
So do you think that's a good way to perhaps describe when people talk about a line of length and what's a good line of length? Do you think that a good line of length is a ball that poses the question to the batsman, should I play or should I leave?
Yeah.
Should I go forward or should I go back?
Yeah.
Is it that in-between length?
Yeah.
Do you think that's a good line of length?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if you're asking that question as a bowler, if you're a bit more like Higgins, you might say he's a bit more of a swing bowler. He's going to bowl it a bit fuller. So, the batsmen are getting on the front foot to him.
Yeah.
But that's the attacking length that can force the edge.
Gohar left arm around bowls. Forward goes Patel pushing to extra cover, and there's no run. Oh, you mean in terms of Sharma? Sorry, I lost you there for a minute. You mean in terms of Sharma, in terms of what he would bowl, that corridor of uncertainty? Yeah.
Yeah, I think if he's asking those questions to the batsman, then he's bowling a good line of length.
Yeah. Gohar bowls is pushed into the offside. And so a little bit like Green. I mean, Green. I'd suggest then Higgins and Green are of a similar pace, but Green's slightly taller.
Yeah.
Higgins might be slightly quicker, judging by what I saw today.
In my mind, they'll get wickets not always because they bowled a beautiful ball.
Here's Gohar bowls, and this is pushed away out. So
but they're asking those questions to the batsman time and time again.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Shall I play? Shall I leave?
Fuller,
should I go? And eventually, the batsman goes back when he should be forward.
Yeah. Well, when I first
plays at one, he should be leaving.
Yeah. When I first started doing this job, it was kind of explained to me that there's an international length, there's a county length, and there's a club length. It's like that, though, isn't it? That's probably the way that is. International lengths on a county surface, you aren't going to get many wickets, are you? As forward goes Hill pushing back up the track. As crazy as it sounds, you bowl an international length, then you'll bowl a lot of maidens, but you're not going to get many wickets.
The first time I've heard about this international length.
Club length and county length.
Yeah, I've never heard that before.
Each one being a little bit...
I'm intrigued at what these lengths are now.
Here's Gohar bowls, and this is pushed into the onside. There's no run. 71 for 2. Who do I see? Funnily enough,
should I bowl when I played international? Should I bowl the different lengths to my county length?
Well, possibly not yourself, but in terms of let's say Toby Rowland Jones, for example.
Right.
Big, tall, 6'5", or Stephen Finn, 6'8". As here's Gohar bowls. He's cut away out to deep cover. And they'll pick up a single. Hill moves to 11, 72 for 2. Funnily enough, I really do need to get out more, but this is it came up on my YouTube videos the other day, and I think it was the Surrey bowling coach was going through it, and he said, here you go, if you want to understand, here's an international length, here's a county length, here's a couple. I'm going to dig out the video and show it to you. Yeah. But anyway, it was Ian O'Brien, I think, that explained it to me.
Yeah.
Who was he with Middlesex? 2010
so do you think you're bowling at better batsmen at test level, so I have to bowl a different length?
Well, slightly, but also the surfaces, the nature of the surfaces, the way it was explained to me.
I mean, wickets might be better for batting at international level.
Yeah, well, you'd imagine
they've
they would
prepared for 5 days, and they're pretty immaculate. But
so you've got a smaller margin of error on a slightly shorter length, but at county level you've got to go that little bit fuller, and target that off stump a little bit more.
Well, you
They club
you
level,
go a little
basically.
bit fuller. You go a little bit fuller if the wicket's a bit slower.
Yeah.
So as Sharma's in, and that's a beautiful ball that bounces.
There you go. That's the one, isn't it?
Well, that's the perfect line of length. But
International length, that.
should I go? Should I go forward? No.
Yeah.
I've got stuck on the crease, and now I'm fencing at a ball. You know, and that we talk about that. That's the corridor of uncertainty for the batsman. He's not sure whether he should play or leave.
Yeah.
And in the end, he's decided to play at that one. And then with a little bit of movement off the wicket, it's beaten the outside edge. So good start to the over for the young Sharma, who's in again, and he follows through when he bowls. That one's just gone straight through to the keeper. He follows through a long way down. And I'm trying to think if there's any bowler that I've seen that he reminds me. And I think maybe he's just got his own unique quirks that all bowlers sort of have. That he starts his run up and his right arm, his bowling arm, goes out to the side slightly. Then he brings it in, and he's bowled a ball that's been played out to mid-off. It's a dot, but when he comes before he releases the ball, he takes the ball up past his head here, a bit like a Brett, you know.
Yeah.
That's a good position to be in.
Yeah.
A lot of bowlers only have it down at their chest.
Yeah.
So he's getting it in a nice position to get a nice big full circle round, keeping it in nice and close to his body, even though when he's running up it's a bit wide. And he's bowled a bouncer, and it's been left alone by Hill. It was short, but he picked it up early, really, that it was going to be a short ball.
But I remember Richard Johnson explaining it to me as well when he was coach of the second 11. He said he coaches his second 11 to bowl a proper channel just outside, top of off stump.
Yeah.
Whereas they could run in and take a 5 for just going a little bit fuller. But once they make a step up, if they bowl there on a level higher, they're going to go for an awful lot of runs and not take many wickets.
Very fine bowler he was.
He was unlucky with injury, wasn't he, Johnny?
Yeah. As Sharma's in, and that's a bit close to cut, but that's what Hill tried to do, and only got an inside edge that went past his stumps to the wicket keeper, and applause out on the field for young Sharma, who started pretty well.
Poor old Johnny. He came back to Middlesex after a stint with Somerset.
Yeah.
Did you wouldn't have overlaps at Somerset with Johnny?
No.
But,
I think Kevin Shine, they had a good connection with each other, and Shine had been at Middlesex, came down to Somerset, and then when he became head coach, he got Jono to come. As Sharma's in the Bennett end, and this one played off the back foot comfortably, but no run. Hits the fielder.
So yeah, he signed for Somerset, came back to Middlesex 2007, and Tim Mercer's debut match for Middlesex, Johnson played as well. I just remember that point, because it was the back end of John O's career then, start of Mercer's time. It was a match at Taunton, and it was something like 850 for 3 declared, playing 600 and something for nothing declared. Langer got a triple century. Poor old John O running in, flogging himself on that Taunton. That was a hard to bowl on Taunton surface there. There was no length that was right or wrong there. It was just hope. Hope as a bowler.
That's where I think Phil Frost, the groundsman, when I was there as well, he'd get groundsman of the year every year. And the bowlers would go, please leave some grass on the wicket next time.
Yeah.
Great place to bat. Lovely short straight boundaries as well.
Well, that's yeah. Here's Gohar, left arm around. He bowls, and this ball's pushed back in the zone. I think Shah, Smith, and may have been Compton got centuries in the first innings. They declared 650 for nothing, and then
Helm's at long off, and he's got a drink bottle. And he's holding it. He's still holding it, and they're bowling, and he's still got the drink bottle.
I suppose he can drop it
one-handed. That for me, I'm sorry, that's P45. That's like signing autographs when you should be. Yeah, you got a Middlesex fielder here. Now he's thrown the bottle off.
Enough, can't he? He's heard you. He's heard you.
Yeah, and if one of those had been hit to long off for a catch.
Bowls. And that's edged just past the slip fielder. They'll take a single, 73 for 2. He heard you and he threw it away. Thought,
Yeah,
I've been
well,
busted.
Yeah.
Oh, he's warming up. There you go. He's ready to go. What was in that? A lot of electrolytes, do you think? Has he just taken on his
Yeah,
batting
he
ball?
did, but, you know, if you're on the boundary, you've got to put the ball down. You put the drinks container, behind the rope. Get ready for the next ball, because every ball's an event, and you've got to be ready for it. And, you know, if you're slow off the mark, you might not get to a catch, because you're having a drink.
Yeah. Gohar, slip and a short leg, he's in. Lots of flight, bowls. Good length on that.
I don't think Mike Brearley and Mike Gaffin would be very pleased if they saw the young fellow on the boundary.
He's got a bowling captain.
I'm thirsty.
He's got a bowling captain.
Have a drink.
Roland Jones is his club captain. Here is Gohar. A lot of flight. This ball's pushed back to mid-on. 73 for 2. So yeah, slipping a short leg. Two close catches. Deep backward square's got a nice spot in the shade down there.
Yeah.
It's Max Holden. Here's Gohar bowls, and this is tickled out to Holden, who has to emerge from the shadows, loses his floppy hat, and comes in and gets the throw on the bounce to Gohar.
He kept it to
Yeah,
one,
well done,
so
Max.
he did well, because the shade is right all the way back on the boundary.
Yeah, I tell you what.
He was right back on
If
the rope
your skipper said come in a few yards, so you're stood in the sun, not in the shade, you'd say, I'll walk in quickly, skipper. He's who's on the other side? It's Noah Cornwell, who's no shade at all in front of the old scoreboard. Oh, is he warming up as well? He's just stretching out his hips there. But I think Helm will be soon for the attack once more. Yeah, Helm's going through all of the... he's up at the other end now, away from drinks bottles.
Yeah, there's a groin stretch. And now he's at mid-on with a floppy hat on. I'll test you out then. Who's at mid-wicket with the cap? Robson?
Robson's at slip. It looks like it could have been Robson. It must be Geddes. Got a similar shoulders about him. Geddes.
Right.
Long leg is Cornwall. Slip is Robson.
As Sharma is in, and this one is through to the wicket keeper.
Oh, here's a test for us. Who's at second slip? Actually, I'm going to test
Deploy,
you.
isn't it?
He's off, isn't he? It's not deploy, I don't think.
Someone's shining the ball vigorously.
Yeah, he's going to turn around now and he might have a chance.
Number 25 on his back.
I reckon you'll recognise him. You'll get it in a minute. Which Middlesex player do you think you'd be most likely to recognise?
My eyes aren't very good.
Stephen Eskenazi is on as a sub.
I thought he'd gone home today.
Well, I didn't know.
I sent him a message today, but anyway. Eske's on at second slip.
Looks like him.
And Sharma has been driven for 4. Beautiful shot from Hill. Let the ball come nice and close. Square drive. Bringing in that bottom hand nice and late. Bang! That's the power. And 4 runs is the result.
I mean, if that's not Stephen Eskenazi, honestly. Or is it deploy? Maybe it is deploy then. Maybe I'm going mad, am I?
We got any binoculars in here? We can see what's on the back of his shirt.
I mean, it looks like deploy in the back of his shirt, but for all the world, it looks like Eskenazi. And they don't look remotely similar. They don't look remotely similar. That's why I can't work it out. Yeah, deploy's up at mid-on. There he is. Mid-off.
Mid-off, shining.
So I'm sure... Oh, I know who it is at second slip. It's DeCary's, sorry. It's
Oh,
DeCary's. That's why I thought it said
DeCary's.
deploy on the back of his shirt. It's DeCary's. But usually it's deploy in there.
And Sharma's in. And it's through to the keeper. Nice delivery with a bit of pace and bounce. And DeCary's does look a little bit like Eskenazi.
Yeah, no, he does for all the
got
world.
that sort of unshaven look about
I
him.
haven't seen DeCary's in there for a while. Yeah, it's DeCary's he's in there. You don't often see him in there. That's why it threw me slightly. Stephen Eske's sat at home somewhere laughing his head off at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah. Poor Esky not getting picked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Richard Ray's going to come in and replace me at the end of the day. You've got Higgins then at gully. Deployer's gone up to mid-off, and he has shelled a few this summer, so I wonder if that's why he's taken himself out and put himself up at mid-off.
And it's cut away, but now there is an...
Safago.
Well, wide third man can't get round, so it's gone for another boundary. Nice shot, cut shot, short and wide from Sharma, and Hill has enjoyed a couple of boundaries in this over. And the loose ball does get punished. The half volley comes onto the bat nicely. And the short ball sits up a bit and says, hit me. And Sharma, who's bowled the odd very promising delivery, has erred a couple of times in this over. He's in again. And that one's short, and it's hit the glove, and it's gone up in the air, and he's out. Sharma has a wicket. Hill has tried to pull the ball. It got big on him. And a little bit late on the shot. So hats off to you, Sharma. Nice short ball, and you got yourself a wicket.
Well bowled, young man. Yeah, well bowled.
Yeah.
We talked about the bounce in this game, haven't we? And that one there has just got a little bit bigger, as you say. He was late on the shot, got big on him, tucked him up. And a dolly of a catch for the keeper, wasn't it? Just couldn't have looped up kinder, could it? We all kind of sat forward thinking, because you can't always get the trajectory perfectly up here. You might think you've seen one thing and it's completely different, the trajectory of the ball, but that was easy. A dolly for the keeper.
Yeah, another day you get lucky as a batter, and
that's right. Yeah.
That goes over the keeper, down a fine leg, or over the keeper's head for 4, but that was an easy catch. Sorry, Kev, keeper's name, it's just slipped me.
Oh, Cracknell. Yeah, Cracknell's back into the side now, replacing Davies, sorry.
He got 36 earlier with the bat.
The PA's just said James Cracknell. Yes, he did. He got 38. We've all made that mistake with crackers. We've all.
Well, it's just getting used to,
One of the best PA mistakes was when
players' names when you haven't seen them play.
Well, one of the best PA mistakes was when Anya Donald walked out to bat at Lord's for Glamorgan and was greeted to the middle as Anya and Bevan.
Well, it's Peter Hanscom who's been greeted.
Yeah.
By Patel. Patel has taken his gloves and helmet off. He's having a little chat with his captain. Might be just giving him a little bit of the odd little hint. Yeah, he's just saying perhaps what the wicket's doing, or there's a little punch of fists. And Peter Hanscom with all his experience. But you would imagine a bit of a tired body and definitely a bit of a tired mind. If you've been out there in the field as captain for all those overs, for nearly 5 sessions, keeping the energy up and sorting out your bowling changes, you've got to get sharp again with your mind.
We dropped off. We're okay.
And you're in the crease. Sharma in, first ball. Hanscom drives to extra cover for a dot. And that was the last ball of the over.
Yeah, they need these two to be there at the close, the Foxes. Hanscom very capable of a long innings. Patel, is it unkind to say I don't think Hill did him too many favours out there because of the amount of time he took to get his runs? Yes, he picked up a couple of 4s in that over, but his 20 came off 57 and it was sort of 20 off 50, it was 12 off 52, something like that, and Patel just puts a little bit of, felt as though it was putting a little bit of pressure on Patel. Maybe it wasn't, maybe I'm being a bit unfair. I mean, it's not a limited overs game, but I don't know, it just...
Well, the key is for Patel, just whatever's happening at the other end with the batsman, if wickets are falling or not, you just keep in your bubble. You stay in your bubble and you treat it one ball at a time.
Zafar is in. Patel just nibbles it around the corner, down towards the empty backward square area. Joe, not James Cracknell, runs after it and picks it up, and Patel picks up a single, moves on to 47.
And for me so far in the match, Patel has been the best batsman I've seen. You know, the way he's gone about his innings here, faced a new ball, but his decision making, his footwork, his balance, his poise. And to me, he's looked, you know, but what happened there with Hill is he didn't get. Hill had slightly more of the strike. But Patel is still there on 47.
Zafar is into Peter Hanscom, who goes back and cuts pleasantly out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Takes his single.
Yeah, the good players with spin, they will pounce on anything. If you're a little bit short, their footworkers will rock back and they'll give themselves a bit of time to go, I'm going to play you off the back foot. And Australians are notoriously good cutters of the cricket ball. And that one was cut away out to deep cover.
Zafar bowls to Patel, who's forward, bat nicely next to front pad, blocking it out to shortish extra.
He's got to he's got to be careful, Patel, just that he doesn't think, right, I'll just use my feet and stroke it to mid-off. The long off, that's an easy single.
Zafar bowls. He is forward, just pushing again out to short extra, where Geddes is the fielder.
And now mid-off is coming up, actually, for the last 2 balls.
Tom Helm. Ears still burning, I'm sure, after Dermot's P45. In goes Zafar and bowls, tosses it up nicely, but Patel is not to be tempted, just leans forward.
Yeah, it was a tempter, you know, if he'd wanted to use his feet at the right time, he could have got down and probably hit him, you know, clean as a whistle straight over his head. But at the moment, he's not taking up that challenge.
Duploy is responding by bringing the field in by sweeper as Zafar goes in. It's a little bit short. It's chopped away off the stumps. Actually, he was playing it on length, and which is kind of fair enough. It was a little bit short, but it didn't really get up. And as I say, it was on the stumps. Had he missed it, he didn't. But he didn't really hit it cleanly.
Yeah, the way the bowler and the fielders reacted, I think it could well have been the arm ball that kept coming back in. He looked like was going to end up getting a bit cramped, but you know, a man of his ability, he still found a bat, managed to get bat to the ball, and the fact that deep cover had been bored up. You know, as a batsman, sometimes you think, oh, there's no one out there now, and you just look to give yourself a bit of room to open up the offside, but it's Hanscom on strike because Patel didn't get a run off the last ball. And it's still Sharma who is in, and this is short. And Hanscom plays it's sort of in between a back foot drive and a cut, and had his bat at an awkward angle. And
formerly captain of Middlesex, of course, Peter Hanscom. So he'll be familiar with a lot of the Middlesex players. Fair amount of churn since his time at Lord's, so 1 or 2 maybe not. He didn't have the happiest of time skippering Middlesex, Hanscom.
He's on strike now to Sharma and lets that one go.
A Leicestershire supporter wanted me to ask you, Dermot, who was the best player you played with who didn't go on to play international cricket? Who didn't become an international cricketer, who perhaps either should have done or could have done? It's not an easy question to answer that, I wouldn't think, but who always seemed to do. You thought was a pretty classy player, but didn't play international cricket.
Ooh.
Not easy. 2 in that Warwickshire side, maybe. I'm not sure.
Sharma's in, and Hanscom gets a bit too square on with that one, but gets back to the ball. Yeah, I haven't got a player who's
it doesn't
sort of popping out
mind.
that you think, oh, he should have played. He should have played for England, but never got the chance.
Did you play with daggers?
With daggers? No, I didn't play with daggers.
Okay.
Sharma's in and bowls now, and Hanscom plays it comfortably on the back foot, but picks out backward point, and there's no run. Yeah, I don't know, maybe I think Dominic Ostler would have done well at international level, and yeah, there was a period there for England when people like Hussain were only averaging in the 30s.
Only, yeah.
But, you know, that you got to average in the 40s as a test batsman as Sharma's in, and that is caught behind. A good delivery. It's just nipped away from Peter Hanscom, and he's edged it through to Cracknell, who has made no mistake, and Sharma now has 2 for 13, and the Foxes are in trouble.
They are. Hanscom just prodded forward at that, wasn't it? In a little bit of bounce.
Yep, I mean, the odd delivery that Sharma's bowled, and the odd delivery on this wicket throughout this coming up now nearly 2 days, but the odd one has bounced a bit. And when Leicestershire found that spot, and it did bounce, but they didn't find the edge. There were a few player misses in the Middlesex innings, and then there was times there were a couple of edges, but there were no slips in place.
Well, the visitors all over the Foxes at the moment. Remember, 385 is the follow-on target, and at the moment that feels an awful long way away. 301 runs to be precise.
Yep, and you know, batting points and a draw
is okay for Leicestershire.
Absolutely, but
they're a long way from.
At the moment, they're a long way from a batting point, and they're making it difficult for themselves to not feel that they're going to take the game the whole 4 days. But all it takes is a partnership, and you have to, when you come to the crease with your non-striker, you've got to get together. You've got to believe, right, this is going to be the biggest partnership of the innings. In fact, of the match, us two, we're going to do it. And you have that attitude, and you just take it one ball at a time. And sometimes it's, you know, you might score slowly, and you might not look good. But if you're still there, you bat for 2 hours, you're on 19, for example, you know. But you're still there. You might have the chance of going on and making a really big score.
First of the all-rounders at the crease now.
Green on strike to Sharma, and that's a good delivery. Has him playing. Should I go forward? Should I go back? Nice line and length. Should I play? Should I leave it? He played it, and it rolled out to backward point. But Sharma now has 4 overs, and he's taken 2 wickets. So a fantastic strike rate for the young Middlesex fast bowler.
It is. We've had 27 overs with this ball, so if everything we hear about it is to be believed, it shouldn't be doing too much. But Sam Robson said yesterday when Kevin spoke to him that he thought there was a little bit more about the track than the scores were suggesting, and
yeah, I mean, it had a roll. It had a roll between innings with the heavy roller, and I was watching, and it was as though the green tinge in it was sort of disappearing before my eyes as the roller was going.
Well, Lloyd, sensing blood, has gone back to his strike bowler Helm from the pavilion end. Bowls outside off stump, and it bounces for a second time in front of wicketkeeper Cracknell, who had to form the long barrier. Wasn't able to stop the ball cleanly, but he did stop it. But that absolutely died off the pitch.
Well, that's a loosener.
Yeah.
So, for one, the keeper and the stumps, the keeper and the slip should be closer for his first ball back of a new spell, because it's not going to be 100%. So you get closer for a couple of balls, and then you sort of move back a yard, just in case there's an edge that wouldn't carry.
Helm is in, back to the slightly short of a length delivery goes Rishi Patel, blocks it out 2 point, and then rehearses the pull that he was tempted to play, but possibly with the wickets falling at the other end, he's knowing he's got to be a little bit more cautious that they need him there tomorrow. 9.4 overs left in today's play.
Well, Helm's into the breeze from where he was bowling at the other end. He's uphill, you know, and those first 2 deliveries were very much on the side of medium. So he's now brought in a short mid wicket from Gully.
Runs in and bowls to Patel, who leaves outside off stump. Deploy himself. The captain posted himself there at that short mid wicket, seeing perhaps Patel play that rehearse.
Ball. Yeah.
Sometimes it's not a good idea to play rehearse shots.
I think it was more the pace of Helm. He just felt, oh, that was not very quick. I could have pulled it. So Helm yet to find his rhythm, if you like, from this bottom end.
Kicks up his heels, runs away from us and bowls to Patel. Looked to be a little bit of shape away from the batsman, but started wide, and Patel, very safe leave, wanders away towards short leg. He got to 40 at not much less than a run a ball, Rishi Patel, but he's had to work very hard to get to 47 off 72. They're going nowhere, says Joe Cracknell.
Yeah, I heard
and he's
that.
got a point. He has got a point. He's got a point.
That's a good comment.
Helm goes in and bowls. Patel defends on the off stump, slightly short of a length delivery out into the offside. But he's absolutely right.
Well, there definitely seems a bit more bounce bowling from the Bennett end, and I think if the fast bowlers had a choice, they'd probably all put their hands up and say, I'd like to bowl that end, the end that Sharma's bowling. You're running in downhill, you've got the wind behind you. It's a bit more hard work from this pavilion end.
It very much is, as Helm is in, bowls to Patel, who turns him nicely off his legs. Higgins dives to his right, can't get there. That might run down the slope to the boundary for 4. It will, and that is Rishi Patel's half century. It's come off 74 deliveries, and well, without it, it's not a pretty scoreboard for Leicestershire, but it would be a disastrous scoreboard without it. But the work is only just starting for Rishi Patel. You feel if Leicestershire are going to save this game, they have an awful lot of work to do, and they need Patel to do plenty of it. 8 4s and 1 6 in that 74 ball. 50.
Yeah, I mean, he's scored 51 out of the 88, so he's been well, he's been head and shoulders sort of above the other batters who've come to the crease so far. Saul Budinger, is that right? Budinger? He looked really good, but he was gone for 10 in no time at all. So it's Green yet to get off the mark to face Sharma with his tail up, who's bowled it short, and he's gone. He's bounced him out, caught it short leg, a really good bouncer that Green has decided to just fend off his coming at his head, and he's got a sort of top splice of the bat or his gloves, but it's just lobbed to short leg. So Sharma has 3 and Green has gone for naught.
Leicestershire facing a first defeat of the season. Middlesex sniffing a first victory. My word.
Yeah, well, you know, the shot to play to that ball was a pull or a hook. There's only a fine leg in place and there's a short leg, but Green deciding, right, I'm just going to have a little look at Sharma. Oh, he's bounced me. It's on to me, and I'm going up with the ball, and there's a short leg there. So it was a poor shot selection, if you like, but you've got to say, let's give credit to the bowler who's running first ball of the over, and he decided, right, I'm going to bang it in, and he got it in. It was short, it was quick, it was in at Green's left armpit, and he decided, right, I'm going to try and play it, which wasn't the option. He should have either got out the way, got under it, or had a hook at it.
Ben Geddes will never have an easier catch at short leg than that. Gently to him, just pushed it straight into his 2 hands. Ben Cox, who was very surprisingly left out of the last game, who's been one of Leicestershire's best batsmen, the wicket-keeper this season, but they went with Hanscom as keeper, so Coxie missed out last game. He will have to play an important part for the Foxes tonight and deep into tomorrow if they're going to get out of this hole, into which they have been firmly pushed by the Middlesex attack, and particularly Navya Sharma, 3 for 13 from 4.1 for the young right-hander.
You have to say, though, very good captaincy. I mean, you know, when he started the spell, he didn't have a short leg, but he's got a couple of wickets, he's got his tail up, he's a new batsman, so a short leg's in there. You know, time and time I've seen that ball bowled, but there's no short leg, and therefore, I can actually get a single, or there's no one there to catch me. But Deploy, knowing he's got a score on the board of 5-3-4, you know, he's got 2 slips of gully and a short leg. There's no third man, so he's giving boundaries away there, but
he can afford to at the moment.
Absolutely.
He really can.
I'd be having a leg gully for this first ball from mid-off.
Short leg, 2 slips and a gully as Sharma is in and bowls. Is it me or you? I can't remember. Sorry if
no,
it
that's
was
all
you.
right. It was me, but that's okay.
It happens, mate. I do apologise.
Yeah.
It was pushed.
I'm more than happy if you want to take the live
no, you crack on.
all the time.
That was very, very rude of me.
Well, I'm not sure the producer's got me here to do live, actually. So.
Okay. Oh, it gets more interesting though if you do, doesn't it? Do you not?
Oh
prefer
yeah,
it
no,
a bit
yeah,
to
yeah,
mix
no.
it
I
up a
love
bit?
doing live. Love doing the live. Sharma comes in, past the stumps and bowls it. It's a good line and length, and
close.
it's an LB appeal, and up goes the finger.
Yeah, it's close.
Second ball, and Cox is LBW. And Sharma is on a roll here. 2 in the over. Both men naught. Green naught, Cox naught. And that was a good delivery, nipping back in towards the stumps.
Yeah, and it was almost a celeb appeal, wasn't it? He knew straight away. Sharma was 4/5 of the way down the wicket, celebrating before realising that umpire Ben Debenham was taking his time to raise his finger. But when you immediately think, oh, that's close, then it was always likely to be a finger raised. And Debenham's finger did eventually go up. And, well, a second bowling bonus point in just the 29th over.
Well, Kevin said that the Middlesex hierarchy are hoping for big things from this young fella Sharma, and he's usually rated. I think he's only in his
Teens.
3rd game.
Yep.
But he's what, 19?
Yep, still a teenager.
Still a teenager.
And I suspect these might be his first class best figures.
Yes.
Yeah.
4 for 13 or 4.3 overs. Well, can he put the tin lid on it as far as Leicestershire are concerned and make it a 5 for or more? Well, Van Beek comes to the wicket. He too has been outstanding with both bat and ball for the Foxes, but he will not have been anticipating being required to bat tonight, I don't think. 82 for 2 has become 88 for 6. 82 for 2 to 88 for 6, so 4 wickets for just 6 runs added.
But it would have been, wouldn't it have been 82 for 1 at one point?
It was 39 for 2, so 82 for 2.
Right.
82 for 3 became the...
Well, yeah, it's
for
been
the
all
third
Middlesex,
wicket.
and it's been all Sharma. 3 balls left in the over. He can't wait to bowl. He was there dying to start his run up, and he's in now. Oh, and that's another good short ball that Van Beek rides the bounce. And just lobbed up on the offside. There's a short leg. There's no silly point, but that's attacking bowling. Good fast bowling. Going new batsman. Right, first ball. I'm gonna get it at your throat. And plenty of noise out there from the Middlesex fielders encouraging their young Quick who's in, and that's short and played a bit more comfortably by Van Beek this time. I've always called him Van Beek, but it's more Van Beek, is it?
Well, he doesn't mind. My youngest son lives in the Netherlands, and stepping out with a Dutch girl, and she said it should be. Well, actually, she said it should be. But I can't say it for Van Beek. But the bake bit I got. But the van is basically a throat clearing exercise, as far as I can understand.
He's bat raised on strike, and and there's an edge, a short, really good short ball that he decided I'll ride the bounce with this one, and he got a splice of the bat in front of his nose, and it went over first slip for 4. Super over, really good fast bowling from young Sharma. He nearly picked up 3 in the over, nearly got Van Beek out with that delivery. Tested him with the first ball he got, and I think we might be seeing a bit more short stuff from the young Quick to the Leicestershire batsman, because they're obviously finding him a little bit uncomfortable when he hits that short length that rears up at their throat. Mind you, he's bowled 5 overs now, so what do? Middlesex, they go, well, that's your quota, is it? You're only 19. That's your quota. You can't bowl any more than 5 in a spell.
Will you ever have better figures?
You know.
Umpires are having a long chat to the 2 batsmen. Did he? No, the physio was about to come on, so I wondered whether it clipped a helmet or something. It didn't look to be anywhere near the helmet, did it? So I'd be very surprised if it did. And the umpires have waved Lloyd, the Leicestershire physio, away, so it clearly didn't. But yeah, I wouldn't like to try and get the ball off Navia Sharma at the moment.
Yeah.
I would imagine he'd be most disappointed.
Is there a limit though? Is there an actual limit on him? How many overs he can bowl in a spell.
Tom Helm, in the meantime, is in and bowling to Rishi Patel, who has been standing at the other end watching the carnage unfold. He is 51 not out of 92 for 6. And the volume from the Middlesex fielders understandably high at the moment. We're coming up to the top of the hour. Still 7 overs and 5 balls left to bowl because of the clatter of wickets. Helm is in and bowling, Patel defending. Just leaning forward, head nicely over the ball, and then goes through his little routine, remarks his guard, wanders away towards short leg, tucks the bat under his arm, undoes the velcro on his batting gloves, turns round, walks back, refastens it, shakes his right hand, shuffles into place. Helm turns in the shadow of the floodlight pylons at Grace Road, runs in and bowls, and Patel is forward, line and length delivery, treated with respect. If they were to get Patel this evening, Middlesex would be, what a feeling they would have going back to their hotel. Hopes of a 3-day win on the cards. Helm turns, runs in, bowled a little bit short, and rather dives into the gloves of Cracknell behind the stumps. It was left, obviously, outside off stump by Patel. Van Beek wanders down to have a word with him.
He didn't start that well, Sharma, in the field. You know, the first time the ball came from him, misfielded it, and they got a 2. And I could see him down here at fine leg, and you know, he didn't get to come on first change. They went for the left arm spin option, and at the far end, Higgins bowled, followed Helm, so he had to bide his time.
Helm bowls, Patel leaves outside off stump.
And you would have been thinking as a young quick, oh, you know, they're gone to spin before me to come on first change, or you know, so he was the fourth of the fast bowlers to be given a bowl, but head and shoulders, he's the one that the batsmen have found the most uncomfortable. Higgins bowled well, asked questions, did get a wicket, but Sharma has really done the damage.
Helm bowls, Patel is not driving really, just stroking it essentially defensively out into the off side. Holden is the fielder, and Helm, I suppose, does his job, ties Patel up at that end, bowls a maiden to him, and makes sure that Van Beek, the new batsman, is down at the striker's end, when I'm sure Sharma will continue. He will indeed continue. 6 overs. Was it 5 overs he's bowled? 4 for 13? 4 for 17. When did that extra 4 runs come? Oh, of course, it was off Van Beek's top edge, wasn't it, over the slips?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Helms reminded me of Green from at the beginning of the day from this end, just, you know, accurate line and length, try and keep it tight into the breeze, but Sharma with the breeze, pitches up and he's driven and well fielded at mid-off. Van Beek thought he might have just got that one through, but he stroked it nicely. What can happen as a batsman is you can be thinking about the short ball. You know he's got it in his armoury. He's already got a couple of wickets with it. He's had the caught behind, and you know, from Hill, and then the caught short leg, Green, and you know it's coming as a batsman. So, but you still got to make sure you get forward when it's pitched up. And this one is short of a good length, and it hits Van Beek in the pads. Did him for pace there, really. Might have stayed a little bit on the low side.
He's rubbing his
one of those
his thigh.
One of those painful ones that might hit just below the thigh pad, but misses the flap of your batting pad, and you end up getting this red cherry bruise on your leg, and tender to the touch, but you got to take the blows on the body as a cricketer. And Van Beek knows this, and he's on strike, and he's pulled this before. Really good shot, waiting for the short ball, knew it was coming, and that's the way to play it. On this pitch, it's not as though Sharma is too quick to be able to pull. But the other balls that he's bowled that have been short, perhaps the batsmen haven't realised that it's a short ball, because you know sometimes there's no discernible change in the action, or you don't quite, as a batsman, see the release is late. But on that occasion, Van Beek realised very early on this is short, got into position, swivel pull, and that's brought a field change. There's a man now for the catch that's gone out 3/4 of the way to the leg side boundary. And Sharma charging in from the Bennett end, pitches this one up, nice line and length through to the keeper. And you're expecting something every ball now, aren't you?
Yes. But that sense also presumably gets through to the batsman as well, and he becomes a little bit more tense perhaps and doesn't quite play every ball on its merit, or...
Well, we talked about, Angus Fraser bowling seamers and coming in and nice and high and hitting the seam and not knowing which way, if it hits the seam, it's going to go. And I feel a bit like that with Sharma here. He's bowling nice and high. He's making the ball talk a little bit off a length, but just by banging the seam into the pitch. And that one's banged in short. And Van Beek says, I'll just get under that. Lets it go over his left shoulder. But good pace and hostility from the young quick. Where's he come from, Sharma? Is he a
Hampton School.
Hampton School?
Yeah.
In Hampton?
Hampton Court area, yeah.
Middlesex?
Yep.
Well, he'll be very chuffed with his bowling so far. He's 4 for 21. He comes in again and beats the outside edge of Van Beek on that last delivery. Super delivery to finish. Lots of high fives to Sharma out there and encouragement for the young man. And it's been an excellent spell. And I will leave you with Richard and
Thank you, Dermot.
Kevin.
We'll do a bit of swapping round in the...
There's only 6 remaining, so that's all good, isn't it?
And the first of those 6 remaining will be bowled by Tom Helm from the Bennett, from the pavilion end even. Runs in. Bowls nice and straight, but Patel solidly behind it.
Who do I speak to tonight? Sharma or Geddes? First Middlesex century, I guess the...
Have you spoken to... yeah, it's a difficult one, isn't it?
I think it's got to be
Navia
Geddes.
before, probably has to
Navia
be
might get a
Geddes,
5
doesn't
for
it?
tomorrow, mightn't
Yeah,
he? So-
exactly. His work isn't...
Yeah.
Unless he really pulls something out of the bag over the next couple of overs, he's likely to have a little bit of work to do tomorrow. But the odds at the moment very much in favour of the follow-on. Well, yeah, surely will be enforced. In goes Helm and bowls, and Patel leans forward, blocking it back down the pitch to Tom Helm. Very good this, Tommy, says Cracknell. The man responsible for that. They're going nowhere here, shouting. He's right. He's right. There's a members' forum at Grace Road tonight to discuss the changes.
Are you hanging around for it?
Change. I'm not. No. In goes Helm, bowls outside off stump and taken by Cracknell.
Can I go in your stead?
Left by Patel and Duploy, he's captained the side well for me. He's changed the... I mean, it always looks good, doesn't it? When the scoreboard's like that, you think the captain's done a good job. But I like the way he's changed the bowlers and changed the fields and quickly sense batters' sort of weaker areas, so to speak. Helm in bowls, Patel leaves again outside off stump. Well, they came close last week against Northamptonshire, Middlesex. And they are now, you would have thought, ball, etc. notwithstanding, strong favourites to go on and win from here. Still got 14 wickets to take though. Helm in. Patel is pushing it firmly, but only as far as deploy it wide-ish mid-off.
If Dermot Reeve were here now, give me a clip round the ear for looking too far ahead. But were they to topple these 4 wickets, how many got tonight? 5.1. So let's say they get off with 7 tonight. 7 tonight, and they come back and knock over the last 3 tomorrow. 2 days to go of the game, effectively. There's a little bit of a greenish tinge still on that pitch. Do you go for that little bit of a greenish tinge and enforce the follow-on, or do you think bat again and see if it breaks up a little on the final day?
Helm bowls. He's bowled him! He's gone through Rishi Patel. Well, that question might have to be asked tonight. Yet there are still 5.1 overs left to be bowled, and Leicestershire are 96 for 7.
Well, this is Middlesex at their best, and it's good to see. Tom Helm, injured first half of the season, he's back and he's in the side, and boy oh boy do they need him. You know, the mantle is slowly passing from that Championship era side. Finn first, then Murtagh. Roland Jones is the club captain now, but he kind of stands alone a little bit. He bore the burden of wicket taking the last couple of years, and he needs somebody to stand alongside him. Higgins is doing it, but as the all-rounder, that's a burden in itself. Helm being injured the first half of the summer, I think, was a huge blow for Middlesex. They had Patterson in, but then they were almost playing a youngster as the third seamer, which is fine, and you want that, but Middlesex are in a position where, you know, you want to be a strong and winning side bringing in a youngster, don't you? You don't want to be a side who are scrambling bringing in a youngster. It's felt a little bit like that, but you look at Helm now, but of course it isn't Helm that's done the damage, it is the youngster Sharma. And Helm now backing him up, and that was, yeah, well, it was a lovely feeling for a quick bowler, wasn't it? Top and middle and off.
Rishi Patel drags himself off, but 5 wickets have now fallen for just 14 runs being added. And the Foxes are now down to the tail. Out comes Roman Walker. Square of shoulder. Strong build. He very much considers himself an all-rounder. He can give the ball a biff, but my word, he's got a big job on here. Logan van Beek will be the one to strike. That was the last ball of Helm's over. And Navya Sharma, I think we can definitely say he's got his tail up with 5 overs to go. 6:10.
Yep, 4 for 21 Sharma. Here he goes, turning at the Bennett ends. 2 maidens, 6 overs bowled, and Sharma has 2 slips, a gully, there's a backward point, wide mid-off, mid-wicket, no mid-on, short leg, backward square, and a long leg as this ball's short, outside the off-stump, past the nose it goes, the tail's up of the youngster, and the teenager bowling with good pace and good accuracy as well. That's what's been impressive from Sharma in his first 3 games, the accuracy.
Stephen Roberts has been in touch on email just to say that there are no limits on what Sharma can bowl. The maximum 7 overs only applies to under 19s. So he can bowl as much as the captain wants him to.
Has he ticked to 20?
Well, he's not under 19 then, is he? Under 19 would be presumably
18.
I don't know.
Here goes Sharma, he bowls and beats. Goodness me, that was a beaut to beat Van Beek. That was a lovely ball. That's one of the, I say one of the balls of the match. That's an exaggeration, but you know that's everything you want in a ball was that from a quick bowler.
Unquestionably straightened.
Yeah, lovely line and length. Beaut from Sharma. Tail up. Well, if he takes his 5 for tonight, then poor old Ben Geddes, maiden first class century, maiden Middlesex century.
Well, as you say,
he might go and take more tomorrow. Yeah.
But
he's in now. Sharma bowls, and this is dabbed into the onside, just backward square on the leg side. 97 for 7. I don't think leg buys me signal on that. I'm pretty sure it was bat. It was, yeah. And sometimes it's almost nicer for somebody else to talk about the person rather than them to talk about themselves, isn't it? So.
Have you spoken to him before, Sharma?
No, haven't had the chance. Yeah, only a cursory hello, you know, not an interview. But yeah, this is his breakthrough moment. This is the moment where you know, Middlesex have got to find a way of harnessing this talent now, haven't they? And getting this consistently out of him. I mean, what he's producing at the moment, it's good pace. That's first thing, isn't it? A young bowler, right? Well, how quick is he? Well, he's got a bit about him. He's in now, bowls, and full straight, and it's dug out into the onside for a single.
Looking for the Yorker.
Yeah.
He nearly found it.
Well, Dermot Reeve was talking about that in terms of the Kookaburra ball, the idea being you bowl a couple of overs, line and length, no runs, top of off stump, and then you fire in a quick and bowl it almost to 80%, and then you bowl in 100% Yorker. See if you can get them out. It's kind of the discipline you've got to have with a Kookaburra. 98 for 7. Van Beek on strike, and that lifts on him. That lifts.
I was saying to Dermot, everything that Sam Robson said to you at the end of day 1, being borne out really here, and
what was that? That Leicestershire didn't get off to the start. Yeah.
Well, if you work with there is something there. If you can find it, there's a little bit there, and it's the Middlesex bowlers who are finding it.
Well, I think Leicester would love to go back to the first morning, wouldn't they? Start again. It's one of those. I don't think too much. It's a good toss to lose. I don't think I'd say that at all at the moment. I think it'd just be, they got it wrong, didn't they? Sharma's in, bowls, and inside edge down to deep backward square, looking to drive Van Beek. But then the biggest difference between the side is a teenage bowler at the moment. We did talk about, look, they didn't get it quite right, and 100 odd were put on for the first wicket. The second centurion of the innings was put down early. So you kind of take those two factors out of the equation, and what are you looking at? And quite possibly it's this. So
did we ask Duploy whether he would have batted or bowled?
Haven't seen him yet. And they may well have done. Yeah, they may well have had a bowl first on this. But I don't like I said, I don't think it was so much about the toss. I think it was more they just there's a big difference in the way that Middlesex are bowled in these 33 overs to that first morning. In hindsight, now we look back, and you always say wait until both sides are batted and compare it. And Middlesex have been that little bit fuller and that little bit straighter. If you're off line, if you're off length, that was one thing they said. If you're off line or off length on this, you will go for runs.
Deploys come running down to speak to Helm. No real changes to the field except that shortish, straightish mid-wicket in a catching position about 3 strips back for Van Beek.
Which is almost keep it on the stumps, Helm, isn't it? Keep it, don't give him any width.
Absolutely.
Just keep hitting that off stump.
In he runs and bowls. Van Beek flashes away. He's caught behind. He is caught behind. Little bit of bounce, little bit of pace. Van Beek threw his hands at it, took the outside edge. Leicestershire have absolutely collapsed from 82 for 2 to 99 for 8.
Do you know what though, for Leicestershire, and it won't be much of a consolation, but that's a love. The pace and bounce there of Helm. The couple of dismissals here, it's everything Middlesex have wanted to see from Helm as a championship bowler. It's all there for him. I've always said it. The potential of Helm has always been that he should be in the England side, but injuries have been unkind, and then when he has had a stint, the form just hasn't quite come together. It's almost as though he gets some form going, and then there's an injury. So, fate has been unkind on Tom Helm, but at the moment, he's got his tail up. But again, it's Sharma. Between the pair of them, they're doing everything you could possibly want, and to some extent, Richard, everything you could possibly want with the Kookaburra. It's hit that hard length and just keep hitting it relentlessly and build pressure.
Yeah, I was sort of slightly had my tongue in cheek when I said that question about the follow-on might have to be
a good pose tonight.
Asked tonight, yeah, but it seriously might be. Chris Wright is coming out to the crease. 3.5 overs to go tonight.
Well, Wright and Walker, Middlesex will say,
change of innings. Well, if these 2 wickets fall in this over has to fall in these 5 balls.
I was going to say that.
Right?
Well, yes. I was going
to fall one off the next one.
Exactly. Then it's stumps.
That'd be it. We'd be at stumps.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say they'll desperately want 9 down tonight, won't they? With 23 balls left of the day's play, they'll really be greedy and be thinking, come on, at least one more. And there was a point when perhaps not churlishly, but I was saying earlier, could they get them 7 down tonight? If they got them 7 down tonight, it would be. It might have even been 6 that I said. I think 7 may have been a stretch when I said it, but yeah, just that. This passage of play, it's awkward, and they've been out there for what, 5 sessions in the field, so mentally fatigued as well as physically.
Helm in to Chris Wright, who is turning him off his legs to that short mid-wicket, who's Geddes. And there's no run. Making sure it is Geddes. 14.
Tis.
Yes, yeah.
Sports Extra listeners are with us, and lovely to have you with us as well. It's an extraordinary spell of bowling here at Grace Road this evening from Middlesex. Tom Helm, who's been in and around England squads and training camps for many years.
And a young man called Navya Sharma. Remember the name, Sports Extra listeners and everybody else. He may have a future in this game. In goes Helm and bowls right on the back foot, blocks it back down towards Gully. Hits the ground hard and bounces fairly gently down there, running out. Here's Gully to make this stop. 99 for 8. It was 82 for 2. Lewis Hill got out for 20, caught behind off the bowling of Sharma. Since then, Hanscom caught behind off Sharma. Green caught at short leg off Sharma. Cox leg before wicket to Sharma. Helm is in and bowls thick inside edge. I thought for a moment Wright was going to chop that one on. He chopped it onto his pads and it bounced out in head of him. The last two, Rishi Patel, who'd stood firm in making a very nice half century, was comprehensively cleaned up by Tom Helm at the top of his off stump hit. He was gone for 51, and Logan Van Beek threw his hands at a ball that bounced a little bit on him and was caught behind for 10. 98 for 8. Roman Walker is the not out batsman on 1. Chris Wright yet to score. Slips and Gully go down as Helm runs in and bowls. Wright drives at a good stop by Holden. It was fairly close to him. It went quickly to him though. And he's looking directly into the sun away to the west. Over the meet, for those who know the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road. Still nice and high though, the sun. 99 for 8.
Oh, they're looking at the ball. Surely not, Leas.
I wouldn't change it, Leas.
You've just taken 6 in how many?
Maybe
well, they did this at Cardiff, would you believe?
He's got his scissor. Maybe just a little bit of seam has come loose and has just been trimmed off the ball. And Gully is going to... He's still going, Higgins. 3/4 of the way back. Backwards square.
Nose or toes? What's he going to go for?
Geddes is going from cover to Gully.
He set up everything for the bumper, but is he going to go for the toes?
Helm has 1 ball to go in this over. In he comes. Bowls to right. It's line and length and right. I think too old a hand to be fooled into staying on the back foot. Presses forward and blocks it out towards mid-wicket. End of another successful Helm over. 8 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 28 for the Middlesex spearhead. Although Sharma might have something to say about that description. 99 for 8. 3 overs to go tonight.
BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio London. Live on the BBC Sport website and app, and BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Richard Ray alongside myself, Kevin Hand. We've got Dermot Reeve here with us for this one as well. And right now, this game has really come to life. To some extent, it always has been. From afar, you could look at the scoreboard and say, well, it's another Kookaburra with 500 odd. But Leicestershire felt they didn't get it quite right yesterday morning. They paid the price. A century stand between Sam Robson and Josh De Carey's recalled to the side. Just shy of a maiden first-class ton for the second week running to Carey's, having been called back for the last 2 games. Here's Sharma, right arm over, full straight, and a forward defence from Walker. Back into the onside, there's no run. 2 slips, a Gully, who's warming up, Higgins. Who's he going to replace for the last over of the day? Backward point, maybe he's warming down.
Be surprised if they took Helm off.
Yes, or indeed Sharma. Then this is Sharma's 8th over on the bounce, isn't it? So the teenager.
It is.
4 for 24. Maybe this is last attempt to get a 5 for this evening.
So it'd be either Higgins, maybe last over of spins. If they, I don't think they'd be looking to hit it. So
or maybe
Higgins might be a better bet.
It has been a long old couple of days. Here's Sharma. He's in. Bowls a bumper. Through to the keeper it goes. His pace has been impressive for Sharma.
He's a lithe young man, isn't he? It's a nice follow through to his action. It flows through the crease, and he ends up not that far from the batsman. So he takes some of the pressure off his body. He doesn't sort of try and wheel away or come to too jarring a halt. Deploys in pursuit as he walks back to his top of his mark.
Yeah, I thought he was going to have a word, but it was just
Yes,
a gentle
just
toss of the ball, wasn't it?
Didn't want to throw the ball too far. He's just stretching his right hamstring a bit. Be careful, young man.
Yeah. 2 slips gully, backward point, wide mid-off, mid-on, short leg, deep backward square and long leg. And Sharma's right arm over. He bowls full straight. And this is eased by Walker to backward point, no run. So 2.3 overs to go of the day.
Walker was advancing down the pitch there just to try and negate any movement, an indication that Sharma's getting movement, despite the ball being 34.5 overs old.
Higgins has just run up from gully to dry his hands on
Right
the crease.
next to, right under Walker's nose.
As if to say there's a chance coming.
No doubt a little word was maybe not exchanged, although Walker isn't shy of.
Well, yes.
He went back away from saying anything.
Well, and he was
Anybody
also
says
the one
anything
with his
to him.
bat in the hand, so... well, I think the message was sent just by drying his hands there. He's back at gully as Sharma's in, bowls, and forward goes Walker, pushing into the offside. But yeah, century stand yesterday morning, Robson, and to Carey's Robson's first century of the summer. Then there's the century from Ben Geddes, his first for Middlesex since arriving from Surrey in the winter, and he's been a popular signing. On the field and in the dressing room, he's a very, very talented batter. Leicestershire captain in the side because poor old Toby Rowland-Jones had a tummy bug, and yeah, he said on the drive on the way up he was nearly at the hotel and he only just about made it. He wasn't feeling well at all. That SGM you were talking about, is that what's lining up in that
Yes, it is.
tent opposite us? There's a
Yes,
group
it is.
of 6 or 7 rows of punters, as here's a bouncer from Sharma through to the keeper. Not quite what Leicestershire needed ahead of the SGM, a 6-wicket collapse like this.
No. But on the other hand, they can at least point to the table at the moment and,
Exactly,
and
yeah.
indicate that things have been going up to this point
Yeah.
tolerably well on the field. But
it
must be a little bit distracting, you would have thought. We can see the presentation going on, and
they
everybody sort of
started
glancing.
it?
Yeah, you can see the
Yeah.
chap at the.
Goodness me.
I think he's basically going through the options. Worcester put on their website a very good list of the sort of options for this formal structure that have been put forward potentially for the changes to county cricket structure next season, which I put out on my Blue Sky account because it was so clearly expressed.
There's a leg gully in place now as well. Barely anyone in front of the bat. As Sharma's in, bowls full straight, and it's dug out to mid-off. And there's no run, and that may be the end of Sharma's day. 4 for 24 from 8. There are 2 overs to go. Higgins has been warming up. Has Sharma got a 9th in him? And as you said, you just have to be a little bit careful. I think, well, certainly Dermot Reeve and myself, we're both feeling it in the legs. The what is it, 3 flights, 4 flights of stairs? You've got to reverse up to come up here. You're as fit as a fiddle, so you're not feeling it at all.
It's 40 steps. I always wished it was
40
39,
steps.
just
Well,
like that, you know. But no, it's 40.
Yeah, the only Hitchcock thriller about it is well, either Dermot or I fail to make it to the top. It's especially in this heat, it's a fair old climb, isn't it?
It is.
Not for you, sprinting up in
It
front
is.
of us, our marathon man next to us.
Well, 2 overs to go. We are going to get an over. One of them is going to be spin. Zafagoha is replacing Tom Helm at this pavilion end. Makes sense to me.
Don Topley's messaged me, says, say hello to Dermot, my old mucker from Lords. Lots of stories, and then he puts in brackets, nice ones. Yes, they were MCC young cricketers together, weren't they? And we had Roland Butcher up here earlier also, who was a Middlesex player, while those 2 were young cricketers at Lords with the MCC.
So Zafagoha, left arm spin. He's got a silly mid-off as he bowls to right, who's got his bat a long way in front of his front pad as he pushes that back down the pitch.
Leicestershire All Players' Day yesterday as well, wasn't it?
It was, yes. Thank goodness it was yesterday.
Well, yes.
Although
yes.
that wasn't a great day, they didn't bowl too badly. As Zappa tosses that one up, really loops gently towards right, but it's a little bit leg side, and he can just push it past Geddes at short leg, but only as far as mid-wicket.
Well, the 2 moments yesterday with that century stand and just not getting it right in the morning session, and then the drop of Geddes, who went on to get a century, who's dropped on 11.
Goha, just a little hop and a skip to the wicket, tosses it up, fullish, right just gets forward and pushes it past to Keres, who's the man at silly mid-off, out towards Holden, who's covering behind him at extra cover.
Travaskis had some fun, didn't he? Left arm round, got a few edges from Geddes, but
Zaffa is in, right is forward again. All care and attention as he pushes that to De Carey's, who polishes the ball violently on the bottom of his shirt. And going to be a couple of changes. Going to have a leg slip now as well. Why not? Got plenty of runs to play with here. Middlesex 99 for 8 as Zaffa goes in and bowls right, gets on top of it, pushes it past short leg. Kevin gets excited because there was moments, for a moment, Wright was interested in taking a quickish single. Walker wasn't and sent him back, and short leg trotted back after the ball, wishing that they had taken that quick single.
Well, it's only one more ball, and they're guaranteed that they won't be bowled out today with 8 down.
Well, true. Zaffa and bowls, and it's defended by Wright. Yes, if you're looking for silver linings, that, as Woodhouse once said, you're going to have to look pretty hard. That cloud would the hanging over Leicestershire at the moment would have to be, as he put it, some little dissembler to find a silver lining to it. But well, they've got through that penultimate over of the day. They won't be all out tonight, but my word, they are in trouble. They are 436 runs behind Middlesex with one first innings wicket in hand.
And it is going to be Ryan Higgins to close the day at the Bennet, so Sharma's day is indeed done. Can Higgins find one more for Middlesex to take off with them? 99 for 8, Leicestershire. Higgins has 2 slips in place, a backward point, a cover and a mid-off, mid-on, short leg, still a deep backward square leg and a long leg, and they did leave an awful lot of grass on this pitch, Leicestershire, and admirably so, especially after the last round of matches with the Kookaburra, which wasn't particularly enthralling at all.
A lot of Leicestershire fans would have preferred for them not to do that, really, and just
high scoring draw.
Yeah, and
yeah,
because the bowling attack is weakened at the moment by injury and absences, but they've been positive, but at the moment it's not working for them.
From the early balls of yesterday morning, there was pace and bounce in this surface for Van Beek in particular from the Bennet end, which is where Higgins is running in. He bowls a bouncer. Underneath it is Walker through to the keeper.
I'll tell you this now, just in case he doesn't hang around too long. Roman Walker claims to be related to Gene Wilder, the American,
brilliant,
great American comic.
The genius.
So I shall have to ask Roman if he goes on and gets a good score. We've already spoken to him because he was one of the 3 Leicestershire bowlers to pick up 3 wickets in the Middlesex first innings. But yes, he has comedy in his blood.
Higgins bowls just full of a length and forward goes Walker. He's almost plunging forward, isn't he? All right. Higgins drops a Yorker in, and you're set to drop to the ground, aren't you? Or bend at the knees. They're all looking at the cricket now, aren't they? And that it looks as though the heads are turned this way, are they?
Yes.
At the end of that
Glancing
SGM
to the right.
So it is. It's a consultation about a potential change to the schedule next year.
And what should Leicestershire's response be?
Well, the response of all the members is quite clear, isn't it? 14 at least. Here's Higgins in, bowls and driving straight of extra cover. Yes, no is the thought, and then there's a slight bobble as from extra cover deploy comes around to mid-off to prevent the single.
When was the last run? It feels like half an hour ago.
Goodness me.
But it was not so very long ago when Leicestershire were 82 for 2. Now 99 for 8.
Well, even at that point you thought 82 for 2. They're on the verge of trouble, but you didn't quite see this coming.
Well, Walker's faced 10 deliveries, Wright 11. Most of those since Van Beeker's been out, so it must be close to 20 balls.
3 to go of the day. Here's Higgins in, bowls full straight and defended again by Walker. He's just plunging forward, isn't he?
Not a no ball.
Oh, was it no ball? 3 to go of the day still. 100 up, 100 up.
We've got homes to go to, Ben Debenham.
Funny thing is Middlesex to take that now, another. Just waiting for the scorers, they haven't spotted it yet. 101 for 8.
Neither scoreboard is registered. There we go.
Ripple of applause, anyone? No. Higgins hits the crease. He bowls and beats the edge. Lovely ball, line and length. Forward defence from Yorker. From Yorker? From
Yorker.
Walker.
It's been a long old day.
Been a long 2 days. The heat's something else, hasn't it? Little cooler tomorrow. 32 degrees we're told it hit today in Leicestershire. And
a fan carrying Dermot Reeve is legging it to his Airbnb.
Yeah, there's no aircon.
Other outlets are available.
Higgins. 2 balls left. He's got a silly mid-on now in Sharma as he's in. Wide on the crease, bowls, low full toss. He was going for the Yorker surely, wasn't he? He went wide on the crease with that. And it's just pushed straight to the extra cover. He gets something on it, so they'll get 2. So Walker's not done for the day. He's on to 3. 103 for 8, and the first runs off the bat for a while, as you said. Richard Ray alongside myself, Kevin Hand. Dermot Reeve will be back with us tomorrow. Former Warwickshire, Hampshire and England all-rounder.
A rather plaintive chant of Leicestershire la 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 goes up from the Uptonsteel stand alongside the meet.
Here's Higgins. Bowls full straight and a forward defence from Walker, and that is the end of quite an extraordinary second day. Middlesex powering on to tea in their first innings. That century from Ben Geddes, his first for Middlesex since leaving Surrey. A century yesterday for Robson, his first of the summer. And a strong first innings for Middlesex, but the fancy around the ground was Leicestershire didn't get it quite right with the ball, and that the amount of grass that's been left on this pitch, which is considerable, was going to offer something to the seamers. But it's the youngster Sharma that has stepped up to the mark, and in the absence of the ill Roland Jones, he has shouldered the burden of taking the wickets, and well, he's taken a fair old chunk out of Leicestershire in the game.
Middlesex have had better days in the county championship, but not, I would suggest, many. They are all over the runaway league leaders here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, and it became mighty change of fortunes for they to turn around. BBC London, Richard Ray and Kevin Hand will be here nearly tomorrow to bring you details of how long Leicester can last in their first innings. Will Middlesex force on? Thank you for being here. Some Uptonsteel County Grace Road, and we'll be here tomorrow.